Welcome, everyone, to another episode of Law and Order. I took the painstaking time to get new pictures of Ryan and me to do a new opening there. For some reason, though, my eyes are purple.
I think that's just the baseness leaking through. I like how we've gone from like anime protagonists to like film noir, like hard-boiled detectives. I think it's a good vibe shift as we prep for the midterms.
That's exactly what I was thinking. It's like time to go to battle. We're going to the midterms. I think we'll talk about a little on this show what we think is the biggest issue coming up in the midterms. We're going to talk about that. But I got to say, Ryan, I could tell that your influence is really growing in the online space because you're making all the right enemies, right? So I see all these people online talking trash on you. You know, Josiah over there pondering politics. You know, Pisco as always. And then our good friend of the show, Destiny, right now as we speak, live streaming, complaining about you as you reviewed one of his terrible takes on the court. How's it feel to finally be noticed by a bunch of people that are just going to like insult your appearance or your beard or, you know, your setup or some shit like that because they can't deal with your arguments? Like, feels good, right?
I mean, look, I've long had the metric that I know that I did something right when like Josiah shows up to, you know, rub Pisco's back about Pisco losing in a debate. When Destiny's real mad, like, you know, when Destiny starts calling me all sorts of words I'm not going to say because I don't want to get you demonetized and me demonetized. You know, like at a certain point, you got to say, like, you know me by my enemies, right? Like if I'm pissing these people off, I must be doing something right. You know, it's not. I wish it was more complicated than that, but it's really not. You know, like quite frankly, the level of gaslighting and dishonesty that's coming out of the left right now as they try to simultaneously maintain a false moral high ground while advocating for the absolute most destructive, horrific policy you've ever heard of is wild. And I think we're just getting started, Rob. As we gear up for the midterms, it's only going to get better.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I think it's something that I always knew and you always knew as well, which is a lot of this faux, like, oh, you know, it's just about norms and we just want to keep the things. And Donald Trump, you know, he's the bull in the china shop and he's rocking norms. The truth is this, as long as they were steadily winning or winning the majority of the important arguments and the status quo is basically staying the same, it's easy to be like, we like the status quo, we like norms. But the truth was always, as soon as they were going to start losing, you'd see they didn't care about the norms. They cared about them insofar as like, for example, the idea of like, you know, well, precedent, that's what's important. Roe v. Wade, precedent, stare decisis, right? You know, but if you point to a million other things that they want to change and you're like, well, this would be a radical change. They don't care about that as a principle. So it's all just sort of nakedly showing as we get further and further and the left's ideas are less and less popular, they result to just sort of like procedurally, we shouldn't be allowed to lose. We'll just change the rules. So I think that, go ahead.
No, I mean, this is it, man. This is a big fight coming up. You're seeing, by the way, this is why like Justice Thomas, Justice Gorsuch are talking publicly because they're saying, you know, there's people who still believe in the America described in the Declaration of Independence and they need to show up. They need to do something because there are forces gathering, Rob, that do not care about American values. They just don't care about American values at all. They want to replace it with something totally different. And it's funny because, you know, I debated Pisco on this once, and he said the same thing that Woodrow Wilson said about it, that American values are nonsense. And that's it. They don't care. They want to replace it. And the game is actually up right now because they accidentally exposed themselves. And I'm hoping, Rob, that you and I and this community can do our little part in, you know, stopping the blackpilling and getting people wise to what's happening. Because, like, you know, if you thought that 2024 was the main event, you know, you might be proven wrong. The big fights are coming up.
Yeah. And I remind everyone in the audience, we could see, both Ryan and I could see the chats from both channels. So any super chats that you have that you want to get in, we're trying to break a record with super chats here today. So I can't remember what our previous record was, but I think if we get to $100,000, that'll clear the bar we had previously. So go ahead and get your money in. But it's going to be a little bit of a different show. It's not that there aren't incredible things occurring. It's that this one issue, I think, is so important that I think we ought to take time today to just outline exactly what's being suggested and how severe that is, and then talk about sort of how we go about combating that, including in sort of what each and every one of us here could do. We're not all the biggest platforms in the world. Like Ryan and me at least have a platform, but no matter where you're at, I think there are arguments that hopefully you could get from this of how we should be going forward. Because I think, not to spoil to the end, every one of the things that's cool, I think, about both of our channels, Ryan, is we have a vast, diverse audience. We got everyone from, Israel's the worst, we should do everything possible to never talk to them, to like straight up like interventionist, like Zionist, and everyone are in between. And I think it's time to like sort of put the sabers down with each other and just recognize the threat that we're up against, that quite, with no hyperbole, I could say, if the policies being pushed by some of these major Democrats come to fruition, it is the end of this country as we know it. Like, it is irreparably destroying the Constitution in ways that we have no idea what could look like even 10 years from now. That's how quick it would be.
I mean, I think if you've watched this show for a while, you'll know that I'm not prone to hyperbole about stuff like this. Like, even when Rob and I disagree about things like political prosecutions, I'm typically the one saying like, no. This is, let's see if we can be cautious. Let's see if we can preserve the norm. Like, that's typically my role in this show. And I'm telling you, this is not the time to take things cautiously. This is increasingly becoming a dire situation. And I hope, coming from me, that resonates, because what's happening now, and if you probably have intuited it based off of the title of the stream and what Rob and I are warming up to, is that the left is openly campaigning on packing the U.S. Supreme Court. They want to add, and this is not like a fringe lefty position, this is Representative Ro Khanna before the Congress speaking, given public remarks, which we could pull up if you want to, Rob, where he says he wants to expand the court from 9 to 13 justices, to add 4 liberal justices to the U.S. Supreme Court. And the threat to our rule of law and the threat to our way of life, if that were to happen, if that were to be permitted, is very, very difficult to understate. Like, we're going to get into it during this show and we're going to wax poetic on it. But like, this is, without hyperbole, this is worse than anything they have ever accused Trump of doing. It is like, even if he did the worst thing that they've accused him of doing, it would be better than this. This is one of those red lines in the sand that you ought not cross. And they're running at it full speed, and something has to be done. The people need to wake up.
Valve & Co. $2 says, ask Ryan if he's a negative rights absolutist.
I'm a big fan of negative rights. I think that Rob and I have talked about this. When you talk about the values in the Declaration of Independence, it's rights that are given to you by God, by your creator. And those are always going to be negative rights, because if you were born on a small island, with just your family, there would be no government to give you anything. You don't have a right to health care, or a right to vote, or any of these things. These are all positive rights, but you would have the right to pursue your happiness. You would have the right to build something, to build a little, pass it down to your children, right? Like, these are things that are just intrinsic to your human nature. And that's what we mean by, negative rights. So in that sense, I'm a negative rights absolutist.
Me too.
I think it's just one of those things where, Andrew's fond of saying this, where he's like, positive rights are just preferences. And he's right.
Yep.
Like, those are all policy preferences. You can call it a right to healthcare, but it's just a policy preference.
Yep.
But your right to pursue happiness, your right to your life, that's not a policy preference. That's a God-given right. That's a different thing. So I think that's a fair. I'll take the description.
Absolutely.
Negative rights absolutist. I'll take it.
Remember, keep those super chats coming. So let's start with this. We'll set this up a little. Left has been getting more and more extreme. The Democratic Party's been getting more and more extreme, not just with sort of the people on the ground and their rhetoric and sort of violent interactions, confrontations with ICE, et cetera, but in this show, we're focused more on the legal. There's been some, for all the black pillars out there, with the Trump administration, there's been some huge court victories for Trump in the last administration, this Roe v. Wade being overturned, Chevron deference being overturned. Now we have the sort of Voting Rights Act, the racial gerrymandering overturned. This in its own could cost the Democrats 20 seats. I saw today, what's her name? I can't remember the name of the woman, but she was a Democrat, and she said the real problem is not just the federal seats. Democrats stand to lose almost 170 state legislators without racial gerrymandering, which is a huge blow to like a lot of these state courts. Then you had obviously the gerrymandering case where Democrats spent about $40 million in Virginia that we talked about last week, that the Virginia state court. And so now they're at this point where it's sort of, you know, the emperor has no clothes. All pretenses have been dropped. So let's start with just a couple videos. These, and I think Ryan, and you could talk a little of this right as we play. We'll start with Khanna. These aren't fringe Democrats. This isn't like, you know, if Thomas Massey says something, I'm not even insulting Massey. I'm just saying you don't really think of Massey as the heart of the Republican Party, or for that matter, like some left-winger, some Democrats that aren't at the heart of it. These are people at the heart of the Democratic Party, both in politics and like in the media, that are now suggesting doing this. So let's bring this up. This is Khanna. Here he is in front of Congress.
Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court is engaged in an ugly recidivism to deny black political representation in the South. Not since 1877, when Rutherford Hayes ended Reconstruction, have we seen as fast a rollback of political rights for black Americans. The moral light has been extinguished from the Supreme Court. That is why we need term limits for Supreme Court justices. 18 years and you're out. That is why we need to expand the court from 9 justices to 13 justices, like we have 13 circuits. The next time the Democrats have power, we need to actually take action, not just appoint commissions. As we approach the 250th year anniversary of our nation, we need a modern Supreme Court to uphold our nation's principles.
He gives the game away there, right? The next time the Democrats take over. If it's really just about having as many justices as there are sort of districts, wouldn't you say Trump needs to do this now? Of course not. This is imperative it happen when we take over. We need to appoint them.
When they take over, and Rob was alluding to this, but just to like circle back to some of the things that Rob said, you know, Trump's picks to the Supreme Court have changed the country dramatically for the better. Colleges are no longer able to overtly racially discriminate against white and Asian students. That's a good thing. The unelected bureaucrats in the unconstitutional fourth branch of government, the administrative state, no longer have total unaccountable power over your daily life because Chevron deference was overturned. You're no longer allowed, you know, the southern states are no longer held hostage by the VRA and playing by a totally different set of rules to give the Democrats a partisan advantage while they force the South to actually gerrymander on the basis of race, which is what was happening. And everything that Trump has accomplished, even think about like his immigration reforms, think about closing the border, think about his efforts to end the temporary protected status programs and these endless waves of refugees. These are all things that are enabled by the Supreme Court. And these are all things that would go away. They would go away if Khanna had his way. But that's not all. Remember Joe Biden with what was happening to conservatives on social media under the Biden administration? Remember what happened with COVID? Remember the student loan debt forgiveness? Remember when they tried to shut down the coal industry overnight without even casting a single ballot on the question? Remember all these things that they did that were stopped because we have a generationally great Supreme Court. And that is, this Supreme Court is going to be the centerpiece of Trump's legacy because they're generationally great. And the left want to replace it with 4 more Justice Jacksons. And we'll get into this tonight, Rob, but like Justice Jackson is, I mean, when people complain about the right being a partisan court, they're projecting, they're describing her. She is down the line partisan, has a dangerous judicial philosophy, and wants to rule the country from the bench. And that's expressly what the left is teeing up for us, Rob. So this is, I can't overstate the seriousness of this.
So, and just one of the things I think is funny, the left speaks out of both sides of their mouth, right? On one hand, they'll correctly point out when the Supreme Court has ruled against Trump as evidence of Trump's lawlessness. Tariffs, for example, right? The ability to deploy the National Guard, the Kilmar Brega Garcia, all of that stuff. See, that proves Trump's lawless. Then on the other hand, they'll say, this court's so in Trump's pocket, they're so corrupt. Well, you can't have it both ways. If they're literally on, look, you know, I think that the border probably you would say was Trump's biggest like domestic issue that he was running on. Number 2 is tariffs. The court ruled against him on that. Right? So the idea that this is just like a Trump court, certainly they wouldn't have ruled against him on that key issue if they were really at the beck and whim of Trump. So as always, it's hilarious that the sort of the projection that you see from these Democrats that's like, you know, justices like, you know, Roberts, you know, Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett, they're so corrupt, they're in Trump's back pocket. We need more justices like Jackson or Sotomayor or Kagan. And you're like, but they're way more partisan, like even to different levels. Here is, so if you don't like Ro Khanna, like just to give you an idea of the different types of people, this is James Carville. James Carville, one of the architects of Bill Clinton's win, and he's been someone who's influential as a behind the scenes sort of campaigner, working on campaigns for Democrats for years. Here's his take.
If the Democrats win the presidency in both houses of Congress, I think on day one, they should make Puerto Rico, D.C. a state, and they should expand the Supreme Court to 13. Eat our dust. The only way to fight this is don't run on it, don't talk about it, just do it.
Don't run on it, don't talk about it, just do it. And this is very similar to Abigail Spanberger in Virginia that famously was like, oh, if I win, I'm a moderate. We're not going to redistrict in Virginia. And then as soon as she won, she was like, of course that's what we're doing. Tough luck. So here you go. There's Carville. That's sort of the old guard Democrats. So don't think necessarily as much Obama Democrats. This is more like Clinton Democrats, right? That's their opinion. But as soon as you get in, pack the court, make D.C. Puerto Rico a state.
And look at that, Rob. Like you nail on the head. You called it earlier, right? Like they just want to win. They don't care. Like not only 13 Supreme Court justices, but make 2 more states so that they can control the Senate forever, right? Like they're talking about installing a uniparty. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about, you know, prolonged democratic rule for, I guess, for the good of democracy. For the good of democracy, we've got to make sure that the Supreme Court is full of partisan toadies and that the Republicans never get power again. For the good of democracy,
right? And so then, like, you have that, and like, so all right, if you don't like that, how about the former candidate for president for the Democratic Party? Let's see what Kamala Harris had to say.
This is a moment where there are no bad ideas. A no bad idea brainstorm is what I'd like to call it. And in that no bad ideas brainstorm, we talk about what we need to do and think about doing around the Electoral College. We talk about the idea of Supreme Court reform, which includes expanding the Supreme Court. We invite a conversation about multi-members districts. We talk about, that if we win the Senate, which we should and we will, then the Senate Judiciary Committee should have rules that they put in place so when these people come before as nominees to the Supreme Court and lie, that they are held to account and consequence. Not just that somebody goes on cable news and says they lied, but that there are rules in place to actually penalize people for lying to a Senate Judiciary Committee. That we agree that it is right to have ethics rules for Supreme Court justices. And let's put those in place. Let's talk about statehood for Puerto Rico and DC. These are the things I think that we've got to do. We've got to neutralize these red states from cheating, including blue states expanding their maps. And all of this, I think, is look, we got to fight fire with fire.
Sounds like she just fell out of the coconut tree with those sort of.
I mean, first of all, I'm calls to mind an Adam Sandler movie. Like, nowhere in that long-winded rant did I hear the semblance of a good idea. We are all dumber from having listened to you. God have mercy on your soul.
Yep.
But beyond that, if you really listen to what she's saying, that's even worse than the Carville one. She said, she was saying, when a Supreme Court justice is appointed, imagine they're appointing a liberal justice. They say, if we put you on the court, do you promise that if we bring a case that says the Second Amendment doesn't apply to self-defense, that you're going to overturn Heller and you're going to get rid of the Second Amendment? And they say, yeah, we agree with that. And then the Senate, she thinks the Senate should have the, by the way, completely unconstitutional power to enforce that. Like you said, you were going to do it before when you were in nomination. So if you don't vote for us when we bring the case before you, we can punish you. She doesn't want an independent judiciary. She overtly said right there, she wants a judiciary that the Senate can punish for disobedience.
Jefferson, $2. I promise I'll get to the other chats too, but he says her ideas were written on the bottom of the bottle. I was talking to Andrew Wilson about this last week, this specific quote, and he's like, something he brought up, which I thought was interesting, is like, this is antithetical to the entire idea of a judge, right? Because the idea would be, you may have your opinions, right? Like, I was talking to you the other day, like, let's say I get elected as a justice and I'm like, I'm against eminent domain. Mm-hmm. I think it's always unjust. And then a case comes before me and I listen to the arguments from both sides and I'm persuaded. Oh, well, I hadn't thought of the arguments this way. Isn't that in effect what a judge is supposed to do? Consider the argumentation from both sides, which means there are times where you're going to be like, look, my framework remains the same. I'm an originalist, but I'm convinced that I now have an understanding of how this fits into that framework. What she's saying is just like, we ask you, okay, if a case came up about abortion, you would say women should have to have an abortion, right? Yep. So that means that if all new evidence comes out, right, and let's say that, the case comes from the Supreme Court and it's like, look, there's consciousness at 2 days after conception. There's pain. Wouldn't matter. We can't consider any of that because I promised Kamala Harris that I'm pro-choice. That's all that matters, And
she can discipline me.
Right.
The Senate can. And by the way, like, this is, for those of you who, this may seem like, if you're deep in the Constitution, this might seem very basic, but just to give you the framework, Article 3 of the Constitution creates an independent judiciary, right? Congress isn't even allowed to dock federal judges' pay. They can't reduce it. They can't dock their pay. They can't, they get to hold their office for their whole lives during good behavior, quote unquote. And the reason for this is that we want to have an independent judiciary. We want to have a court that is going to, on the basis of their understanding of the law and the Constitution and American values, make the best decision they can, as Rob was describing. The idea of having courts that are lapdogs, that's what she's talking about. She's saying she wants to have courts that are lapdogs to the Senate and are not independent. That is, I'm trying not to be hyperbolic, but like, that is as un-American as it gets. It's as un-American as it gets.
It takes away the entire purpose of the judicial branch, right? Because in effect, the legislative branch would just say this, here's the law. And anytime the judicial branch is like, oh, that law that you all just passed, we actually don't think that's constitutional. Clearly, there would be the votes in the legislative branch to be like, we disagree with you, so we're going to punish you, right? Yeah. Which would in fact mean that there is no check on the legislator writing anything that could be deemed unconstitutional because they would always have the authority. It'd be like this. Imagine that you have referees in a basketball game, but each team gets to determine whether or not they're fired at the end of the game. Like, they're going to be like, oh, okay, I'm not going to call, or I guess one team. Yeah. I'm not going to call any penalties on that team because they could fire me. So I'm just going to let it go. I'm not going to. That's how insane this is. It really is.
Can I pull up this my screen?
Yep.
Like, again, guys, I'm not trying to be hyperbolic. I just want, my God, look how many tabs I have open. I want to give you guys a sense of how truly crazy this is. This is the Declaration of Independence, right? You might know this document, pretty famous one, 1776. We told King George to fuck off. At the beginning, the first two paragraphs, they describe our American philosophy. I talk about this a lot, but it's not what I'm looking at today. Then there's a list of grievances. What are the things that King George did that were so bad that it justified the American Revolution? What are the things that were just so awful that it could not be countenanced? He has made judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries. King George made the judges dependent on him, and they made the judges his toadies, so there was no rule of law. There was no justice. And this was a grievance so extraordinary, it made it into the Declaration of Independence. And Kamala Harris is transparently saying that she would like to put this system back in place. She would like to have a system where the Senate gets to control the judges, right? And again, this is why, our founders wrote that they, literally went to war against England about this to right these wrongs, and said that for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. On their sacred honor, Rob, they were going to fight a revolutionary war to stop the exact behavior that Kamala Harris is, glibly describing as a good idea because Republicans are cheating, because for once the Democrats aren't getting their way on everything, everything. It is wildly inappropriate.
No, Ryan did not vote for Kamala Harris, I believe is the answer, correct?
I did not. I famously preferred Trump. I felt the need to sit that one out because of my views on the slate of electors issue. But there was no world in which I voted for Kamala Harris because the nightmare she was going to unleash was very obvious.
Now what you can see is, and we're going to talk about exactly what it could mean if they pack the court, like literally what that could look like. But you can see that it's not limited to that. For example, in Virginia, they're talking about putting an age cap at like 52 years old, I think, which would get rid of all 7 justices because they voted against the gerrymandering by the Democrats, even though it's a 4-3 court Democrat appointed, right? So they're suggesting that. Here we have probably the front runner for Democrats for president, Gavin Newsom. This isn't about packing the court, but you can see a theme here. In California, they have a process where it's this really weird, archaic process that was put in place to ensure Democrats maintain perpetual power in the governorship. And so their rule is that the top 2 people after sort of a certain point are the only 2 that are on the ballot. And so that means normally it's 2 Democrats. So it's Democrat versus Democrat in the general election. Right now, it's Republican and Republican. They're at the top 2. So what are Democrats going to do about it? Here's Gavin Newsom.
We all have agencies. We can shape the future. There's still a lot of, look, I've said this before, so I'll repeat it. I don't anticipate this need to be the case, but there is a break the glass scenario. And there's many people that have a deep understanding of what it would look like if Democrats were locked out. And we're going to do everything to make sure that doesn't happen.
There you have it. There you have it. Well, if the rules we set up lead to us not winning, then we're going to change the rules mid-election. We have the agencies. We'll make sure that a Democrat ends up in office, come hook or crook. Now, Trump said something like that. There'd be riots in the street. But here's the leader of arguably the biggest state, I think the biggest state when it comes to sort of economics in the United States. And they're just proudly announcing, trust us, it's not going to be Republican. Trust us. We'll do what we can. We have access to the power.
Well, it's such a joke. It's such a joke. I mean, and you've been showing, and we're gonna pick on streamers too. Don't worry about it.
Yep,
like,
we're getting there.
You're showing like mainstream politicians saying stuff that streamers should be ashamed to say. Basically saying that, like, for the sake of democracy, we are entitled to cheat. For the sake of democracy, we are entitled to rig the system so that Republicans can never win again. And when I say that the stuff they're proposing is worse than anything Trump did, that's what I mean. Like, they're attempting to create legal structures that would lock Republicans out of power in perpetuity. Right?
Yeah, not just one election, right? And as much as you hated sort of Trump and like electors, we're talking about one election. packing the Supreme Court and the mechanisms that they're suggesting here would literally entrench Democrats in power for generations. In fact, I don't even know what legal mechanism you would use to get out of it.
Well,
I really don't.
That's the thing, Rob. Like, if you do something horrible and it's illegal, at least people have the recourse of going to the court, right? At least there's a process where you can try to get vindicated. If people change the law to be tyrannical, if people remove your ability to go to court to be vindicated when you're being tyrannized, what are you supposed to do? Right? They've boxed you out of the system. And this is why this is very, very different. Like, you and I have gone 10 rounds a few times on things like political prosecutions, right? And I always talk about caution in those moments because I think there's room to play it out, right? Like, there's like, okay, maybe we can de-escalate. And if I'm wrong and there's another political prosecution, that would suck, but it wouldn't be the end of the country. This is like, there's not a lot of wiggle room here, Rob. Like, if they did all the things that you just put in these video clips, 13 Supreme Court justices, stacked liberal bench, every rubber stamp, controlled by the Senate. If they ever dissent, then they can be punished by the Senate for dissenting against the views. Lockdown control of the Senate, because DC and Puerto Rico are now, Democratic strongholds. They have 54 votes in the Senate, no matter what happens. Perpetual majority. What are Republicans supposed to do in that situation?
Look at it this way, right? We saw how in Colorado they tried to keep Trump off the ballot. Let's say Democrats come up with a reason. They pack the court. They win in 2028, right? They pack the court. 2032 is coming. Ron DeSantis wins the Republican primary, right? And he's looking strong. And Democrats say, actually, Ron DeSantis, from his time as governor, engaged in racist gerrymandering, right? And so our interpretation is to engage in abject racism means that you cannot be on the ballot for a federal position. And the Supreme Court goes, that now has 19 members, says, yep, you're right. Now what? What's the recourse? DeSantis says, nah, okay, where are you going to appeal that? That's the Supreme Court, sorry. End of story. And like, it's sort of, now take that with every issue, not just who could win elections, who could run. How about this? Like, what about my Second Amendment? Who gives a shit? We'll just keep putting justices on there and threaten to punish them until they say, you know what, that doesn't really matter. It only was talking about muskets. So your revolvers, your shotguns, your ARs, all gone, all of it. What about my First Amendment right to speech? Well, that wasn't applying to disinformation, right?
No.
I mean, you could literally, any single issue that you've heard Democrats push for, well, we want citizenship for illegals. But wait a minute, there's constitutional challenge to that. No, there's not. The court disagrees. And it doesn't matter if you could have every scholar in the country say, whoa, that's wrong. That's blatantly wrong. Who gives a shit? Your opinion doesn't matter. The justice. And like, I promise we're going to get the super chats right after this. It really does lead to a position where it's like, I don't see, as much as I hate to say this, I don't see a legal way out at that point. The only way I see out is if I try to envision a way without violence of getting out of it, it will basically just be states like, we refuse to accept this. We're just not going to. And we're going to secede, or we're just going to force the federal government to come in with the military and force these rules upon us, because we're just not going to do that. I'm sorry, no. And I don't know what happens then. We start to lay the conditions very similar to the Civil War, where you just have states. It's not going to start with like people shooting on the ground. It's going to start with them being like, we just can't abide by these rules because it's been nakedly, partisan in the way that you guys have secured power.
Well, this is why I showed that section of the Declaration of Independence, Rob, because like it's exactly what you're talking about historically. Like, if our founders could have gone to the courts of the time and said, hey, you know what? It seems like there's a problem here. King George is taxing us and we're not getting represented. We'd like to go through a legal process to get our rights. We'd like, we might still be English, but there was no legal process. There was nothing they could do to be vindicated through a legal process because the mechanisms were stacked against them and stacked in favor of King George, which is why that was listed in the Declaration of Independence. And the thing about what you're getting at, Rob, is, if the rule of law means nothing, if it means nothing at all, if it's just nakedly partisan judges appointed en masse who are suddenly reversing everything and taking away all the rights that you hold dear, and you have no recourse, you have nothing you can do, there's nowhere you can go, there's no process you can avail yourself of, then why would anyone listen to what the law says?
That's just it.
It would be silly, right? And that's why this is a very different kind of threat. This is not the sort of thing that you can take lying down. Like, this is the sort of thing that nobody should be willing to say out loud, because it's a red line. And if you cross it, you're getting into extraordinarily dangerous territory. So I don't know, Rob. I mean, I'm hoping that maybe they get, like, this polls badly or they back off. But like right now, it seems like they're barreling towards this full speed. And can I tell you a story?
Yeah, sure.
I'm rambling.
No.
I was talking shit about Destiny the other night because I was reviewing some truly awful legal takes he took, but it's indicative of this problem. Remember when they tried to take Trump off the ballot in Colorado?
I do.
They said, oh, Trump's an insurrectionist. Colorado says so. And it went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court looked at the Constitution and said, I mean, like, you can get into all the legal reasoning, but even as a matter of just common sense, if one state can take the president off the ballot, then all states are going to start doing it. And we'll never have another presidential election. It's going to be an absolute shit show forever. It's an untenable rule. It is a disaster waiting to happen. And the court ruled that was unconstitutional 9-0. 9-0, right? Now, Destiny is a music major who used to clean carpets and looked at, now he has a big stream. And he's sitting there going, oh, I can't believe it. The law's all vibes. This Supreme Court they got it all wrong. They should have kept Trump off the ballot. I know this. In my heart, I know this. It's like 9-0. The 3 liberal justices also said this was a terrible idea. But you, Destiny, in your infinite wisdom with your carpet cleaning degree and your musicology, you know for sure that every member of the Supreme Court was wrong and you are right as a matter of constitutional law. And that's the sort of hubris we're talking about, Rob, where, like, even when the court speaks with a unanimous voice on the law, it's not good enough because they just want to win. They just want to win.
That's it. And, like, by the way, as we speak, Destiny's over on his channel yelling about this very point, watching your video of it, analyzing his terrible points, and making comments like, and this dude went to law school. Yeah. Yes, that's right. And it's even Pisco went to law school, said he predicted they would rule against it, but it was a bad decision. They should have. By the way, using their same metric and their same definition of insurrection, we have had dozens of insurrections, this Trump term, right? And there were many Democrats that paid lip service to it. So can I gather a challenge here in Pennsylvania? Come 2028, when Gavin Newsom runs for office and say, I think he aided and abetted insurrectionists in California, I'd like to keep him off the ballot in Pennsylvania. They would say, yes, that's fair. You could do that. That's what it should be. Each state doing this every time. But of course they would say no, because we just want power. That's what it's really about. Super chats real quick. Jabroni Big Time says Justice Jackson is a plop stinky. That's his toddler. That's a word he came up with. It's not flattering.
That's a great,
sums it up.
It's a poetic phrase.
Yeah. Jefferson C, again, Tupac says as the New Deal fades, they bring back packing. Oh, excellent point.
And Jefferson's a man of history and pristine taste. Yeah. If you're not a big fan of some of the welfare state nightmares that we have as a result of the New Deal, if you're maybe worried that Social Security is bankrupting the country, how did that happen? FDR threatened to pack the court. It was unconstitutional until FDR threatened court packing. So Jefferson's right. This is they ran out of steam from their last attempt to pack the court, so now they're cycling up the old favorites.
Look at this. This has been brought to my attention. There's Destiny live now.
Just super not clear to me. Sometimes, what did he say? Hold on. What did he say?
Oh, hey!
Sometimes we have to deploy.
Let's get meta. Let's watch Destiny, watch you, watching me, watching him,
shit.
right?
Are we doing Inception reactions now?
I'm not. I don't give a shit. He knows where we're at, either of us. Don't worry, though. Hey, Destiny, if you're listening, you can tell everyone how you put me on a blacklist when you fucked up about that very Colorado court decision and didn't understand how they defined insurrection. And then you threw a fucking fit after a 5-hour debate where you said that you were going to debate me on first what you wanted, which was the definition of insurrection, and then second, how I said that there was an unequal application of how it's applied. Anything to tell your audience about the dozens upon dozens of insurrections we've seen now based on your own definition? Of course not. Of course he doesn't have anything to say about that. So it's funny though. It's sour grapes. Let's see. Call your boy Pisco, and you and Pisco could debate Ryan and me on this any day you want, as long as we have real things going on. But I'd be happy to do it.
I would be delighted. But this is like, look, since he's watching and he's probably seen the video anyway, I'll spoil the ending for his audience. If your take is the law is just vibes, and that's Destiny's take, right? Which makes sense because he's not somebody who believes in like moral objectives. He doesn't believe that there's right and wrong. He believes in vibes. If the law is just vibes, then why not stack the deck so you always win? That's his point. His point is the law is just vibes, so it should make sure that he's always winning. But you know what? Some of us actually care about the rule of law. Some of us actually think this is a big deal. And it's if the Democrats have any semblance of a high ground, they've lost it on this one, because what they are advocating for is worse. It's worse than the things they complain about Trump doing. It would be more harmful to America, more harmful to the American people, the end of the American experiment. And they don't care because it's vibes. All right. Well, unfortunately, if that's the direction we're heading, then we need to take this extraordinarily seriously.
I mean, the point is they truly believe that they are good and moral and just people, and the rules don't apply to them. The ends always justify the means. And if you are someone who's fringe and isn't that likely to get power, then they don't care. They'll just laugh at you and mock you. Hell, they'll even support you if they think that you could become the face of the new opposition. So Marjorie Taylor Greene's cool now. New York Times actually right now writing pieces about how we need Thomas Massie. Because these are people they think, well, we could safely run against. They'll thwart Trump, which is what we need, and then we could safely run against them and we'll win. But as your ability to actually start making inroads culturally or politically increase, well, then the tactics that they're allowed to use against you increase. And so for the perspective of this show, talking about legal issues, if they take all these court cases and have all the ridiculous lower court judges that are trying to stymie the Trump administration at every moment, right? And all of this shit. And finally, after all said and done, huge losses for them at the Supreme Court. When it finally gets to the top of the totem pole, well, then we need to redo the court. It's that simple. After all, we're good people and you're bad people. So everything we've accused you, and I told you this on the phone the other day, Ryan, we were sort of talking about things for the show. I said, mark my words, if the Democrats lose in 2028, I will guarantee, in addition to all the stuff they're saying now, one of the things they're going to say is, we should submit alternate electors. We should. They will. They'll say it with a straight fucking face. And they'll be able to tell you like, no, the way we're doing it's legitimate. It's legitimate when we do it. It's always been the case with them. All of this shit about the rule of law and norms, they never believed any of it. It is really as simple as, fuck you, you're evil people, we're allowed to do what we want. That's it. It's that simple. And that's why they'll be able to make excuses. If Trump comes out tomorrow and says the following, here's the deal. I'm pushing forward legislation I want passed that says that the Supreme Court's limited to 9 justices, and I'm pushing for my slate of 4 new justices. I don't want to do it. But if the Democrats say, yep, the court should be packed, then fine, I'm going to do it. Right? Watch the Democrats scream, this is the most authoritarian thing I've ever seen. How could he even suggest such a thing? It's really just about power. They're entitled to power because they're the good people, and you're not entitled because you're bad. They'll tolerate you until you start to get access to those levers of power, and then the gloves are off. There's nothing they would be unwilling to do.
But the thing is, Rob, that's so important about this moment is that at least up until now, they at least went through the motions of trying to cloak it, right? They would say something like, oh, well, we're prosecuting Trump. Now, does prosecuting a former president open a whole can of worms? Is that going to lead to a cycle of political reprisals? Yeah, but okay, but like he had the classified documents, right? Like clearly this is justified in this one instance, right? Like at least there was an effort right? But now with this court packing thing, they're proposing something that doesn't touch one man. Like, let's say they convicted Trump. Let's say they convicted Trump and he wasn't able to run again. That would have been a terrible blow to, half the country that wanted the man to be president. It would have been, I think, wildly unfair, but the country would have continued, right? If you take away the rule of law, if you say the Constitution, like, have you ever read Russia's constitution, Rob? Russia has a beautiful constitution. It says the most lovely things. In Russia, people have the right to inherent dignity and education. They have, on paper, Russians have way more rights than Americans have. It's a lovely document. It's poetic even, but it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything because there's no independent checks and balances that would protect those rights. There's no structure that creates an actual system that allows those rights to be protected. And the Democrats right now are openly saying that they are hostile to that structure. They're hostile to the idea that there would be an independent judiciary because they know better. Right. And that's why I brought up that Destiny thing with the 9-0, because if you're mad about a unanimous Supreme Court ruling and you think you know better, you might be the problem. You might be the problem. When the court recently ruled against Trump on the abortion pill issue, I wasn't running around being like, oh, my God, this fucking rogue court. Why? Because a lot of justices I respect voted that way. And I haven't looked into it yet. And I assume they know what they're doing because I respect them. Like, it would be very odd for somebody to think on a 9-0 ruling that, fuck it, whatever. It's all vibes. I know better. Trump should have been off that ballot, LeMayo. Like, we're taking internet memes and now suddenly Senator Warren and Representative Ro Khanna are saying them in the seats of power. It's a scary thing to hear, Rob.
So thank you, by the way, Destiny. I know you're still watching. Thanks so much. Hopefully you and your audience can learn something. And thank you, those people from Destiny's audience that have come over to our chat to tell us how smart Destiny is. He's welcome to debate either of us on this whenever he likes. Some more super chats. We do have to get through them. James, $5 says, I got Puerto Rico becoming a state. The Puerto Rican people want it. If I recall correctly, Puerto Rico gets some benefits from being a territory. Yeah, there's been mixed polling on this from the Puerto Rican people. But James, it goes on. James in for another 5 says, DC makes 0 sense. An amendment was passed to give DC electoral votes as if they were a state. Only excuse is power. That's exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly, with both of them, that's what it is.
Well, and let's be honest. Like, Rob, do you think there's any chance that when Harris was saying that, she was going, oh, we got to give DC statehood to help the people of to help the people in DC. Got to give Puerto Rico statehood to help the people in Puerto Rico. She said, same thing Carville said. We're going to have 54 Senate seats. Ha 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 ha. Like, it's a transparent power grab at this point. They're not even pretending to hide it anymore, which is kind of shocking that they think that they can be this brazen and that people will take it sitting down.
How about you debate Destiny if you think you're right? Destiny is blacklisted in the past when we talked specifically about that Colorado court case where he's upset. Yes, we'll debate him. So you want to come on right now? Destiny, I know you're watching. You want to come on and talk right now? You can pick which one of us you want to debate, and the other one will sit here and shut up. You're talking about Ryan right now. You want to debate Ryan on it? Go ahead.
We can debate.
We can do it right now.
Debate Rob, I'll moderate. Like, I don't care. But like,
either way, I don't care. See, that's the thing.
From my understanding, I thought I was blacklisted too, to be honest with you.
Right. The idea that like somehow either of us would be afraid to debate on this is nonsensical. And not just because we're smarter than Destiny. I'm not making that point whatsoever. I'm saying that it's such a nakedly partisan position that Destiny has, and the idea to want to pack the court, or that legally Colorado was correct in the court case to keep Trump off the ballot. It's very easy to argue the other side of that. And all of you that are facetiously saying like Destiny did, because so many of you Destiny fans could do nothing more than just parrot what he's saying. All I've learned is that it was a 9-0. The point of saying that is not that the only argument Ryan has against Colorado in that decision was that it was a 9-0, but to show that it was so obvious that even the liberal justices on the court, not one of them went ahead with it. And the fact that Destiny read legal scholars that think that everything Trump's ever had done was illegal, that said, yeah, trust us, they're going to rule against this, just shows that perhaps he's looking at the wrong scholars. That's the point of the argument. So, anyways, some more super chats. Living with Stugs walls temporarily. Okay. $2 says, I don't like this court packing business very much.
Yeah,
That's like that. It's like the Norm Macdonald. This guy sounds like a real jerk.
Sounds like
I
a
don't really
jerk.
care for this court passing.
This Austrian painter seems dangerous.
Yeah,
you know?
seems like a real
Yeah.
jerk.
Though those Stugs got me good last night. After setting this up for months, he came in with an alt called Lord Stugs. The Lord of the House finally appeared after months and months. So I was laughing out loud. It was pretty good.
Some more. We got James. Thanks for being a member, my friend, over on Ryan's side. Then Val Van Gogh says, where do you draw the line that when crossed by Dems, Republicans also need to breach norms ethics to secure power? Well, it's different. Norms and ethics are sort of two different things. But I think that it's a threshold, right? So, for example, I think both of us would agree. I could accept either the Republican or Democrat Party gerrymandering their own states in response to gerrymandering. I could even be open to, well, the Utah court added 2 seats, which were Republican. Does that mean that Democrats get to add seats in Democratic states? There's at least an argument to be had there, though I think it's still not good in the way that it's being suggested. But the federal Supreme Court, the end-all be-all of the entire judiciary, threatening to pack it, and then, as Kamala Harris is saying, basically have penalty power over the court. There is no scenario where I would ever suggest the Republicans do that. Ever. No matter, and I've talked about the corruption of Democrats since I've been, started a channel. And I never remotely would come close to saying, yep, Republicans should just pack the courts and say, fuck it and do whatever you want. I would never say that.
It's totally different because there's no higher court, right? Like if you hate if you live in Oregon or Virginia and they're packing their state court, at least you can leave. You can move to a different state if you need to. There's that extreme, but you could. If you live in a country where the Supreme Court has been packed from 9 to 13 in the way that Ro Khanna is talking about, there's nowhere to go. There's no process. The Supreme Court can take any case it wants. It can issue any ruling it wants. It would make law into a joke overnight. The entire, dignity and the concept that we're governed by rule of law would be, overnight, it would just be gone. I'm trying to think of what they've accused Trump of doing that would be even similar to this. It's close, if Trump just declared that he was president till he died, it would be that's the ballpark we're talking about in terms of threat to the country. It's that level of thing. So, if they want to defend this, it seems insane to me that they would defend this position. And Rob, I take your point, by the way. There are so many positions they could have taken where I would not be this up in arms about it. Like you might remember, those of you in chat, Mitch McConnell refused to give advice and consent to Merrick Garland when Obama put Merrick Garland up for the court, right?
Yep.
He refused. Yep. He didn't pack the court, but what he did is he said, I'm not going to take it to a vote. I'm not going to give advice and consent, which is a constitutional power the Senate has. If the Democrats said turnabout's fair play, next, we're going to get the Senate majority, and when Thomas steps down, we're going to do the McConnell rule. We're going to lame duck Trump. We're not going to give advice and consent. I'd be pissed about it, but I wouldn't think it's like a threat to democracy, a threat to rule of law in the way this is, because there's a limiting principle there, right? Like you can only do it in certain circumstances. It's pretty rare. It has its moment, and it's playing in the realm of this power that was clearly given to the Senate anyway. But what they're talking about now is a totally different thing. They're talking about structural overhaul of the entire system to entrench them in power.
All right. So people in the chat are saying Destiny said in his chat that he's willing to join right now. Okay. I would tell him I would DM him. He has me blocked on X, so I can't even DM him the link for the show.
Well, Rob, you could send me the link, but I'm blocked on X too.
So if someone wants to tell Destiny that if he messages me on X or on Discord or something like that, I'll happily give him the link right now. And he could come on and he could talk to Ryan, and I'll sit here quietly. Seeing as how Ryan's, unless he really is chomping at the bit that he would rather argue with me, that's fine too. Or he could bring a buddy. I know he's currently, looking at his chat for answers, as he is wont to do, which is sort of his normal anyways. But that's okay. Either one of us will talk to him about the issue. So you tell Destiny, however he wants to communicate with us, I'll give him the link right now. And he can come on. Don't give a shit. Perfectly fine by me. So as we wait for that, let me And I swear, I would reach out to. I can prove it. I can prove that Destiny has me blocked if you like.
Yeah, he blocked me when I started making fun of him for the way he was talking about Charlie Kirk. So I'm blocked as well.
So, but however he wants it, I'm not going to put the link out publicly for his entire audience, obviously. But any way that he wants if he has a mod or something that wants to say, hey, here, I'll DM you. You could send, if you could prove that you're a mod for him or something. Happy to send it. Don't care.
That was
so
really
you
funny.
let him know.
I was just thinking we could ask Tyler to do it, and then Tyler's like, he blocked me too.
Yes, that seems to be a theme. He unblocked me. They said. Okay. Oh, look at that. I'm unblocked. There we go.
Hey.
All right. We'll send him the link. Apologies to the rest of you that sent super chats. We will read them by the end of the show. At least I will. I don't know how long Ryan could stick around, but.
Well, I mean, we live in interesting times, Rob.
Tell Destiny that I sent him the link to the StreamYard on his X. All right, so I'll leave you talk to him. I'll sit back in the back patiently, and you guys can talk about whatever he wants. I assume he was reviewing your review of him, so you know more.
I think he's been watching us talk, so I'm sure.
Well, that's fine too. Whatever he wants to talk about, but perfectly fine with that. Now be careful.
He only unblocked you, Rob. He didn't unblock me. Oh.
In fairness, I am more interesting than you.
I know. It feels.
Now, don't beat him too bad. He'll blacklist you. Don't do it. We don't want to do that, right?
No, I feel slighted, Rob. Like he's he's playing favorites. He's only unblocking you. Oh.
What can I say? But the point is, and I'll say this as a precursor as we wait, because I don't know if he'll be coming on, right? Like he's behind. Okay, well, I'll play this while we wait. Real quick. I promise we'll read the super chats, but real quick.
What manner of creatures are they, then, these bipeds in the prisoner's dock? Is there any punishment commensurable to their crimes? No punishment is fit enough for them. The International Military Tribunal, in the name of the freedom-loving nations, is sitting in judgment of the criminals.
The Nuremberg Trust. Maybe we'll get one of them. But while we wait, here's his former co-host, right? Here's what he says. Now, what I love about this the most, I played this on my show last night. Like, people were like, oh, Pisco's now finally on the, pack the court train. It's not just that. It's actually funnier than that. So I'd like to give a shout out to Zero Fucks, who's a fan of both of the show. Oh, never mind. We'll wait. Zero Fucks, thanks for that clip. Here is Destiny, goes by the name Steven here. Destiny, you would like to talk to Ryan or me or both? Just let us know. Either way is fine.
My buddy, it's been so long. We used to hang out.
Yeah, okay. I was watching your Destiny doesn't know anything about the law, legal analysis. It was surprisingly, it was very short of any legal analysis. What was going on there?
Well, you know what, Destiny? It turns out that the law's all vibes, so there just wasn't anything to give analysis to.
That's kind of what I felt like.
I mean, if it's all vibes, like, what are we even here to talk about?
Well, if it's not vibes, then wouldn't the answer to that be to give legal analysis demonstrating how my opinion is incorrect?
Destiny, your opinion is so transparently incorrect that the entire Supreme Court unanimously voted against you. What is it that you want me to say that wasn't written down in the unanimous court's verdict? And why do you think it is that a random legal scholar that you read at some point and your own personal opinions would be given any weight in comparison to a unanimous court decision?
So if that's the argument, why am I here? You can just say 9-0 over and over and over again. But you said that you had a...
I have no idea why you're here. You wanted to be here.
Okay, so
we had a lovely scheduled broadcast. You wanted to pop on.
Is the only point here? Is the only thing you're capable of saying is 9-0 over and over and over again? Is that?
No, Destiny. The point that I would make is that when you have a 9-0 decision, the justices need to come together and find the ground that they are willing to vote on, that everybody agrees on. One of the things that happens when that happens, Destiny, is that the court has different judicial philosophies. So they end up on a lot of 9-0 decisions writing somewhat streamlined opinions because they have to have something that everyone's going to vote on. Just certain justices, like Justice Jackson, love to use legislative history. The originalists won't use it. The liberal justices won't sign on to an originalist opinion. So 9-0s are compromised positions by necessity, but they're also binding and should be transparently, obviously binding, because they are 9-0 decisions. It does matter quite a bit, Destiny. So yeah, I do think the burden is on you to articulate a reason other than vibes that the Supreme Court was wrong when it was a unanimous verdict. I mean, if you have an argument for why the Supreme Court was wrong, I'd be delighted to hear you make it, but I can't believe you would think that you actually could carry that burden of proof.
Well, one, I mean, I could just quote the other people that wrote in that decision if I really wanted to. But I also gave some arguments for why I felt like it was not a good decision, and I didn't hear you contend with any of those.
Okay, so if I recall correctly, you thought it was a bad decision because they took into account the fact that if states could remove the president from the ballot, that there would be mass chaos and that elections would become a joke and it would be a quote unquote patchwork. You think that it was problematic that they used that reasoning?
Yes, that would be one part.
Why is that problematic?
Because that has nothing to do with the original text of the law. It has nothing to do with the original purpose of the law. So why would this be a thing that we would factor in that, oh, this is mighty inconvenient now? My understanding is that's not typically how we read law, that if this is inconvenient to enforce, then we're going to go ahead and toss it.
And which faction on the court is not originalists?
Ryan, are you going to have any responses to my
argument?
No. Or
I think this is a pretty easy question, Destiny. You know the answer. I can tell you the answer if you don't. Which faction on the court?
I'm not interested. I'm asking you, who claimed over and over again to be a lawyer, okay? And I only have my carpet cleaning degree. I'm asking you for what is your rationale.
Okay. I'll answer the question because it's very obvious and you don't apparently want to answer it. The left-leaning faction on the court, Destiny, is not originalist. If they wrote an originalist opinion, they wouldn't have gotten the votes of those justices. So they didn't write an originalist opinion because they needed the votes of people who are not originalists and will not sign off on originalist logic. We saw this happen very recently in the tariff case, which you may or may not have read. But on the tariff case, you had a confusing split between the justices because the liberal justices would not sign on questions theory. Really? That's what we're doing? This is where Destiny asks a question, gets the answer.
I'm back. I'm going to repeat this again.
And then
I don't know why you have
his music degree.
You filibustering because you're not confident. You're really not confident? You should be able to dumpster me on this. I'm asking
it would be a lot better for you to
answer.
I'll go
back.
Go ahead. Feel free. Go back.
Can you answer my question?
If I may try to
answer the question.
1
That's
second.
astounding to me.
If I may, I'll try to steal on both sides. Ryan is saying, Destiny, you may be correct that originalists don't really interpret the Constitution like that in law, so this would be unusual for them to make that claim. Ryan's saying, but the originalists didn't just use originalism, they used a language that would be sufficient for these other justices, particularly the left wings, that went along with that. Destiny's argument on top of that's like, okay, Ryan, but put into your own words, basically as someone who claims to be originalist, why that should be part of the argument that's being made. They made this argument that would be against their own originalist intent. Is that fair? That's sort of where we're at?
Yeah. So, Destiny, does that make sense to you that it is not an originalist opinion?
You can speak English and I can speak English. I'm asking a very simple question that we don't need an interpreter for. I'm asking you what is problematic about my assertion that something being difficult to enforce or slightly chaotic is a good reason to get rid of a part of the Constitution. That's a very simple question.
It is a very simple question. The answer that I was giving you had a few parts. I gave you one part. I'm asking if you understood it. Did you understand it?
What did you say that was responsive to my question?
That the reason that they focused on that type of analysis is that it was appealing to the left-leaning justices who would not sign an originalist opinion. That's why the patchwork analysis was highlighted. It's part of the drafting process for a 9-0. Does that make sense to you?
Okay, so then wouldn't you just be agreeing with what I said?
No,
That the
I said
patchwork
there
analysis
are
doesn't, is that,
multiple.
wait, doesn't that mean that the patchwork analysis then is not an originalist opinion? And I was correct in calling out that wasn't an originalist?
It is not an originalist opinion, but that's not because the
Cool.
justices
Okay. Well,
were
that's fine, that's fine, that's fine.
inconsistent or
Let me get there.
unoriginalist. It's because they were using the judicial philosophy of the justices that your side likes to appoint, because getting a 9-0 was very important.
Gotcha. Okay, so then we agree, right? This is kind of vibing, right?
No, we don't agree that it's vibing.
Hold on. Does a 9-0 decision carry greater weight in law than like a 5-0 decision?
Technically, in many cases, yes, but
So
not
the answer is no.
not in the way that
No,
you're
the answer
describing.
is no, right? So the question is, why would it need to be 9-0 instead of 5-4?
Because it is an incredibly important decision that shaped the democracy. And one of the things that the court was doing was signaling to the country that this is an area where there is consensus across the justices, and that this isn't an area, because when you get a 5-4, people think they can maybe do something a little bit slightly differently. Maybe they could swing a justice to their side. There's room to maneuver. A 9-0 sends a clear signal that this is absolutely inappropriate and unconstitutional, and we cannot have a country where individual states are declaring that the president's an insurrectionist and taking him off the ballot when the Constitution gave the power to enact legislation in that area to Congress. And also that it just wouldn't make any sense.
It's a vibe.
For
You
the
just gave me a vibe
states.
answer. There's no
It
legal
wouldn't take
reason. There's not a legal
I
reason.
just gave you a bunch of legal reasons.
No, you
You're
didn't.
just
You gave me-
calling them
hold on.
vibes.
Hold on, wait. What part of what you just said, is a part of our legal system, is part of law?
Everything
How would I
just
understand
said.
that? Name one part then. One part of it. If everything was, name one simple
Okay.
part of it. Yes.
Prudential decision making decisions based off of avoiding bad outcomes, is the hallmark of left-leaning legal thought. They needed a
You're not- this
9-0
is not
decision,
responsive. For
so
what?
they
No,
wrote
didn't need a
in
9-0
that
decision.
way. They
But
did need a 9-0 decision, Destiny, because that was
Okay.
really important.
Give me an example
It was
then.
really
Sure.
important
You're
that we
filibustering
had
again
that the
because we're
country
not confident.
understand
You're
that
filibustering
this
to
was
a carpet cleaner.
actually a
I'm a
big
carpet cleaner.
deal, and
Yep.
that what Colorado
deal.
had
Big
done
deal.
was wildly inappropriate and was a threat to
Okay.
our system of government
Okay,
going
I'm
forward.
just asking because I don't know. In federal statute or constitution, is big deal, is that a phrase that's like a really important part of constitutional interpretation or law, or is that a vibe statement?
No, that's me appealing to your autism
Okay.
and carpet cleaning.
So then my question is, from a legal perspective, what difference would it have made if it was a 6-3 or 5-4 opinion versus a 9-0 opinion?
Okay,
legally speaking.
I will try to explain this again.
Okay.
When
Legally
there is
speaking.
when there is a close decision,
Mhm.
it encourages creative lawyers and creative politicians to do the same thing and structure their actions slightly differently to try to get a different outcome. But when the justices are united, then it shows that there is a clear no from the Supreme Court that this will not be tolerated, and it ends the issue. A 9-0 ends the issue, and this is an issue that needed to be ended. Another example where something like similar
Okay, wait,
happened
let me
was
just- so I
again
can understand.
that did not.
Well, I'm
I'll
trying
give
to
you the
understand. I
example.
don't
Was
need
the
to- I
ter-
don't- I
was
don't
the
need- you're
was the
wasting time. You're
tariff case?
filibustering. You're
I'll
filibustering.
finish my
Let me
thought,
just-
then you
no,
can.
no.
I'll finish my
It's a
thought, then
waste
you
of
can talk.
time.
I
Why?
don't care if it wastes your time.
Why not just address the exact issue? You
The
don't have to
tariff
use your-
case led almost immediately to President Trump attempting to initiate other tariffs because there
relation to
was
what we're
not a single unifying rule about why what he did was a violation of the law. So there's a lot of room in the joints to play with. That's the difference between a 9-0 opinion and an opinion that has multiple pluralities and is split in many different ways. I hope that's helpful.
Gotcha. Okay. So let me, in good faith, interpret, okay, what you're saying. If you were to author a 5-4 opinion as opposed to a 9-0 opinion, then you are signaling to lower courts and the potential plaintiffs in the future that they could try to finagle some way through here, where as long as the language was different or they were applying some different test or standard, that maybe this could be ruled on favorably to them in the future. This is why a 9-0 signal is stronger than a 5-4 signal when you're writing.
Other way around, but yeah. A 9-0 is a stronger signal than a 5-4, but yeah.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Let's say that I took what you just said to be true. Okay. Wouldn't the fact that there were like multiple, I think there might have been 4 concurring opinions written, and all of them took an issue with the exact part of the ruling that I'm stating right now I have an issue with. wouldn't that completely undermine the authority of the 9-0 decision that you're hailing as being so sacrosanct?
I actually don't think you're representing that accurately. I think there were concurrences, but as I recall, what they were objecting to was the language that said that it must be this, that there can be no determination on this issue absent a legislation issued by the by Congress.
That was the part that they agreed on?
No, that's the part that I believe that a lot of the concurrences were pointing out that they had a problem with, because they thought it went beyond what was necessary to decide the issue before them, which is whether the state has the power. They all pretty much agreed on. As I recall, the concurrences were criticizing the, I suppose, the conservative wing for going beyond what was necessary to decide the case. I haven't read it in a while, but from recollection.
Wasn't going beyond it, wasn't the thing they were pointing out was that Section 5 argument was like really bad?
No, Destiny, you have this backwards.
Okay, hold on. I'm just sorry. Yeah, I understand. I might have it backwards. I'm sorry. Let me read, because Barrett speaks better than I do. I join parts 1 and 2B of the court's opinion. I agree the states lack the power to enforce Section 3 against presidential candidates. That principle is sufficient to resolve this case, and I would decide no more than that. This suit was brought by Colorado voters under state law and state court. It does not require us to address the complicated question whether federal legislation is the exclusive vehicle through which Section 3 can be enforced. Am I misinterpreting that?
No, but that's exactly what I just said.
And also, the thrust of what Ryan's saying here is the originalist or the conservative justices would have agreed without the argument you criticized, which was the patchwork argument. Here is Kagan, the concurrence from Kagan, Sotomayor, and Jackson. Quote, allowing Colorado to do so, we agree, creates a chaotic state-by-state patchwork at odds with our nation's federalism principles. That is enough to resolve the case. In other words, the left-leaning court justices are the ones that the reason this language was included was to get them on board in the 9-0, and you're saying that's your problem. So even without that patchwork argument, it's still 6 justices, a 6-3, but the patchwork argument is held by the very left-wing justices that you would normally support.
And in the spirit of just being...
the importance that you just gave, that they issue a 9-0 ruling so that they are signaling to everybody around the country how steadfast they are in their interpretation, is immediately betrayed by the concurring opinion authored by the 3 justices that you yourself just said aren't adhering to the same standards as the 5 other conservatives on the court, because Amy also says that they went too far in deciding that Section 5 would be required to enforce Section 3. This is the same complaint that I had. Is Amy a professional carpet cleaner?
Destiny, the point that I was making, and I think that I think we bottomed this out, so hopefully we're all on the same page, because I said exactly the same thing just now, is that they could have disposed the case on just the question of what Colorado did. The majority went further, yet even though there were concurring justices who had some quibbles with some of the things the majority did, they still signed on to a 9-0 because they were trying to speak with one voice. They could have dissented if they wanted to. They didn't. The reason that they didn't is that it was very important that there be unanimous 9-0 on the core question, which is, could Colorado take Trump off the ballot? And the answer was no. And that's the patchwork argument.
I don't disagree with you.
Okay.
But to quote Barrett, the court has settled a politically charged issue in the volatile season of a presidential election. Particularly in this circumstance, writings on the court should turn the national temperature down, not up. For present purposes, our differences are far less important than our unanimity. That sounds like a vibes argument for a 9-0, not a legal argument. And I think that's illustrated by the fact that even Amy only joins the holding in parts 1 and 2B and not the Section 5 argument that you said was the obviously the decider about why this case should have been decided the way that it was. So on that ground, it's a 5-4 decision.
The thing you called vibes, Destiny, was the patchwork phrase. That was the thing that you were saying was a vibes-based argument, and that is the thing that all 9 justices agreed on. So yeah, I think it is fair to criticize you for thinking that you, in your wisdom, find something that 9 justices agree on to be vibes-based and erroneous to the point where it supports your current goal of packing the U.S. Supreme Court full of cronies such that such horrible decisions will never be reached again. Yeah,
but isn't that how we make our decisions? Isn't that how we make our decisions right now? How do we decide to put somebody on the ballot in a state? Does the federal government tell a state who's allowed to go on the ballot? How do they determine if they're 35 years old?
Are you asking
How do they determine if they're, a citizen?
You're asking how they determine if they're 35
how does
years
a state
old?
determine this?
I imagine they look at their birth certificate, Destiny.
And the birth certificate records are held by states. So they already do this, right? Is it not that a state could decide that we don't like the birth certificates issued from this state, we don't agree with them? Could they not do that?
And what do you think would happen if they did that, Destiny?
That it would be challenged.
There would be another 9-0 Supreme Court decision saying that you, the state, cannot, in your wisdom, decide that a 36-year-old man is 33 and therefore can't run for president. Like, obviously, that's what would happen. Like, it can't be the case that a state gets to have an arbitrary standard for what 35 years old is and therefore gets to decide who gets to be on the presidential ballot. And if you think that the Supreme Court would have a hard time deciding that one, you've lost your mind.
You think it's arbitrary? What if states would have taken more seriously the argument that Obama wasn't a citizen of the United States and wasn't born here? And a state decided to leave him off the ballot for that.
I suspect they would have lost 9-0 on that. I suspect they would have lost 9-0 on that. It would have been an easy laugher of a case. It would have been like when the people who were challenging the Virginia Supreme Court, they filed a petition to see if the Supreme Court would overturn the Virginia Supreme Court. They got laughed out of court because it's a frivolous petition. It's an obvious answer and everybody knows how it's going to turn out. I don't think that would be a difficult challenge at all, Destiny.
So where in the Constitution or where in federal statute does it say that the federal government is allowed to dictate to a state how they determine a person's age?
I imagine, Destiny, that they would simply look at the Constitution and they would issue a very similar decision. In fact, I bet they would cite to this opinion, they would cite the we can't have a patchwork rule, and then they would say we can't have a patchwork. You guys can't do this. 9-0. Yeah. But of course,
that's fine.
that would be a problem if the
fine,
patchwork thing was just fives, though.
That's fine. That's fine. But we're so far away from any original reading of the Constitution. Nobody has understood it to mean these things. The Congress hasn't. The Supreme Court hasn't. This is a new interpretation. In the past, Congress has voted to cure the injury of Section 3 for people that wanted to take office again in the South. They didn't need the Congress to say first these guys were insurrectionists, right? So why do they feel the need to issue a remedy for it as per Section 3, even if it wasn't enforced already as per Section 5?
Destiny, a few things that I think, just to clarify, because there's some misapprehensions there. Again, going back, this decision was not an originalist decision. It was not an originalist decision to get the liberal justices on board. It's obviously like, because you keep complaining that it's not an originalist decision when it's transparently not an originalist decision for the reasons that I've described.
Well,
I don't know why you keep saying this.
The
second point, Destiny,
go ahead.
Once you have a decision on the books, then people can cite to that decision without having to redo the constitutional analysis from scratch. It's a lovely tune, by the way.
Okay.
Is this?
Can you answer a question? You're very
Destiny. Some answers to questions take more than one word.
What was my question?
What was my question?
What was my question? What was my question that you just answered? What was it?
You were saying, why is it the case that if the Supreme Court said that you can't monkey around states with the 35 years old rule, that would be some kind of original meaning of the Constitution?
No, that's not what I said. What I said was in the past. What I said was in the past, the Congress had enacted amnesty legislation to allow prior oath breakers and insurrectionists to hold office again. They didn't need Congress to first pass a law enforcing Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. So why would they pass the amnesty if Congress hadn't enforced Section 3 with a Section 5 law?
How did the people become oath breakers, Destiny?
By, I guess, the states had determined that they had engaged in insurrection.
After the Civil War?
Correct.
Those were largely federal prosecutions, as I recall, and there were very few of them. It was mostly pardons.
There were mass. Correct. Yeah, there were not. Yeah. But most of these.
Yeah.
People
So I'm asking, who is this person that you're describing?
Most of these people were not adjudicated in any court to have been insurrectionists. The states had made those determinations.
Can you give me an example? Because I'm delighted to take your word for it, but I do not know what you are talking about.
Sure. A man named John Smith wanted to run as a state representative in Texas, and they said no. Do you really want an example?
Well, you're making a historical claim with which I am unfamiliar. I don't know that you're right. It's possible you're right, but if you have a historical example, I'd love to have one. Now, Destiny, I assume John Smith is not the guy.
No, I just made that name up. But here, just a question.
And you're looking it up because you're not sure about this?
Correct. I do not remember the name of every single person that tried to run for. That's not the particular thing. Because, and here's a question. So if I can find an example of a person who was running for office and was blocked without it having been adjudicated in any sort of criminal court, then you would agree then that it seems like they understood that to be self-executing and in effect without
that would be a useful piece of historic evidence. I think it's interesting you brought it up without having one. I almost hope you can find one because I think that would be interesting for us to talk about. I think it's telling though that you made the claim without actually having the example.
Well, because I don't remember the exact. Hold on, I just want to be clear so that I understand it. You're saying that my argument here that the Congress passed legislation to remedy a Section 3 injury in the past without first having required the federal government to pass a law enforcing Section 3, then my argument there is invalid if I can't remember the specific name of a person from the Confederacy who tried to hold an office in the Reconstruction era of the United States government who was forbade by Section 3 but not adjudicated in any criminal court first.
No,
that's the threshold of evidence that I need to meet to satisfy that argument?
No, Destiny. What I'm saying is if I had done the opposite, if I had said there was no case in the history of America of a state ever doing this sort of thing. And then you said, Ryan, that's a bold historic claim. Do you have some source for that claim? Do you have some kind of historic record, some article that backs that claim up? And then I said, a guy named John Smith told me. And then I was like, John Smith, I don't know that name. You're like, oh, I made that one up. Hold on, let me check AI and see and hope I can find one. I'm pointing at that out, Destiny, that you made a claim without actually having the information. That doesn't mean that your argument is invalid. It's very possible that such information exists and we could examine it together. What I'm calling out, Destiny, is that you said this without knowing what you were talking about, whether you're right or wrong.
Gotcha.
Now, wait a minute. There's no way, real quick, there's no way Destiny's using AI. Right, that wouldn't happen, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure that's not happening because that.
No. Oh, shoot.
Bought in Paulson paper on stream. Like I've gone through all of these court cases.
Sorry. We Justin, we lost the feed. I don't know what you. I don't know what you said at the beginning there.
I linked the thing in the side. Okay. You can read this if you want. I'm going to paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 5.
Sorry, you're going to what? We couldn't hear you. You were off.
Can you hear me now? Hello.
Yes, I can hear you now. Okay. What are you looking at?
I'm going to paragraph 5 in the link that I put in the StreamYard, okay, on the side. It starts with, historical precedent also confirms that a criminal conviction is not required for an individual to be disqualified under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. No one who has been formally disqualified under Section 3 was charged under the criminal rebellion or insurrection statute or its predecessors. This fact is consistent with Section 3's text, legislative history, and precedent, all of which make clear that a criminal conviction for any offense is not required for disqualification. Section 3 is not a criminal penalty, but rather is a qualification for holding public office in the United States that can be and has been enforced through civil lawsuits in state courts, among other means.
Okay, and what's the, is they have historic examples somewhere down here? I think they do at the bottom, right?
It seems they have a table with listing several people, I guess.
Yeah, so let's take a look and see what kind of examples they have, because he makes the statements, but I'm not sure what he's referring to.
Sure. So the name here is Kenneth H. Worthy.
Corey held local office in a. Rob, would it be easier if we pulled this up? So, you have it up. Sorry, I had it inside. Sorry,
this is where you're at, right, Destiny?
Yeah. Sorry, I had it in the side window. I didn't realize you had it up. Held local office in a Confederate state. Worthy was not accused of engaging in others. Public position when disqualified. County sheriff. Mandamus action by Worthy to challenge his disqualification by county commissioner under state law implementing Section 3. So this isn't federal. This is whether he can be a sheriff. I don't think there's a serious question that states can use this provision as to state offices.
Can I scroll down and see if there's a federal example? Is that fair?
This is a state example. Do you understand why that's not what we're talking about?
I mean, they're citing the same
State judge. Oh, U.S. Senator. This might be a good one.
Sure,
This might
but also they're citing. To be clear, they're citing the same amendment.
No,
But,
but Destiny, there's a very big difference between a state saying that you may not run for office within the state as a result of this amendment versus a state saying you may not run for federal office as a result of this amendment.
How would that difference play out in regards to the question of how you would adjudicate the question?
Sorry, I'm trying to see if this federal example makes sense because this might be what you're looking for. I just haven't worked through it. New York State governor.
But we can look at this if you want.
U.S. Senator, Congress. If you don't care, we can stop looking at it. But Congress views seat, although refused disqualification petition by losing candidate. Fences resident. Oh, he was imprisoned during the Civil War. He was granted parole. It was kind of like a pardon. It's like a quasi pardon. And it's formally pardoned in 1877. Can we go scroll down? Did not. Okay, they say he was challenged. I don't know how that turned out. So we could look up that court decision if it's of interesting. That seems to be the one that's closest to what you're talking about. But it just says that his position was challenged. It doesn't say how that was resolved.
Well, it says here that Georgia governor refused to commission him and Congress refused to seat him.
Yeah, Congress refused to seat him. Sure.
So
And then it was, sorry, I can't see anymore because can we scroll back up? So he was elected by state legislature to his U.S. Senate seat. His appointment was challenged by the losing candidate. Neither were seated. At the time, President Andrews did not apply to U.S. former representatives. Can you scroll down? Sorry. Ultimately reelected in 1878. Oh, this is a different guy. Sorry, this is we're reading the wrong guy.
That's him. That's Vance, who's U.S. Representative out of
Oh,
North
sorry.
Carolina. Same guy.
Okay. Andrew Johnson's did not apply. Ultimately, he was reelected in 1878 and served a long U.S. Senate tenure. So, I mean, I guess the question I would have is whether his it was cured via what is it? Section 3 has the curing provision. I would assume that's how that happened. Okay, so so this is the kind of example you're looking for, Destiny?
Sure.
Okay, so then the question would be, if there is some historic precedent of this happening, and this happening without a Supreme Court decision, what weight to give that evidence would be the way that a court would look at it. And this is a thing that happens a lot in various contexts. For example, in the context of birthright citizenship, there is tons of evidence of non-Supreme Court government actors denying birthright citizenship to temporary sojourners in the United States, even after the 14th Amendment was passed. The question is, how much weight will the court give to that evidence, which is typically not zero,
Sure.
but
So then
less than they would give to a Supreme Court ruling,
So
for example.
focusing specifically on this, okay, I'm a retarded carpet cleaner, you're the legal guy. Tell me, what are some things that we might look at to determine what weight to give the actions of these states that were denying people access to federal office based on things that hadn't been adjudicated in a criminal court? What are some things that we might look at to figure out what the amendment means and how everybody was interpreting it?
Yeah, I think that what they would do is what the court did. They would weigh the evidence that there is some historic practice of here, generally speaking, in fairly chaotic times. And I would also say, in this case, it was a state appointing its own.
Did they do that in their Supreme Court decision? Were they talking about historic examples that supported the decision they made?
No, they went with the patchwork argument because this outweighed it. But and then they would weigh that against the problem of a national officer like the president having his access to the ballot deciding by individual states, and they decided that was a patchwork nightmare, and therefore decided 9-0 against it. Again, it seems like the rule to the contrary would be completely unworkable. Do you disagree with that? Do you think that would be viable?
Well, like unworkable or chaotic, that's in my mind, that's not an argument against the Constitution. I'm sorry. Number one, some people would argue you're having this issue right now that the Supreme Court is chaotic and unworkable. So we need to pack the court is arguments that people are making, right? So my question is if we're changing this based on it being chaotic or unworkable, and we can't source this from history, what is even the argument that it would be chaotic and unworkable?
The
Can you give me an
argument,
example of that?
yeah, let's say that Trump was taken off the ballot in Colorado by a civil case finding without even a criminal conviction that he was an insurrectionist.
Okay.
Let's say that then Texas passes a law that is called insurrection and has a very easy to meet standard. And for example, all of the, I'm forgetting their names right now, but I could look them up if it matters, but I don't think it matters particularly. All of the senators who were charging ICE facilities are insurrectionists and therefore are ballot barred. If we say that, Harris or Newsom is an insurrectionist and is therefore ballot barred. And every state starts going down this slippery slope of deciding who gets to be on their ballot through partisan methods. And pretty soon, people think that the presidential election is a joke, which actually is the problem with court packing, because it turns the rule of law into a joke.
Gotcha.
Which is why I was criticizing you for calling a 9-0 decision vibes-based, because that seems to be, at least in my opinion,
so my question, I just want to say right here, I don't know why you're
warming up
appealing,
to, which is that you'd like the law to be called vibe-based, because then your decision to advocate for court packing looks less morally reprehensible.
Gotcha. Okay. So what if we thought that there was going to be a bunch of chaos caused by some small number of states doing some wacky and crazy things? Didn't Section 3 of the 14th Amendment provide us with a mechanism by which to escape that?
Not particularly, no.
There's not, the last sentence doesn't say something along the lines of the Congress can remedy this injury by passing a law that would make it so states can't cite to Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to keep somebody off the ballot?
It sure did, Destiny. It sure did. In that vein, I take it by that logic that you think that because the Senate did not convict Trump on his impeachment trial, that he did nothing wrong?
No, that has nothing to do with this question whatsoever.
It does. It turns out it's pretty hard to get a simple majority, let alone a 2/3 majority in the Senate. And if you're relying on the cure provision, which would have to be passed by both houses of Congress by a 2/3 margin in a country that looks anything like ours, that is an unavailable remedy. And since the court was engaging in prudential analysis, yeah, that strikes me as a thing that they would think is not actually going to serve any purpose.
Gotcha. So it'd be hard.
It would be non-functional. And again, this was
no, don't say non-functional. That doesn't make any sense.
This would not be an original. This is not an originalist opinion, Destiny. So yes, they're engaging in prudential analysis.
Gotcha. So then are we basically saying that it would be impossible to ever enforce Section 3, since by the logic of this court and you would have to pass a law to enforce it as per Section 5?
That such a law already exists.
To enforce Section 3?
Yeah.
What law?
There is a federal insurrection law. Jack Smith considered whether to charge Trump with the crime of insurrection.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about here.
Yes, it would have, because if Jack Smith had convicted Trump of insurrection, he would have been ballot ineligible.
Where does that say that in the amendment? That the conviction is what makes that a thing? I don't have the language. I'm sorry, I can't read that. I don't see that anywhere.
No person shall be senator, representing Congress, or elector and president, or vice president, or hold any office, blah, 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 who having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress, or as an officer of the United States, or as a member, blah, 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 to support the Constitution, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion. So if you are convicted of engaging in insurrection, you are ineligible.
Wait, you keep saying convicted. I'm sorry, where does that say that?
It does not say convicted, Destiny.
Okay. So let's talk. All of that didn't make any sense, and nothing to do. There is nothing in here requiring a conviction, and you would know.
I'm not saying it requires. No. That's a crazy goalpost shift. That's a crazy goalpost shift.
My question initially was.
Can we rewind 2 seconds? No, Destiny. Absolutely not.
You filibuster so much.
A few seconds ago, you said that this would be impossible to enforce, and I said Congress already passed a law which would allow for the enforcement of it, the crime of insurrection. Yes, a crime requires a conviction. That is the nature of a crime. I'm not saying that they had to make it a criminal law, Destiny. Listen to me for 2 seconds.
You're getting frustrated because
I am not saying it had to be a crime. I'm saying that the law that they passed is a criminal statute, so it could be enforced today had Jack Smith thought that he could get an insurrection conviction on Trump. He didn't think he could, and he wrote a memo explaining why he would not be able to get such a conviction, and then opted not to. But that doesn't mean the law doesn't exist. And what you said is that there's no way to enforce it. There is. It's just not something that was available in this instance.
What wasn't available? There was no crime of insurrection when this amendment was written?
Jack Smith made the determination that charging President Trump with insurrection was a legal non-starter and he would lose the case.
Yeah, because we don't really charge people with that crime. But that has nothing to do with Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. There's nothing in here about having been convicted of a crime.
Destiny.
You understand that, for instance, when it comes to impeachment,
Destiny,
it doesn't require
if you are
criminal
convicted,
conviction.
honestly, this is so incredible that you make this argument.
You're frustrated because you're not using a legal mind right now. You're trying to read this like a layman, and you're getting frustrated that the law doesn't support anything that you're saying. Historically, and you would understand this, if you read the Constitution as a harmonious document where the language is consistent from start to finish, you would understand that disbarring people from holding office is not typically something that requires a criminal conviction. That's why impeachment very specifically does not consider criminal conviction when it comes to impeaching somebody from holding office. Much the same that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment also didn't require a criminal charge. You don't think they knew how to write criminal conviction? You don't think they knew the words to have in here to require some sort of crime to be alleged or charged? No, they knew the language. Of course they did. And they explicitly did not leave it in here because criminal convictions are not usually
I don't have a piano. Are you done yet?
From somebody from holding office. I'm giving you the legal argument, and you're giving me the layman argument.
I don't have a piano. Let me know when you're finished.
I need a legal argument from you, rather than it feels right. Go ahead.
After your wild goalpost shift, and I would love for people to rewind and see exactly what you said.
Goalpost did I shift?
You said there was no way to enforce Section 3. And then I brought up the fact, Jesse, you just talked for 10 minutes.
Why did I say there was no way to enforce Section 3?
You just went on a rant, an endless rant.
Why did I say that?
Let me finish. You said that there was no way to enforce Section 3.
I said you can't enforce Section 3 because you're too hard to pass it by both halves of the Congress. But Section 5 would also require a law to be passed by both halves of the Congress. So it seems self-defeating.
Is to get a criminal conviction because there is a criminal law on the books. Congress could have, but did not, and has not yet passed a civil version of that. I am not saying a criminal conviction is necessary under the Constitution. You said it was impossible to enforce this. I pointed out that there is a law that allows the enforcement of it today, and that the only reason it wasn't enforced in that way is because they did not have the evidence to support such a conviction. I was responding to your erroneous point, and the goalpost.
No way.
I am not. Just to be totally clear, I am not saying, Destiny, that a criminal conviction is required under the Constitution. I was responding to your statement that there is no way to enforce this today. There is a way to enforce this today. Would you like me to give you the statute?
Nothing in this amendment calls out the necessity for a criminal conviction. You're fabricating that language.
Destiny, I'm going to say this to you for like the 5th time because I'm not sure if you're just not listening or you're just invested in being bad faith about this. I am not saying a criminal conviction is required. You said earlier that there was no way to enforce Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, and I said there is a way. Yeah, well, there is a criminal statute.
Okay, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. The reason why I said there's no way to do it is because the way to do it would be, by your argument, via Section 5. But you're saying that it would be unreasonable to expect that Congress would vote by 2/3 on the upper and lower body to remove such a disability. So I'm asking why you would expect Congress to be able to apply such a disability.
Because they already have. The reason I think it's reasonable is because they already have. There is a criminal law that's been passed. It's 8 U.S.C. Section 2383, rebellion or insurrection. You should be familiar with it because you debated about this law for like 2 years. So you know the law exists. And obviously, if you were convicted of insurrection, then Section 3 would apply to you. So
wait, I think Section 3. Wait. So you're saying that if I look up 18 USC 2383, it would say Section 3 then applies to you?
No, Destiny. I'm saying, okay, let me try to work this out.
No. Don't use an analogy. Stop running because you understand that you're saying them. Oh my God. Why are you using analogies? You're confusing the initial argument. An analogy is used to flesh out an argument. I'm just going to talk because you can't.
I think even you can get it. Stop filibustering.
There is additional language in the statute.
If you are convicted of murder, are you a murderer?
there is additional language. That's not a legal word that we're adjudicating
If
the
you are
definition of, and that's not found in the
murderer, are
Constitution that
you a
we're talking
murderer,
about.
Destiny?
You just don't understand the law. You
If
have a
you are-
layman's
if
brain.
you are-
You have a
Destiny,
layman's brain right now.
I'm going to have to give you the Pisco
I'm
yes or
sorry,
no if
but
you
like
can't
you
handle
don't-
this.
You just don't have.
If you are convicted of murder, Destiny, are you a murderer?
As per who? What does that mean when you say murderer?
One who has committed a murder, Destiny. That's what murderer means. Someone
In
who
what
has murdered.
context? In what context?
The context of being convicted by a jury of your peers that you murdered
Do
someone.
you understand jurisdiction? Do you understand like different legal standards? Do you understand the difference between the standard of impeachment versus a
Destiny.
criminal process? Do you have any understanding of any of this
do
at
you
all?
honestly think, are you saying right now you can't answer the question, if someone is convicted of murder, are they a murderer? That's too hard.
I would imagine if somebody was convicted of murder in the jurisdiction that they are convicted in, that they would be considered a murderer. in
Okay,
said
so
jurisdiction.
if
Yeah.
someone is convicted of insurrection, are they an insurrectionist?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so then the application to Section 3 is pretty obvious. If you are convicted of insurrection, then you have engaged in insurrection. That's what it
agree.
says.
But you're doing an if A, then B, but you're implying that the only way to get to B is through A. I agree with you. If you
No,
get a
I'm not
conviction-
implying that. Destiny, I said this to you 5
Then we agree.
times.
Then we agree. That's fine then. If you're convicted as an insurrectionist. But wait, you agree there's nothing in this amendment that says you must be convicted as an insurrectionist. There's nothing in here.
If Congress, in their wisdom, had passed a law where you could be declared an insurrectionist through the civil process rather than the criminal process, I agree that that would qualify. They have not done so. The law that they passed is criminal only.
Which law? Not the constitutional amendment, but the federal statute, right?
Yeah, 18 U.S.C. 2383.
Okay. Why does that federal statute at the end say, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States?
Because they're making it super duper clear, Destiny, that if you are convicted under this, that you are not going to be able to hold office under the United States.
But that's not what the penalty in Section 3 requires, right? The penalty in Section 3 is only applied if you were a prior oath taker and then engaged in insurrection. So it seems like this federal law here goes a little bit further and is not necessarily. Why would you even add in the last thing here if it's like just assumed to be true under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment?
Because Congress decided that they wanted to pass a law that went beyond the bare requirements of the 14th Amendment, which they are entitled to do. In many cases, Destiny, we have laws that go beyond the bare requirements of the Constitution. That's not particularly weird. The Constitution dictates whether the legislature has the power to do something. And if they have the power, there are many cases where they pass laws that are more specific than what is listed in the Constitution. Of course, almost all of our laws work like that.
I agree with you. Alito doesn't, but that's a separate argument. But then nothing in Section 3, again, I don't even know why we're on this tangent of if you're convicted of this crime, you can't hold a federal office.
You said that they hadn't passed a law, and they had. That's why we're on it, Destiny. You said something that was wrong. I corrected you, and you filibustered for 20 minutes. And now you're like, why on earth are we on this filibuster point that I've been on for 20 minutes? It's because you were wrong, and I corrected you, and it just took you a long time to realize you were wrong. If you'd like to talk about something else, I'm happy to move on. I don't think there's a disagreement here.
When I said that they hadn't passed a law before there was an amnesty act, what I was saying was that the Congress passed amnesty acts for people affected by Section 3 without Congress having passed a Section 5 law to enforce it yet.
Okay.
Unless you're going to claim that the amnesty acts that were passed in the 1800s also seem to revoke the office holding section of this law indefinitely.
Well, because I try not to make historic claims without actually having the information on hand, I would be delighted to look up, if it would be helpful, what those convictions were under. The one example that we had was a state who then disqualified their own senator. At that time, senators were elected by the state legislature. So it strikes me that that is more of a state issue than a presidential election would be. But if you want to look up other examples,
why would that matter more?
Because at that time, this was before the 17th Amendment, if I recall. Yeah, it definitely is. The state legislatures directly appointed their senators. So the nexus between a senator and a state process, as opposed to a federal process, was a lot tighter than it is today.
Okay, I don't understand why that would magically make this amendment apply or not apply or not apply. You're just making up a whole bunch of extra stuff. The actual answer is it probably would have been really inconvenient to enforce Section 3. We would hope that Congress would pass a remedy to help with the confusion here. And if they don't, then we have an interesting conundrum that we're in where we probably need either a new constitutional amendment or at least a new robust federal law to prevent the confusion. But I think that the idea of running to the Supreme Court and asking them to invent their own interpretation that can't be found anywhere in the text, anywhere in the history, anywhere in the legislative intent of this, for them to invent something, that just seems wholly improper to me, in my opinion.
So you think that Justice Jackson, Justice Kagan, Justice Sotomayor did something wholly improper?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is that why it would be worth it to pack the court to make sure that those naughty justices never do something this improper again?
I don't think I'm not sure how I'm even in for court packing. But also just as a clear thing, you kept screaming 9-0, 9-0, 9-0. Like, just to be clear, there were multiple concurrences written here that take issue with the per curiam decision, right? There were multiple things here that were...
Justin, we've already talked about this. Now we're just recycling things. They took
I'm understanding.
issue,
I'm just saying that you're screeching 9-0.
They took issue with a different aspect of the decision, which is not what we're discussing here.
That's fine. I'm just saying that you're screeching about this being 9-0, 9-0, 9-0. When this could have just as easily been a 5-4 decision or a 6-3 decision, depending on how Amy
it could not have just as easily been a 5-4 decision because the justices cared deeply about the patchwork issue, which you called vibes.
Yes, this is a vibes argument.
So which is why I criticized you.
That's a
because we have,
because you can't
it does matter. It does matter, Destiny.
Where in the Constitution does it say all amendments need to be very convenient and they have to avoid patchwork situations?
Across the country, people are around the left, and this is not streamers, this is mainstream politicians, are making the argument that we ought pack the U.S. Supreme Court because it's a corrupt and horrible institution. And I'm pointing out that when it was a 9-0 decision, when the justices that are supposed to be ideologically with you agreed, that's still not good enough for you, indicating that the only thing you care about is getting the results you want. You're mad that you didn't get the results you wanted. And that's why when people hear about court packing, they should treat it with derision and scorn. Because it's
so much going to go so far to the court packing
as
argument.
if it was an outcome-based thing rather than a court. This is why, Destiny, what you said was gross and why I called it out.
No one is arguing this. This is
Destiny,
so far beyond anything.
I've heard you argue this. Are you claiming that you have never advocated for court packing in the last, I'll not say never. In the last 2 months, you have not advocated for court packing?
I might have, but I feel like I based that more on the vibes. I don't remember 100%.
You might have.
My opinions on the Supreme Court are super mixed right now.
Well, I invite Destiny's fans and my fans to investigate that claim and see whether or not there are plentiful clips of Destiny advocating for court packing. I will not claim to have them on hand because I do not, and I wouldn't want to misrepresent that. But I am positive they exist. Go find them.
That's fine. I don't understand what the point is of if you're trying to get me on. I'm sure I probably made the argument that fuck it, we should just fucking pack the court because they should just fucked anyway. I made that argument.
Well,
here's the point.
So then, yes, you did. Okay, that's easy. Yes, you did.
Real quick, this is some of the things that I think is going on, Destiny. Like when you're like, the fact it was a 9-0, I think they're wrong, and you bring up these slight objections that you've read from one attorney or something. You're citing things even here that's not taking into account the actual decision. For example, you cited that the amendment occurred before they actually passed the law that Ryan was talking about. However, they were enforcing via the law, labeling people insurrectionists and making it illegal from office even before the law that Ryan's talking about. Here is from the decision. Congress has long given effect to Section 3 with respect to would-be or existing federal office holders. Shortly after the ratification of the amendment, Congress enacted the Enforcement Act of 1870. This predates this sort of amnesty that was given. That act authorized federal district attorneys to bring civil actions in federal court to remove anyone holding non-legislative office, federal or state, in violation of Section 3. There you go. They did have a civil law, so they could have went through a civil mechanism. In the years following ratification, the House and Senate exercised their unique powers under Article 1 to adjudicate challenges, contending to certain prospective or sitting members that could not take or retake their seats due to Section 3. And the Confiscation Act of 1862, which predated Section 3, effectively provided an additional procedure for enforcing disqualification. And so, when you say, that when the amnesty passed, the law that Ryan's citing technically hadn't taken effect. We can see that they immediately were doing in 1862. They already had laws set forth, both civil and criminal, in the federal courts, labeling people insurrectionists in a federal method. This decision also says the cases you're bringing up, like that Vance guy, etc. Unfortunately for you, no one arguing for Colorado's side brought any of those cases up to any of these justices. So the idea that because you read one guy that's like, there was this one or two people that we think were kept off the courts, that were kept off federal seats because of this, this proves that all 9 of these justices are incorrect. Clearly is not the case.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I don't know.
If you want to go back to citing
sorry,
things
Jesse,
from
this
1862,
is not a big
Ryan,
argument. Jesse, I'm not making an argument. It's a tiny point. I think the Enforcement Act was repealed in like 1894. I was trying to figure that out while you were talking, Rob, but it's not on the books in that form today, which is why it's not available.
Sure.
But sorry,
also,
go ahead,
if you want to go back to some of the language of these laws that were passed before the 14th Amendment, these were the arguments for why the 14th Amendment didn't require a criminal conviction, because there were acts and there were statutes that were passed prior to the 14th Amendment being added to the Constitution that did include language about necessitating some kind of criminal conviction in order to say that somebody can't hold a office again. But historically, in the United States, we really try not to tie criminal convictions to whether or not you can hold office. That's why the impeachment process is not a criminal process, because they don't like the idea that to get rid of somebody, you either have to execute them or assassinate them, or you've got to fabricate criminal charges against them. So generally, these processes are strictly political, so they'd be adjudicated by whatever mechanism the state decides appropriate. That's how it probably should be read originally.
Yeah, and I don't think that's even like, I'm not even sure I'm not even sure that I need to disagree with any of that, because ultimately what the decision was purely that as to federal offices, Section 3 is not self-executing such that states can take advantage of it, because the power is given to Congress, and they did not go so far as to state offices. States remain, at least under this decision, to have that power. So, I mean, I think that's not I think it's a pretty clear outcome in that sense. And it is, by the way, like, it's not like there's no text here. That is what Section 5 says, that Congress shall have the power to enforce. They clarified that Section 3, as relates to federal offices, requires federal legislation. Rob gave you examples historically of such federal legislation. The current federal legislation is the one that I gave you.
Sure. But then square this with what you just said, that yes, Congress can pass legislation that goes further than the amendment, but that doesn't disqualify the amendment or say that the amendment is not in effect until Congress has passed legislation that might go further than the text of the amendment itself.
No, but that's what Section 5 says. It says Congress shall have the power to enforce by appropriate legislation the provisions of this article.
Sure.
And
They can go further than the amendment.
Yeah, Congress can.
Correct.
The question before the court is,
that doesn't mean that the text itself is dead, that it's not self-executing,
Yes,
it's not a part of the federal
What was the question before the court?
For this particular case, I think it was whether or not Colorado could enforce Section 3 of the 14th Amendment as per removing a federal candidate from the ballot.
Exactly. So it says that Congress shall have the power, and I agree that Congress can go further than the mere text of the Constitution in using that power. But the question before the court was whether the state had the power, not Congress.
Yeah, but who else would even have that power? Congress doesn't have ballots. It's not a federal election. Congress doesn't have their internal. These are elections that are all ran by the states. States manage and maintain their ballots. There are aren't there literally different rules? Like sometimes, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the last presidential election, didn't you have some states that still had like Kanye West on the ballot or like RFK Jr. on the ballot because he missed some threshold to get himself removed, and so he was still there on election day? Am I making that up?
I mean, I don't know, but I mean, I'm honestly confused by this line of questioning. We have oceans of federal election law on the books, like limitations on how much you can give to a candidate, requirements on when election day is. There's a case before the Supreme Court right now about whether you can count ballots after election day. There's oceans of federal law on how federal elections are supposed to be run. I'm not even sure what your point is.
I'm saying as per allowing people on the ballot, it seems like we already kind of do have a patchwork of laws for how that works. There's not there's not some federal standard by which every single state allows people onto the ballot in the same measure or manner. You don't go to the federal government to petition them to be allowed on a state ballot unless you feel like they're violating some federal rule. Like, it already is a patchwork.
I don't think it's as much of a patchwork as you seem to think it is, but even if there are aspects of it that vary from state to state, and I believe there probably are aspects that vary from state to state as to minor things like how many signatures you need to get on the ballot, that sort of thing. I think there's some variation. There's not variation about whether you need to be 35. There's not variation about constitutional requirements, right?
Well, we're not talking about
those are the things
we're not talking about variation on the requirements. We're talking about how do you adjudicate it as such. That's the question, right? The adjudication for age and citizenship seems to be fairly easy. So the states do that in whatever manner they see fit. Now, the adjudication on the insurrection question, that might be a little bit more difficult, but that doesn't mean that it automatically is taken from the states to be able to make that decision.
Well, there are two arguments that I've given, and just to make sure they're both there, there's the prudential argument that this would create an unworkable patchwork, which is the one that all 9 justices thought was pretty compelling. There is the textual argument that says that they read Section 5 as requiring that Congress patch such laws as to federal officers in order to enforce Section 3. So those are the two arguments. There's the prudential argument and the textual argument. And the court did say that as to Section 3, we do need uniformity. This is not a thing that is left open to the states, and that the 14th Amendment is not self-executing for the states to take advantage of in this way. And in fact, states cannot do so.
There were already different presidential nominees on the ballots in different states. RFK Jr. was not on the ballot in every state in 2024. He was on for like half of them.
I mean, the thing is, though, there are differences, but there's also like an enormous amount of federal law on the requirements for federal elections. I was trying to find the example, but it's a bit of a nightmare to read through. It looks like it's ECFR Part 200 Uniform Administration Requirements, but that might be the wrong one. Hold on, let me see if I can find the right one. But in any case, there's tremendous amount of law on how to run a federal election. I know, for example, you can only donate. I believe off the top of my head, the number is $3,500 to a candidate directly. And any other donation.
FAC campaign contribution limits, but this isn't about who goes on a ballot. This is a fundamentally completely different question. I don't understand how a state doesn't have the right to determine if you go on the ballot or not. Now, in this particular instance, the Supreme Court said no without any good justification. The patchwork argument doesn't work because RFK Jr. and I think Kanye West are on some ballots. And the text argument doesn't work because there's no historical foundation and there's no textual foundation for the argument. It's a vibes argument.
Well,
they want the country to be unified.
The requirement, Destiny, is that as to the things that the Constitution says, there ought be uniformity. As to the powers which are left to the states, then there can be state variation. 35 years
of uniformity. You said
35 years old is
uniformity.
35 years old is a great example.
Why do you feel about her so much?
I'm trying to explain. You're confused about a very basic concept.
I'm asking you a basic question, but you're scared of just explaining
the problem, Destiny, is with the way you argue is that you ask a question, and then when you start getting an answer, you immediately get upset, and it creates a
I'm challenging
barrier to communication, which is why we had to spend 20 minutes on you just being wrong about what federal law is, but which I could have resolved that for you in 3 seconds if you would just let me talk.
What was I incorrect about on federal law in this conversation?
You said that Congress did not pass any law which would have enabled disqualification under Article 14, Section 3.
I said before,
and I pointed out that they had.
Before the amnesty was passed, the amnesty bill of fucking 1876 or whatever the fuck, or 1872, that Congress hadn't passed. There was no laws that were passed to enforce Section 3 before these. That's what I said.
Yeah. So, as to the question that we're currently talking
about, mentioned something about unity or whatever. What unity is broken in the Constitution by having the language be read for Section 3 the same way that it's read for every other qualification for president? Age 35, no president shall be elected more than 2 terms. Have to be a citizen. All of these things are left up to the states to determine for their ballots. This now is the thing that is in disharmony. This thing is brought out of.
No, you are incorrect. If a state said we are going to determine who is 35 in a completely unique way, we say you have to be 35, but we count by 2s, so everyone has to actually be 70. They would be challenged. They would go to the Supreme Court. They would lose. Now, if a state says we think you need 5,000 signatures, and the other state says, we think you need 4,000 signatures. That's probably not a constitutional issue because it's not written anywhere in the Constitution. The Constitution requires uniformity on the issues about elections where the Constitution speaks. It does not require uniformity on the issues where it does not.
I agree, but you would go back to the writing of the amendment or the writing of the qualification in the Constitution to see what they meant by 35 years of age, and you would probably have some consensus.
Do you really think you have to?
What?
You really think you have to go back and do some textual originalist analysis to figure out what 35 years old means?
So for this, it would be very obvious. For the insurrection one,
Would be pretty obvious.
For the insurrection one, it's not really as obvious. And because it's inconvenient, we decide to get rid of it. Instead of maybe considering that maybe when that amendment was written, maybe they wanted it to be kind of a thing that it was a big deal when you consider, you know, committing an insurrection against the United States or aiding the enemies of doing it, especially considering how narrow the punishment is. Maybe that was a big deal. And maybe they wanted it so that if it was really bad, Congress could, with 2/3 of the upper and lower chambers, remedy this by passing a law giving amnesty. They got a mechanism in there.
And,
you don't
and
like
this,
because you want to win.
Now we're going full circle. It is, I have not independently researched this and come up with like a tight originalist argument because I didn't have to. It was a 9-0 decision. But if this was a 5-4 by the originalists, that's the opinion they would have written. They would have written an originalist opinion. They didn't because they would never get the 3 justices to sign off on an originalist opinion, which is the thing I was trying to explain to you in the first 2 minutes of this conversation.
I agree.
That's why it's not written that way, Destiny.
I agree.
Now, I would have preferred it to be written that way, but they had good reasons not to.
Yes, vibes reasons. I agree.
No,
yes.
they gave you a prudential reason and a textualist reason. They didn't give you an originalist reason because it's not an originalist opinion. They gave you a textual reason, which is the
you don't need to give on. You don't need to do anything. A 9-0 and a 5-4 decision carry the same weight legally. Maybe one might be more up for challenge in the future, but both of them carry the same weight legally. That's why you want a 9-0 over a 5-4.
That's true, but I think that the point is that you're trying to set a precedent that these sort of cases don't keep propping up because how damaging it would be. Furthermore, a couple things you just said there, the differentiation between laws about the age of 35 but ballot access, while it is true, there is a reasonable amount of sort of allowing states to choose who gets on the ballot. There's also been Supreme Court decisions that ruled that there can't be unduly burdensome metrics on that. So, for example, there's been courts that said too high of filing fees intended to keep third parties off, or filing deadlines intended to keep third parties off. Federally, the Supreme Court ruled you can't do that. The implication thereof is then any of the 2 major parties you wouldn't be able to keep off. That would be unduly burdensome. Furthermore, if your theory is correct, that would mean one of 2 things. You wouldn't complain if a red state right now kept every single Democrat, including at the state level, off a ballot because they just felt like it. And secondly, why didn't any of the justices bring up this argument you're making? The federal court, we have no say whatsoever and who gets on the ballot, and therefore no one made that argument. Why?
That we have no. Well, Amy said it pretty concisely in her writing that they wanted to unify the country with this writing, and that they didn't want to turn the temperature up. They wanted to turn the temperature down. So I think they avoided the more pressing arguments that would have supported a contrary opinion because they wanted to unify all of us.
Yeah, and Destiny, is originalism contentious between the left and the right today?
99% of Americans don't even know what that means.
Okay, but you do. Do you do? Is that a contentious issue?
I don't think these decisions are written for me because these decisions just make me madder when I see concurrences that are written for per curiam opinions that say that the court went too far. That doesn't make me feel any better.
This is the most obvious question in the entire world. You don't think it's obvious whether originalism is contentious between the left and the right? It's the most contentious legal issue between the left and the right.
Why is it so contentious, though?
Because it is a difference in judicial philosophy. No. The right tends to ascribe to an originalist philosophy. No. The left tends to ascribe to a living constitutionalist philosophy. This is the core difference.
Try again. I want you to summon the good faith from your brain and try to think, why do we think that people don't like when people say they're originalists or textualists? Why do you think Supreme Court justices don't like when others
because they think the law is all vibes, Destiny, and they want the outcome they want. That's why they get pissed off about it.
You can't fathom the other side. You don't even know the other argument. You really don't, and you feel this so strongly you could lecture me on this.
Destiny, the point, and again, you're very good at moving away from these.
I'm not moving away. I'm going to say this again. I'm going to refocus
admit.
on the exact same question
Because
you
you,
asked
Destiny,
me
you
about
named
why
it.
people feel the way that you said with
you
with
said,
a huge issue for
my
originalism.
God, they
people.
wrote this
And I asked
9-0
you,
decision.
why do you
They
think
wrote
people
this
have
9-0
originalism?
Ryan, be
just to
quiet.
make
Leave
sure-
Destiny make his point, and then you can respond. No
I'm
one
just
can hear
asking
what's
very
going on.
simply, what is the strongest faith argument? Why do people have such an issue with originalist interpretations?
Because
You
they
can't give
don't
it-
like the outcome. That's the reason.
Okay, all right. And people don't like the living constitution ones because they're committed to good faith jurisprudence and interpretation of the Constitution. They feel strongly about what the Constitution means. So those people have very strong reasons why they feel the way they do. But the opposition, they just feel that way because they don't like the outcomes. Really?
Well, one of the differences between originalism and living constitutionalism is originalism could require you to reach a decision you didn't like. Whereas
like in
I
this
don't see
case,
how
with Section
I
3
don't
of the
see how
14th
living
Amendment and the-
constitutionalism can do that. But
Yeah.
I want to go back to the point before we obfuscate it. You were deriding them trying to speak, but you did say they were speaking in order to unify the country.
Yeah.
And the point, which was, I think, an intuitive and simple one I was making, is that if they had rested this decision on originalist logic, that would not have served their purpose of unifying the country. So, of course, they did not write an originalist opinion because that would be contentious, and they were trying to avoid being contentious.
Yeah, I agree with you. Fine.
Okay. That's the entire point I was trying to make. It's very strange.
That's the point
when
that I
you
made right at the very
cycle up
beginning.
these
That a lot of it is
insane
very fact-based. You agree
diatribes.
with me. I'm glad we finally reached an agreement. I'm curious, robnoerr, can you give a good faith summary for why you think people might have an issue with originalists or textualists? I can give both sides for the living document for why people think that. So I'm curious, can either of you give the argument on the other side?
I will give this argument, and then I'll respond to something you said earlier. I think that Ryan's largely right, that people get upset about the outcomes. But in general, a theoretical opposition to originalism would be because the country has massively changed in ways that perhaps the people that originally wrote these couldn't have envisioned, that it has to be more of a living contextualism. And so just an originalist point of view would mean that you're stagnated in a framework that would have never been intended. For example, I might take umbrage with an originalist point of view that might allow birthright citizenship, because I might say the founding fathers never intended, or the people that wrote that never intended, that we would have people coming over on boats by the thousand that are foreign diplomats to plop babies out here so that they could be Chinese citizens and American citizens and vote when they turn 18. An originalist may say, sorry, the original reading of this means that we have to accept this. A living contextualist might say, wow, that is so bad, we need to look beyond the original intent and see, or the original wording, and see what the intent may have been.
Sure.
Is that sufficient to it?
I disagree, but you know what? I appreciate that is an argument that some people give. I think the main argument against originalism that I see is the idea that when people are claiming to be originalists, they seem to be cherry picking from the record to make their quote unquote originalist argument. When I see pushback against it, so like in this recent Alito decision, that was the main pushback, is that you claim to be an originalist, but it seems like you're cherry picking which historical facts are relevant to you in order to make the argument for what the law originally meant.
Well, that might be, but that would be not criticizing originalism. That would be criticizing claiming to be originalist. Now, the question I have for you,
claiming people are hypocrites or something.
The question I have for you, if you're right, that the Supreme Court justices, at least some of them, knew that they have no say whatsoever in how states decide who's on the ballot. But for this one issue, because they wanted to have a kumbaya moment, that they ignored that and just pretended to bring the country together. I could list Williams v. Rhoden, 68, Ballot v. Carter, 72, Sterner v. Brown, 74, Anderson v. Breeze in 83. What was the last one I hear? Buckley versus American Constitutional Law Foundation. All of these were Supreme Court decisions that were weighing in on who was allowed on ballots in state elections. Were they also having kumbaya moments in every one of those decisions? Or could it be that the Supreme Court actually feels that they too are allowed to weigh in on who is allowed or not allowed on the ballot?
I don't know anything about any of those underlying decisions, so I would have to read them to figure out what they were even about.
I would say that would you at least be able to concede that there were probably cases in the past about who's allowed on a ballot that went to the federal Supreme Court?
There might have been. I mean, I'll concede that there might be prior like schools of thought that were more common in the Supreme Court that I would just think are horrible now. I'm pretty sure modern day Supreme Court people, I feel like I watched, I think it was Breyer give a speech on this, where the Supreme Court was like the fucking Wild West of decision writing, that you would get these huge decisions that would be like fucking, Like, I think Brown v. Board was like fucking 14 pages or whatever. You get these huge decisions, but it's like a few pages long, like barely writing on shit. And they're just like machine gunning stuff out there. And the scholarship is not very great. And the citation to other law is not very great. So, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have any problem saying that. Yeah.
I mean, but again, this seems to be contradictory to what your original argument was here. Your original argument was, my understanding is the court rarely decides things based on this sort of patchwork interpretation that says that it would be bad for a patchwork amount of states. Now you're saying, well, even if we have a history of decades of the Supreme Court weighing in on who can and can't be on a ballot when it comes to state elections, you know, sometimes they're fucking crazy. Who cares what they've done in the past?
I wouldn't care if members of the court said, I'm partisan and this is how I fucking rule. I'd be like, okay, fuck it, fine. At least we're in the same ballpark. But when they're trying to put forth these arguments that I feel like they're incredibly inconsistent on, right? So when it comes to the Section 3 case, a patchwork is incredibly important to avoid so that we can get buy-in for a big 9-0 decision. But when it comes to Dobbs and when it comes to kicking, out Casey and Roe v. Wade, well, we have a patchwork of abortion laws right now that are utter chaos that we're begging the courts now, like, can we have abortion drugs that are mailed from one state to another? And can a state extradite some abortion doctor in one state? Or do we need to have bounty systems set up? But that patchwork seems A-okay. Or now we've got...
But those are fundamentally... But that's
why?
fundamentally different. Let me explain why. What this is deciding is if certain states are allowed to keep up people like presidential candidates up that are obviously should be on, like the leader of one of the two major parties, that has an effect on each and every state because it would help determine on who eventually becomes the president.
Made that
The
same
question,
argument in Texas v. I understand what you're saying, but Texas made the same argument in Texas v. Pennsylvania, saying they didn't like the way that they ran their election. So we as a state should have a deciding factor over how they do their elections in their state. And the Supreme Court said, no, fuck you. You don't get to decide what another state does for election.
It's clearly different. It's a difference between the nuances of how we allow count-in ballots, like mail-in ballots, etc., versus intentionally keeping a major party candidate on. The points you bring about Roe v. Wade and how the laws have become patchwork sense, that's because we're taking away a right that we said that wasn't in the Constitution, in this case, a right to abortion, which then allows each state to make that decision, which is ironically a more democratic decision. Right, so we've taken away a right that we say the Constitution never afforded. This is different when we're coming to questions of how to proffer elections and who allowed beyond them. The truth is, Destiny, like, I
disagree with your rationale. Like, I think that this, we could do this like real quickly for Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. I'm curious, why are you okay with Alito having decided that in that case, where a law was written to enforce a prior constitutional amendment, that he said that law went too far, even though there was 37 years of supposed agreement between the courts and the legislators?
It's because of the Rucho decision in 2019. So what happened is, at the time the law was passed, partisan gerrymandering was not legal. It became legal in 2019. So the way the law is phrased, it says that
partisan gerrymandering in the states was illegal.
No, it was not declared legal. States prior to 20
not declared legal means. Was partisan gerrymandering legal or illegal prior to 2019? Prior to
it was unclear. So states spent a lot of time attempting to avoid the appearance of, like, prior to what the case in 2019 decided is that you could be overt. You could say at the state level, we are gerrymandering to keep our guy in office. That's perfectly legal. It's a valid state interest. That was not something that the Supreme Court had ever articulated prior to 2019. So as relates to the VRA, that changes the analysis because the VRA says that a minority group cannot have a lesser opportunity. But everybody now is getting partisan gerrymandered. So if you are getting gerrymandered on the basis of your political affiliation, that's not a lesser opportunity. That's the exact same opportunity everybody else gets. So post that decision, the interpretation of the VRA changed. It wasn't...
Isn't all gerrymandering done on partisan consideration?
Well, that's why they ultimately ruled the way that they did. Because
hold on, wait, answer that question. Isn't all are you telling me that in the past? I agree with you. Are you telling me Are you telling me in the past that there were black districts that the conservatives said, I really don't like the fact that these guys are voting as a block, even though they vote for us. Let's go ahead and gerrymander these, even though we're going to lose seats because we're so racist. Isn't all gerrymandering partisan?
Prior to 2019, when states gerrymandered, they had to pretend they were doing it for some other reason. They of course were doing it for partisan reasons, but they'd be like, oh, actually, this city looks like a bat and this city looks like a rectangle, and that's what the map just makes more sense this way.
Is there any gerrymander that was ever thrown out for partisan reasons in the federal?
I don't know.
There wasn't, right?
I
Otherwise,
don't know.
why would so many state Supreme Courts have it written into their constitution that partisan gerrymandering is legal?
But what changed, Destiny, was that in 2019, the U.S.
No,
Supreme
nothing
Court
changed with the show.
said that there was no constitutional basis for a federal court to say that partisan gerrymandering was an illicit interest. Now that when
That's
partisan
not how that works.
gerrymandering became
It's not that a thing is considered illegal until
no,
the Supreme Court
it does
says
make
that-
it does make a difference, Destiny, because the way that the VRA is written, it says that a minority group cannot have a lesser opportunity than the majority group. But the majority groups are getting overtly partisan gerrymandered. So if a minority group is overtly partisan gerrymandered, they are being treated equally. They're not being treated worse. They're being like, I live in a state where I am gerrymandered the fuck out of it. I will never have my vote
every
for a House of
single
Representatives
gerrymander is done for partisan reasons. Are there states that are there whose parties are doing gerrymanders that are losing the majority party seats? Has this ever happened?
Destiny, the change in law.
There was not a change in law. Why do you keep citing a Supreme Court decision as a change in law? That's not what the Supreme Court does. They don't write law. Isn't that a breathing constitutional interpretation? Are you telling me the Supreme Court writes law now?
Destiny, I am telling you that the Supreme Court's decision in 2019 clarified that partisan gerrymandering.
No. It was never illegal. You're just fabricating that because Alito said it. You're making this up though. There was nothing
Holy shit. It's very difficult to talk to you.
It's difficult because you don't have a legal foundation for anything you're saying. You're giving layman arguments. I don't know why you do. Rob really thought you're better than you. Like, these are layman arguments. Why would state constitutions bake into their state constitutions
Destiny,
say that
here's
you are not allowed to partisan gerrymandering if it was understood to be federally illegal? It doesn't make any sense.
Destiny, here is the ruling of the Rucco case in 2019. Held, partisan gerrymandering claims present political questions beyond the reach of federal courts. The federal courts will not say that a partisan gerrymander is unconstitutional. They ruled it in 2019. Prior to that ruling, it was not clear because there had not been a clear ruling on whether or not the Supreme Court would take that position. The ruling was yes. So there is a change in the law based on Rucco, and the VRA case is re-examining the VRA in light of Rucco. That's why they came to a different outcome.
What does held mean here?
Destiny, if I can, real quick, I'm in no better position than you.
Wait, hold on. This was how it was viewed for the past 40 years in gerrymandering. Nobody had this understanding that, so people thought that it was going to be illegal to partisanly gerrymander?
Yes. If I may, real quick, I'm in the same position as you. I'm not claiming I knew this. I'm looking it up as you're speaking. But listen, in November 2016, a federal panel, that's what's discussing when they say the panel declared that the state house plan adopted by Wisconsin Republican-controlled legislator in 2011 was unconstitutional partisan gerrymander that violated the Equal Protection Clause and the plaintiff's First Amendment freedom of association. The ruling was the first time in over 3 decades that a federal court invalidated a redistricting partisan bias. Then you can see on January 23rd, 2019, the court granted in part the state assembly's motion to stay the case, postponing the trial until the U.S. Supreme Court ruled on partisan gerrymandering appeals from North Carolina and Maryland as well on June 27, 2019. Supreme Court's opinion in those cases held that partisan gerrymandering claims are non-justicable. So yes, there were a rash leading into this of gerrymandering cases that federal courts were ruling were illegal. The 2019 case said we can't weigh in.
Why did they strike down that the first case that was brought up?
Because they thought that partisan gerrymandering was unconstitutional.
Give me the case. Fuck it. We'll read it.
You want to read the summary or do you want to read the actual
name of the case? The name of that one that Rob just cited, that first one where they fought the map or whatever.
I think this is a summary of the same case I was talking about, which is this is Gilvery Whitford, so it's a different case. Okay. By the way, the reason Rob found it is that Gilvey Whitford is cited in Rucco.
Good cover.
So if it's helpful, in Rucco, when they described the case that you're looking at, they wrote, this court's partisan gerrymandering cases have left unresolved the question whether such claims of partisan gerrymandering are legal right, resolvable according to legal principles, or political questions that must find their resolution elsewhere. And then the Supreme Court clarified that partisan gerrymandering is a political question that federal courts will not rule on, which is why it was such a big change in the law.
Wait, what part of the law changed?
Prior to RUCO, most states, when they gerrymandered, would create pretextual reasons. They would say, we're gerrymandering to make the districts look better. We're gerrymandering to do X, Y, and Z. What they wouldn't say is we're gerrymandering to keep our guy in the House. In RUCO, the court clarified that even if you say we are gerrymandering to keep your guy in the House, that is a non-justiciable question. Federal courts have no say over it. That's why we have the present gerrymandering wars today, and we didn't have them in 2010s, because in 2010s, states were afraid to be as overt with their gerrymandering as they are today, because it might have been unconstitutional, and there was a risk, as in Gilby-Whitford, which Rob showed you, that your map would be struck down as unconstitutional. So that was the
what
change
I'm trying to
in
understand
law.
is why would we ever assume that the Supreme Court or the federal government could rule on partisan gerrymanders?
I actually think I agree with you. I think it was clear that they couldn't, but it had been unresolved. So lower courts were deciding the question on their own. And the example that Rob gave,
you say that if somebody was brought back as a zombie, if somebody's brought back from the dead, if somebody was brought back from the dead, because you always ramble on some. If somebody's brought back from the dead,
if you actually listen to what I was saying, you would know the answer.
Would you say that it's unresolved right now as to how we like treat this person? Like, would they follow no laws? Like, you use this like very weird language to make this claim that like anything could happen because there's an unresolved question. Like there's a trillion things that we could imagine are unresolved before the court because the court hasn't like specifically been asked this particular question.
Real quick, Ron,
I can explain this, but
it says the reasons. Real quick, it says the reasons that they allowed the federal court to do this was that it violated the Equal Protection Clause and the plaintiff's First Amendment freedom of association. Now, I don't agree with that. Ryan doesn't agree with it. And Destiny, it sounds like you don't agree with it. But that's the rationale they gave for the federal courts weighing it.
Yes. And Destiny, when I'm saying it's unresolved, that means that we have multiple circuits, multiple circuit courts, multiple district courts. If the Supreme Court has not ruled on the issue, then you're going to have some district courts ruling one way, some district courts ruling another way, some circuit courts ruling one way, some circuit courts ruling another way, without a clear resolution of what the law is.
So you're telling me,
just to understand what you're saying. The Supreme Court resolved the point.
Just so I understand what you're saying, you're telling me that prior to 2019, there were multiple courts on the federal level. There were circuits, there were district courts that were saying you can't partisan gerrymander?
At least one. That's the Gilby-Whitford case.
You said district courts and circuit courts. And in this one, it sounds like they got shot down.
I was explaining to you what unresolved means. Unresolved means that courts are free to interpret differently.
I understand what unresolved means.
Well, then why are you asking the question if you understand?
Because this is not a question where all the courts were ruling in a hodgepodge of different ways. I don't think that's true. I think it was generally understood that although it was a not fine part of our democracy, that gerrymandering politically was the thing that was acceptable federally. That was not
Rob just showed you a case where they ruled the opposite way.
Here's another.
Hold on. They didn't rule the opposite way. They ruled in accordance to what my understanding would be and what I think the entire country's understanding would be about partisan gerrymandering.
What do you think that is?
That it was allowed.
No, because that's what happened in the case Rod showed you, Gilby-Whitford. The court struck not the Supreme Court, the lower court struck a gerrymandered map as being unconstitutional as a partisan gerrymander because the issue was unresolved. So the lower courts were free to come up with their own constitutional interpretation. When the Supreme Court resolved the constitutional issue, the lower courts are no longer free.
You say they were free to do it. They weren't free to do it. They made their ruling. And then the Supreme Court said, no, that ruling's wrong.
But you're going back and forth. Again, what we're saying here is, in fact, one of these was the test case that was used in the decision for the Supreme Court. We had a rash of at least 3 maps that federal courts weighed in prior to 2019. Here you see another one in Maryland. Federal court thrown out the state's congressional map and ordered a new one drawn ahead of the 2020 elections. So what was happening was increasingly there were these gerrymandered maps.
You got to give me the case. I need to know what the fuck we're even.
Okay. The case is, let's see, Benisik v. Lemon. So BENIS. It's on the screen there. I don't have to read it.
While you're looking it up, just to make the very, very obvious point, time operates linearly. Prior to 2019, it was unresolved. Lower courts make their own rulings because the Supreme Court has not spoken. In 2019, it is resolved. So post 2019, lower courts are not free to make up their own conclusions as to this issue because it was unresolved prior to RUCO and resolved post RUCO.
Well, but unresolved prior, my question would be, was there a whole deluge of a difference of rulings across different circuits for whether or not partisan was it consistently upheld in the Ninth Circuit that partisan gerrymanders were not allowed? Was it consistently upheld in the Fifth Circuit that partisan gerrymanders were allowed?
I don't know, but Rob provided you with 2 examples of it not being allowed. So there's at least 2 examples of courts doing what the Supreme Court later clarified they were not permitted to do.
Sure, but then the question is on what grounds were these not allowed? I haven't read these cases. It sounds like neither of you have as well. So I'm curious on what grounds were they thrown out literally just because?
No, as described, they said that they violated the, if I recall from Rob from the thing you showed, the Equal Protections Clause and aspects of the First Amendment. I agree with the court that that's a nonsense rationale.
Violating Equal Protections Clause is like saying then that partisan gerrymanders are not okay. That's what they're saying, right?
That's what the lower courts were saying. The lower courts were saying partisan gerrymandering is not okay.
So what I'm asking is for that the Equal Protections Clause, was the argument that the plaintiffs were making in that case, was it based on the fact that it was simply partisan gerrymandering, or was there another argument that they were using?
I'm sure they had multiple arguments. They always have multiple arguments, but partisan gerrymandering was at least one of their arguments.
But Destiny, I don't understand your argument here anyways. It's clear that the federal courts were weighing in, saying that these maps couldn't be drawn this way. And then in 2019, the Supreme Court came in and said that that was changing, that these maps were not something that could be adjudicated by federal courts. So it seems like you're arguing just for the sake of arguing.
Well, no, the argument is that we all had an understanding of what Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act meant, and Alito basically destroyed this entire thing such that it's no longer a congressional law, which is kind of irritating because in the past they've appealed so much to, say that like for Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, well, the Congress has to write a law to go further to tell us what they really mean. And then we've had Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act that Congress and the Supreme Court have had an understanding of what it's meant for a long time. And now the Supreme Court has basically nullified Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and said we can now do racial gerrymandering. Okay. We can do all partisan gerrymandering. It's okay to do that now.
And now we can circle back to my explanation, which is that Section 2 of the VRA says you cannot give a racial minority bloc lesser opportunity, but post 2019 in RUCO, when partisan gerrymandering was resolved, you can partisan gerrymander anyone, including white people. Anybody can be partisan gerrymandered. So if a minority group is partisan gerrymandered, they do not have a lesser opportunity than the majority does, but you still because the majority is also being partisan gerrymandered.
So you can't actually say that. You can't say I'm going to racially gerrymander. Even Alito says that would still be tossed. But you can say that you're partisanly gerrymandering, which is the only reason why you would ever do a racial gerrymander. So racial gerrymandering has, in effect, through a legal alchemy, has been made legal by Alito, in direct contradiction to what would have been hoped for by the Voting Rights Act.
So to quote Thomas Sowell, when you're used to preferential treatment, equality feels like discrimination. Yes, Destiny.
I don't know why we're
because in a world
arguments like
in a world where everybody is being partisan gerrymandered, it would be a special privilege given only to minority groups not to be partisan gerrymandered. So yes, if in a world where everyone is being partisan gerrymandered, minority blocs are not given lesser opportunity by being treated the exact same as the majority bloc. If you're being treated the exact same, that's not a lesser opportunity. That's the same.
Is, but that's why. But we didn't want to treat them the exact same. That's why Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act existed. That's the whole point.
Okay, but that's not what they wrote. In Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, it says that it's illegal if you use these means to give these minority blocs a lesser opportunity. That's the language that they used in the Voting Rights Act.
They said that if in a totality of circumstances, it seemed like minority voters in a state had their vote consistently overturned by majority voters in a state, that would be bad, that they would have the right to bring a Section 2 claim, basically, through the Gingles or Jingles framework, however you pronounce it, and that they would be allowed to have a majority minority map drawn if they were consistently getting overturned by the majority white voters, basically, in that state.
Okay, Destiny, do you think that's the direct quote from what they said? Is that the operative legal terminology, you think?
Well, considering that you just Googled it and you're looking at it right now and you're going to pretend that you've memorized the language, my guess is I'm probably not quoting it exactly, but I think I got the spirit of the law correct. Yes.
Okay. So when Alito was talking about this law and saying, using this phrase about about opportunity, you think that he was just making it up? Wasn't in the law at all?
He literally did make it up. Yes. If you actually read the case, which I know you didn't because you don't read any of these that you talk about, he goes through each of the words and he basically invents his own cool definition. And then from there, everything kind of logically follows. So he defines opportunity as the way you're defining it right now in a novel way that's never been defined or applied in any prior Supreme Court case. And then that's why he arrives at his new construction, what he calls an updated Google's framework. If
the majority is being partisan gerrymandered, and the minorities are being partisan gerrymandered, how is that unequal?
Well, if the minority, if their opportunity to have a vote to send a representative to the Congress is consistently overturned by the majority race of that state, then under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, then you would say it seems like, they have been frustrated.
But my ability to put somebody into Congress is also being frustrated by partisan gerrymandering. How is it unequal that partisan gerrymandering is legal in both cases unless there's some overt racial issue that's involved?
Because
like my state partisan gerrymanders me, Destiny.
The partisan gerrymander was not what it was about. It was about racial groups having their voice represented.
I mean, technically, you're right. Partisan gerrymander was not what it was about. In fact, I agree with Justice Thomas and Justice Gorsuch that partisan gerrymandering was never actually covered by the VRA, and this whole thing has been a misadventure in law to act that it ever did. What it actually covered was things like poll taxes, literacy tests, actual denial of the right to vote, or actual denial of your right to have your vote counted. That's what it covered. But if we're going to say that we're going to not use that argument, then we are stuck with its language, which includes this idea that you cannot have minority groups treated less than the majority groups. But if you're treating them equally to the majority groups, you're not treating them less than the majority groups.
But they wouldn't be treated equally if their vote is always overtaken by the majority groups in the state.
My vote is always overtaken, Destiny. My vote
in what state?
New Jersey.
In New Jersey, white people don't have their candidates of choice elected to the House of Representatives?
No, in New Jersey, I live in districts that are broken up on partisan lines so that somebody who's going to vote for the right will not be able to get... Yes, it is. Because when they...
Where in the Voting Rights Act does it talk about partisanship? It's talking about majority, minority, racial groups.
Yes, and
you as a white person have more what other white people are voting for in New Jersey. Those candidates are...
And in Louisiana, the issue there is that when they drew up the map, they drew it up on partisan lines, and it also happened to have an impact on minority blocks. That's the issue.
Minority people vote along partisan lines, of course.
Yes.
Always, yes.
Correct.
But the Voting Rights Act, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act said that if minority groups' votes were consistently being defeated by the majority racial group, that they are allowed to have a majority-minority district created. They were allowed to bring a Section 2 Voting Rights Act case to the Supreme Court to have a district
to the district court. But yeah, you bring it to a district court, definitely. But yeah, but that's what it means when you say less opportunity than what?
Than the other racial group.
Then, yeah. And in a world where partisan gerrymandering is the norm, where everyone's getting partisan gerrymandered, you don't have less opportunity if you are being treated the same.
You do if the racial groups vote on partisan lines. If there was a black party and a white party, literally, then the black party was all gerrymandered out on partisan lines, according to Alito.
There basically is, Destiny, a black party in Louisiana.
Exactly, and the Voting Rights Act said Section 2, you can't do that. But now Alito says you can.
Which then would mean that uniquely in Louisiana cannot gerrymander on partisan lines, but California can, but Nevada can, but Massachusetts can, but all these other states can.
Wait, not if they're frustrating a minority group's vote.
Well, they're not frustrating a minority group's vote.
then there's no problem under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. But there would be in Louisiana if they were.
The technical distinction, Destiny, is that the minorities are, of course, still able to vote regardless of gerrymandering.
It's not about if you're able to vote. It's if you're able to have a vote that is represented in your state's House elections that isn't consistently defeated by the majority race.
Okay, 1 second. That's insane. You don't really believe that, right?
That
can't be the interpretation.
That's what
No.
For 37 years, that's how the Supreme Court has understood it, and that's how all the legislature have understood
it. Okay, but if that's the case, let's say a particular state, we'll say hypothetically is 10% black. And for those 10% blacks were so unracist, we give them those 10% to draw the map they want. And still they lose. You say, according to the Voting Rights Act, they're not allowed to lose. The mere fact that they lost implies that the Voting Rights Act has been violated because blacks have a right to win. That's bullshit. That's not what the Voting Rights Act says. It says that you can't have special tools designed to disenfranchise people based on race. It doesn't say they're guaranteed to win. And if they lose too much, then we have to change something. That's ridiculous.
I agree. That's why there was a test to determine whether or not a minority group was being frustrated by the majority group. This was the, I don't know if you remember the Jingles or Gingles framework.
It's the Gingles test, yeah.
Yes. The idea was you have to represent a sizable minority group that is in a contiguous district. So it can't be 10% of people scattered throughout the state. And their vote has to be consistently defeated by the majority racial group of the state. These are the three preconditions for this framework to be met. So if it was the case that black people voted 50-50, half Republican, half Democrat, you have no Section 2 case. If it was the fact, you have no Voting Rights Act case. If it was the fact that the black people were equally scattered throughout the state, you can't make a contiguous district, you have no case. If they're 1% of the population of the state, then they don't represent a sizable minority, you have no case. So there were plenty of defeaters built into Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act to make sure that these types of cases, exactly these types of cases, wouldn't be brought before any courts, any federal courts.
Rob, can you pull up my screen? So Destiny, this is the map that Louisiana was forced to draw under the under the VRA prior to Calais. This crazy district here. Would you say that that's a contiguous district that looks like a sane district that anyone would draw under any normal circumstances?
Well,
it stretches 250 miles, Destiny.
What's the answer to that? The answer to that is I would have to look to case law to see what has been considered a contiguous
well, you
district.
just gave a bunch of factors, Destiny.
Correct.
You just gave a bunch of factors. Do you want to repeat them? You had a good list.
I'm not, first of all, I'm not a judge. If I wanted to know how to apply the factors,
you were just explaining to us how the VRA works.
I'm saying that as applied, I don't know, for contiguous, like if you were to ask me, well, what if they were 8% of the population? I don't know what constitutes a sizable minority. I don't know 100%. I'm just saying that this was the framework that existed before. This is the framework that Alito has destroyed. That's what I'm saying.
So under the framework that you're exalting, Louisiana was forced by a federal court to draw this insane district that stretched 250 miles across the country in order to give the black population in Louisiana a second district, because the map that Louisiana drew did not give them a second district. In fact, under the VRA, Louisiana was essentially forced to do one of the most naked racial-based gerrymanders I've ever seen. Now, this doesn't strike me as equal. This strikes as you're being given a opportunity, you're being given a greater opportunity than anyone in any state would get but for the VRA. This is not equal, this is more. This is a special privilege that was given to minority voters, and the problem that Alito was identifying is that the VRA says less opportunity.
Okay,
if you're treated equally, then it's not a VRA claim.
Yes, I understand. I agree. So like this is, okay, and I'm glad you said this, okay, because this was the argument, and this is what happened, is you just don't like the Voting Rights Act. Alito didn't like Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and you don't like the fact that a minority group is getting some kind of special privilege to be heard here, which is fine, by the way. You can make that argument, but that's not what the Voting Rights Act said. And Alito didn't like it, and he got rid of it. They didn't get rid of it legislatively, like they probably should have. Alito got rid of it by legislating from the bench, which is exactly what he did, because you don't like the idea that a minority group had a special district created for it, which was the whole fucking point of the Voting Rights Act. Otherwise, why would we even have it? We could just point to the 14th Amendment. We could just scream over and over again, equal protections, equal protections, equal protections. And then boom, we'd be done with it. Why do we even need this law in the first place then?
So Destiny, when the law said less opportunity, you think we should just ignore that language? We should say, actually, you know what? We're giving, as you just said, minority voters a special power, a greater power, an unequal benefit, rather than rectifying when they are deprived of something that non-minority voters get. So
That
I
was
think
the
you
whole
gave the
point of
game away,
Section 2 of
Destiny.
the Voting
I
Rights
think you
Act.
gave the game away.
What do you think the point of it was?
The point of it was to make sure that we had a colorblind constitution where voters who are minorities were treated equally. They couldn't be treated worse. What you're arguing is that they should be treated better.
Wait, if it was to be colorblind, why is there any language at all in there whatsoever about minority majority districts? Or why is there any language in there whatsoever about the majority race overtaking the vote of the minority people?
To force equality coming out of segregation, and we can go back and forth if you want on the benefits and drawbacks of passing laws that would otherwise be unconstitutional in order to rectify past harms of discrimination. It's a rich area if you want to go there, but the language that they used was less opportunity. But what you're describing, Destiny, is the desire to give minorities not equal opportunity, but greater opportunity. And this actually is, I think, a very substantive disagreement. I don't think it's appropriate to give people special powers or special privileges on the basis of their race. I actually think that's racist.
That's great if you think that. And I agree with you. I agree that you can
you
have that
disagree.
thought. No, I agree you can have that thought. But then what you wanted was a repeal of the Voting Rights Act. That's what you wanted. And that's what
I wanted the Voting Rights Act to be interpreted consistent with the 2019 case RUCO, which thank God now it is. What you want, Destiny, and as you've said,
when it says here, don't say what I want. You have no idea. You project so hard.
You
oh my
want
God,
certain
bro.
people
I'm not even
to get a special benefit on the basis of their race.
Try
Could
just to have a
somebody
legal
click
argument.
that, by the way?
Just try to have a legal argument. Holy
I feel like
shit.
actually Destiny came out and said that openly. Like you
No,
did
I'm
say
just
you-
telling you what the Voting Rights Act says, okay? And I understand that you're saying now you don't like it, which is a fair opinion to have. You can even argue that opinion, but that's not the job of the Supreme Court to decide. That's the job of Congress to decide, right?
You're telling me what it says?
That the Voting Rights Act was created to protect racially minority voters.
So you're not telling me what it says. You're telling me what the intent was.
Do you think that the Voting Rights Act was to protect the majority vote of white people in the United
No,
States?
I'm trying to figure out what your argument is, Destiny. First, you're saying that's not what it says, but what it literally says is that they cannot have less opportunity than other members of the electorate. So they can't have less opportunity. If they have the same opportunity, they don't have less opportunity, which is my point. You're saying, and you openly said that they should have more. They should have unequal powers, and that's not in the text of the Voting
What
Rights
does
Act.
opportunity mean?
Less opportunity than other members of the electorate to elect representatives of their choice.
Correct. So if you have 85% white people in a state and 15% black people in a state, who is that going to protect more?
It depends, Destiny, on the partisan makeup of the state, because nobody has the right.
I'm going to leave if you can't answer this question. If you have 85% white people,
it depends on the partisan makeup of the state.
Do you think that the white districts are going to be gerrymandered out? Who does this protect in general?
Let me explain the point. If the 85% and the 15% were split 50-50 between the parties, and the state nonetheless gerrymandered it so that the black people got no district, that would be a violation of the VRA even after Calais.
But it wouldn't be, though, right?
No, it would be post.
It literally wouldn't, because they would still have the members that they wanted elected would still be elected.
Yes,
that was the whole point. Even if they're somehow gerrymandered out, the members that they want to elect.
Go back to my example. Go back to my example. I said if the 85 and the 15 were equally split between the political parties, right? And then the state nonetheless gerrymandered it so that black people didn't get a district. That would be a violation of the VRA even post Calais.
Gotcha.
What happens
if the racial groups were split 50-50 in how they would vote? Why would we even have a Voting Rights Act?
Well, Destiny, it turns out that there were big ramifications for making partisan gerrymandering legal, and you might disagree with that. But I think earlier you said that you agreed with it, that you thought it was the right outcome.
Wait. I'll agree with Destiny. There's an easy answer to this question. Even if all of the Democrats or even if all the blacks were going to vote for one party or the other, or in the other world, they were even 50-50, the Voting Rights Act still said you can't put a poll tax. You can't have some sort of test that's intentionally to keep blacks from voting. And the argument, well, it doesn't matter. They would have canceled each other's votes out because half would vote Republican and half Democrat, is not to the point whatsoever. So the
Sure.
Voting Rights
Well,
Act had nothing to do with the outcome of who gets elected more, the Democrats or the Republicans. By the way, it would be the racist Democrats that they were actually fighting against, but I
the
digress.
people all in the South states right now that their ancestors were all Democrats, right? The Republicans of today whose
Now they're
ancestors
good
were Democrats,
people.
right?
They've
Right,
realized
Rob?
their mistake
Right,
of being
Rob?
Democrat.
Right? Exactly. Thank you.
They're no
That's right.
So-
It's
so-
always been the Democrats that
so-
were racially focused. Yes.
Of course. So Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act would never exist if the votes were along 50-50 party lines. right?
Destiny, let
No,
me,
no,
that is-
Rob
Destiny.
just answered this. Rob just
Listen,
answered that.
let me,
I'm talking
do you
specifically
think that,
about Section
Okay.
2 of the Voting Rights Act.
right, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which says that you can't have a qualification or prerequisite to voting or standard practice or procedure based on race, basically, right? And you're telling me that if Democrats voted 50% Republican and 50% Democrats, that we would have looked at that law when it was being passed and said, it's perfectly fine to do whatever you want to keep black people from voting because, if they voted, it would be equal Republican. Of course not. We would still
never
have a
pass the
law.
No, it just
No,
wouldn't be a thing to talk
Destiny,
about.
the
Why
law-
would
the-
anybody want to try to disenfranchise voters if they're likely to vote either way? The whole point was
'Cause they're
for partisan
racist?
power.
Because they were
Right.
racist.
Because
That's
you
why.
think that, so you think in the past you're laughing and you're making the dumbest point possible that people would have given up political power for racist gerrymandering? The same people that brought you the 3/5 compromise would have said,
No.
well, we know that these blacks are going to vote for us, but let's go ahead and gerrymander them
No.
out anyway because fuck it, so that we lose.
This-
Do you
this
understand how
actu-
stupid that
this
is? There would
actually
be
is-
no purpose for the Voting Rights Act to
Destiny.
exist if we all voted on racially partisan lines anyway, which is what Alito has completely brought us back to. Do you agree? I'm just curious. You agree that there will never be a Section 2 case that like a federal court can realistically hear now, right?
No, there could be some. It depends on.
And
it-
let
Give
me
me an
ask
example of
you,
one. Give me an example of one.
Poll
Because
factor.
now, no. Well, besides that's obviously out of the case. I mean, for gerrymanders.
literacy tests.
For gerrymanders.
Okay. So for gerrymanders, to bring a case now, what you need to show is that they could have achieved their partisan purpose and that there is an alternative map that did not take race into an account that would have done it without disenfranchising, quote
Correct.
unquote, members of that group.
Which totally defeats the entire challenge.
No, it just makes
Because-
it harder.
No, it doesn't make it harder. You have to demonstrate that any map that you would propose achieves the same partisan ends that their map would
Yes,
propose.
because the partisan ends are legal.
But the whole reason why they're gerrymandering is for partisan ends.
Okay, but earlier you said that you agreed that partisan gerrymandering should
Why are
be
you
legal.
changing this earlier? I'm telling you that right now you
Because
can
you said it
gerrymander
earlier, Destiny.
races
You
out of
said-
existence. You can gerrymander the races by claiming it's partisan, but the only reason why you gerrymander is for partisan purposes. That was the whole point.
listen, you've
No,
moved on
they-
quickly.
they-
If I can't, you've moved on quickly from a point I think that's absolutely absurd. The claim that the VRA would have been unnecessary if Democrats split 50-50 or if blacks split 50-50 in how they vote. So let me ask you specifically then, if that's true and no one would have ever pushed for that, let's say hypothetically tomorrow, blacks 90% become Trump supporters and Republican supporters. If there all of a sudden was rules placed to disenfranchise black voters, would you speak up for them and say that that's absurd and that's illegal?
Well, I mean, right now, as per Alito's ruling, you'd be allowed to strip them of their voting abilities by gerrymandering their thing on a partisan boundary.
It's not the question I asked. I asked the question if you specifically would say that that's something, if they just flat out say blacks are no longer allowed to vote. That's good for you now because they're going to vote for Republicans. So would you say perfectly fine by me? I'm fine with
They
blacks
just
not
ban
being able
black
to.
people from voting?
Correct. Or
I
let's
don't
say they
know.
do it through literacy and poll tax. Literacy test and poll tax. Would you be okay with that?
Probably not. No.
Therefore, you disprove your entire argument. Yes, even if it would have been a 50-50 split, there still would have been people that said you can't specifically keep black people from voting. You disprove your entire argument by showing you would be one of those people.
What?
You said that if blacks voted 50-50, no one would have ever suggested a law to prevent poll taxes or to prevent literacy
you just
tests
said if-
or
you
other
said if they
things
would
to
have
keep them
I
from
thought
voting.
You said if the blacks voted 90% conservatives.
Correct. And you said, even in that world, you, who is clearly not a conservative and dislikes them, would have said, yes, it's still wrong to disenfranchise them. That's exactly my point. There are people that would have said you can't disenfranchise black people, even if they're voting 50-50, because it's still unhuman, it's still against their rights, etc. As you're doing right
I
now.
don't even know how you would gerrymander them on racial boundaries if they voted 50-50. This is why
Because-
the Section 2 argument doesn't work here. And I think Kagan pointed it out well in her in her dissent that like
Because-
the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act basically defeats itself if the races are all voting relatively separately, because you would never be able to make a contiguous district of minority voters whose vote was being suppressed by the majority voters.
Because you're conflating that the Voting Rights Act was specifically or primarily about gerrymandering, which was never the case. That's why when you're looking at it through the lens of gerrymandering and you're talking about a 50-50 split, you're like, the Voting Rights Act would have never been necessary. Yes, it would have, because the primary purpose was Jim Crow laws of like poll taxes, literacy tests, etc.
Section 2 is the big part of the Voting Rights Act that Alito basically destroyed. So that's basically is what people have been talking about. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Of course he did. It's fun.
He did not destroy the part which the primary focus with things like poll taxes, literacy tests, etc. The reason, the intent of it was never gerrymandering. That was never the intent. So when you say they would have never passed Section 2 of the VRA had it been that blacks voted half Republican, half Democrat, that's just nonsensical. They would have still posed it because
okay, I'm just curious then. If right now a state were to pass a law on like Trump's family biography or some shit that like 99% of white people could pass, but 1% of black people pass, would you guys both defend that as being an okay law?
No.
Why not? Wait. Why not if it's explicitly, there's nothing racial about that test, no?
Well, the question is, there's some sort of test, like a literacy test or an educational test.
Sure, make it a literacy test, yeah.
And 99%, well, I'm against sort of those sorts of qualifications
That's
anyways.
not what I'm asking.
Your right to vote.
I'm saying as per our reading here now of the Voting Rights Act, right?
That would have nothing to do with it.
Because you would have, if let's say you had we could just use the examples from history. If you put in a literacy test that basically prevented black people from voting, then by the plain language of the VRA, black people now have less opportunity to vote than white people.
What if the literacy test, there wasn't any racial thing about it? That was just the effect.
I am describing historic examples where there was not.
You can't rely on historic examples because that's what Alito didn't want to rely on. I agree with what you're saying because what you're quoting now is the part that he got rid of, which was the totality of circumstances. But I'm saying if there's no racial language, it's just a biography about Trump's family. And it just so happens to disenfranchise 99% of black voters and 1% of white voters, like the new gerrymanders are now going to be allowed to do.
Yes.
Why would you be against the literacy poll test or whatever, but you'd be in favor of the racial gerrymanders?
Because in that case, black people would be given less opportunity to vote than white people.
Isn't that happening right now in the racial in the way that gerrymanders happening across other states?
No, it's not. They have the exact same opportunity to vote and have their vote counted.
But not if they don't. But it wasn't about having their vote counted. It was about having members of their class of citizens being able to.
But the example you gave was a literacy test, which is about having your vote counted, which is why I was talking about having your vote counted and why that would be a problem under the VRA, because it wouldn't have anything to do with the gerrymandering jurisprudence.
Why is it that the totality of circumstances language was adopted from, I believe, from Bolden and then added to?
Who's helping you now?
What?
I said, is that Kafka or Pisco?
I don't even know if either one of them are awake. I read the whole decision on stream.
Okay.
I'm guessing you didn't?
Go ahead.
Hold on. Look at me right now. What are the changes that Alito suggested to the Gingles framework?
To the Gingles framework? I have not memorized them. I'm happy to we can read them.
And how are you even answering the question of whether or not a Section 2 case could be?
I'm making fun of you for looking off screen and getting it from your chat. I'm making a joke, Destiny. Make your point.
One of the most cited cases in the decision. You have no idea because you haven't even read it. You don't even know. I don't even know how you were answering my earlier questions if you didn't even know what any of this even was. How are you answering whether or not a Section 2 case could even be brought before if the whole point of Section 2 cases was they relied on the Gingles framework, and now that framework has been completely destroyed? Kagan says we should call it the Calais upturning or whatever instead of the Gingles framework.
Because the
why you explain it to me now when you just said you don't even know what the framework is?
I didn't say that. That's the thing that you wanted to yell about because there he goes. He got tired.
He left?
Yeah.
There we go. That's very similar. By the way, did people catch that he was using AI doing that?
Yeah.
Anybody see that? I thought that was verboten, right? We don't do that. Destiny would never use AI in the middle of or of getting ready. Oh shit. My bad. My bad. That is something that Destiny does. Look, I don't mind the rage quit. All of this, by the way, is a huge red herring. which is fine. I don't mind to engage in, right? But notice how we went from all of the like terrible reading of sort of the Colorado keeping Trump off the ballot, and then immediately onto the VRA. And what's the point of this? Let's say at best he disagrees with that decision. The reason that our entire show that we were talking about and your show analyzing this is contextual to the Democratic Party and people like him that are suggesting packing the court. So he's making the argument these cases are so egregious that it warrants packing the court. And you can see he has very little understanding. He's done about as much research as I do on these things, right? Which on these court cases. Now, that's not to say you're not entitled to your opinion on whether or not the case was valid or not. But have you ever heard me suggest removing justices or packing the courts because I disagreed with one of these cases? Of course not, right?
And
look,
this is why, when people say that we should pack the court because it's all vibes and it's coming out wrong, you should meet those claims with scorn and derision. Because, at the end of the day, what Destiny come on to argue about? He was mad that I criticized him for saying the law is vibes-based. But when presented with the legal reasoning of the various cases that he brought up, by the way, we didn't know he was coming on. Right. So it's not like I was like doing debate prep and had an outline for this stuff. We're doing it off the top of our heads, and when presented with the legal reasoning, he gets very, very angry because now it's like, oh, wait, that doesn't seem so vibes based. It does seem like kind of a problem to give, only Black people special powers in elections. That doesn't strike me as equal. And by the way, someone clipped that because he gave it away. He said the point of the VRA was to give them special privileges.
Yeah. And like a lot of things that he's suggesting, it's like, even if he reads these cases, right, so thoroughly, like, how is he missing, for example, the section I brought up from the Colorado case? I forget what the name of the actual Supreme Court case was, but that case, right, where it's like, here were the actual laws and procedures in place even before the amnesty was given. And he was like, well, there was no tools. There was no case. Of course there were, right? And like, you can see, he does this thing where it's like this clever, like constant moving of the goalpost, right? So where it's like, well, okay, now after he goes through this long line of questioning, then we fall to, well, if we have rules for who could get on the ballot as far as signatures, well, then why not say that we can't keep off, Trump for president? Why not? The federal courts have no say whatsoever. And it's like, well, clearly that's not the case. There's been a litany of decisions of the federal court weighing in on people being kept off ballots and the federal court weighing in and saying they can't do that. Right. And so he's just like, I don't know about, it's just amazing how he just moves on. If they say that you have to, have so many signatures for a third party to get on a ballot, well, then, they could say no Trump on the ballot.
But you saw the thing he does, right? Which is like, by the way, it's a heck of a talent. Maybe I should learn to do this because, like, if you're going to be a debate pro, you got to learn all the tactics, right? He'll say something that's just wrong. Then he'll realize he's being corrected and he'll just start yelling and saying random stuff. And then he'll circle back to it like 10 minutes later and say, well, what I was saying is X, but he's changed the position. And now he's saying what you're saying. And then he tries to take your side, right? So, and it's this constant shifting of the goalposts and hoping that the audience doesn't notice that he's changing what he's talking about because he was just proven wrong. And, I think ultimately it is transparent once you spot it, right? By the way, like the reason when he said like that John Smith thing, he's like, oh, well, there's all these people who had this sort of thing happen to him. The reason that I asked him for the evidence is because I wouldn't normally do that to people. Like I normally would assume that if you say this, you're saying it in good faith. But, in our first Nuremberg trial episode, we watched the footage of him saying that he lies and makes up data and statistics in order to win arguments. So if I know that you're lying, I kind of have to ask you to show me the data, right? Like when you and me debate, I don't ask you for that. Like if you were like, oh, there's lots of people, I wouldn't be like, Rob, show me the data. I don't like. I would assume you would never do that, but he's openly said he lies. So what am I supposed to do? I kind of have to call him out on it at this point.
And like I get it, his audience is going to cope. He knows that exchange didn't go well. Like he understands it, and like the entire point, like he'll start arguing something. Like you're totally right. He'll switch his position. Like his whole point where he's basically like, no one ever said that you weren't allowed to partisan gerrymandering. No one said that. And I'm like, yeah, that's literally why the Supreme Court weighed in 2019. Here's the cases, right? These cases exist. Well, now I need to read about the cases. But your whole argument was the federal courts weren't even allowed to, no one was weighing in. That was his argument, right? Then when he sees it, he's like, well, but why? What was the rationale? What would it matter what the rationale is? You suggested that this wasn't occurring. It clearly was occurring. Right. And then it just moves instead of like, there's never a concession like, okay, I was wrong about that.
Well, but like, that's the easiest, like in terms of credibility, that's the easiest thing in the world to do. He's like, you were saying that it was undecided at that point. Like, what does that even mean? That's crazy. You're just making stuff up. And then it's like, well, undecided means the Supreme Court hadn't ruled on it. So the lower courts were reaching decisions on their own. And some of them were reaching the decision that you could rule on it, and some of them were going the other way. And then when it is decided, it's decided. Now the lower courts have to be uniform because the Supreme Court decided it. I honestly, having interacted with Destiny a few times, I don't actually think he's so stupid he didn't understand that point.
He knows.
Like he knows. He's
even
just
the point of the 9-0. He knows what you're talking about there, right? How it sets a precedent to sort of stop these sorts of things happening in the future, right? Because if it's a 5-4, then maybe someone thinks if I just tweak a little, then we could try to keep another presidential candidate off the ballot, right? And by the way, he also knows that had it been the inverse, right, he would have been screaming, howling mad. Oh my goodness, Republican or right states or red-wing states are trying to keep, left-wingers off the ballot. He knows he would have done that and said it was outrageous, etc., and that they didn't have the right to do it. The worst example for me, I have these debates with Destiny all the time, or I used to, before I was, I guess, pseudo-blacklisted.
Well,
Thanks, Destiny, for unbanning me on X, by the way.
Are you blocked again?
I don't know. I'll have to check.
Yeah.
He
didn't unblock me. I feel so slighted.
I will say this, though. I debated this dude, I don't know how many times, on the idea of, whether or not there was a corrupt beginning of the investigation into Trump with like the FICE warrants, etc. And shocking to you, right? I took the position that it was corrupt, right? As you may believe, having heard me discuss my feelings on corruption. Mm-hmm. And Destiny always pushed back on that. The last debate I had with him, in the final 5 minutes, he goes, of course it was corrupt. Of course that's what Durham said. Thank you, Rob, for coming to my side on this. And it's like, what more need you say? Anyone who knows me and Destiny, does his audience really think Destiny's been telling you for years, Rob, this was corrupt, and you were fighting against him? Does that even sound plausible? But that's Destiny's argument now. He's like, of course, that's always been my argument, Rob. Thank you for coming to my side. It's just that sort of like this bullshit that he tries to do, which is like, by the way, get super chats in if you like.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
know how late you could be here.
Holy God, do we have some super chats to catch up on?
Yeah.
But look, I think people paid for the show, and I think they got a show.
Yeah.
Like I think they got a show tonight. The thing I'll say though, Rob, going back to the original topic of court packing, I think Destiny gave the whole game away. He said that it was better if minorities had superior rights. They had extra rights and privileges. That's what he wants. He wants extra rights and privileges. So what's going to happen if they pack the court? They are going to enact DEI and woke policies into constitutional law. They're going to make it the law of the land that you must give special privileges to people based on their race. It is a vile and racist agenda, and it will become the law of the country. And Destiny admitted it. He admitted that's what he wanted to do. And he tried to say, I've never advocated for court packing. Like, I'm sure that somebody in chat is going to find a good clip that we can use for our next Nuremberg trials on that one, because I've heard him say it. So I'm positive it's out there. But look, that's this is what it is. That's the state of things. Like, they are very upset because they would like to have a constitution that favors some groups over another on racial lines for partisan purposes. That's what they want.
Purely, though, for power for them. That would quickly go out the window if those racial lines hurt them. For example, if you saw in like a state like Florida that it would necessitate like immigrants from Cuba getting their own district that overwhelmingly vote Republicans, all of a sudden that'd be different. That'd be different if that resulted in 0 Democrat seats. The last thing I'll say is this before we read the super chats. All of this is important. I can't stress this enough. I don't really care if people have robust disagreements about these cases. That's fine. No problem there. The conclusion that's being drawn by Destiny and people on his side is, therefore, pack the court. That's why this is so important. And I'll happily have these sorts of debates that you primarily had with Destiny there with anyone on the left on these particular court cases to the extent that I can, based on what my knowledge of the cases are. No problem. I don't mind doing that. But for me, the important thing going forward into this election cycle is these people will make any and all argument to hide the simple truth that they want to pack the court for power. That's it. That's what they want. And they'll make any excuse. The 9-0 court is corrupt. They're corrupt and an idiot because I say so, therefore pack the court. You know, and it's like, that's where the damage comes in. And so that's where the bulk of my focus is going to be, because they're welcome to sit there and gnash their teeth and be upset about court cases. Fine. Everyone could do that. But the idea that this means basically make irreparable harm to the court forever by allowing our side, just our side, to pack the court is where it becomes nonsensical. So the case he's trying to make is the more we focus on the 9-0, even if it's baffle them with bullshit and keep moving the goalpost, that's less time than we're talking about the, dude, you're saying this justifies packing the court. That's fucking bull. If your argument, Destiny, if you're coming in right now and you're like, no, fuck you, I still want to debate this, but of course the people saying pack the court are lunatics and we must reject it at all costs, I'll applaud you. Say, I still disagree with your rationale on what you're saying about these decisions, but fair enough. It's fair to have an opinion. That's the real damage. And that's where my focus is going to be, highlighting the fact that even with all their flimsy fucking, trust me, bro, the 9-0 was wrong, that what their conclusion is then, what we must do is pack the court. And that's what's really damaging.
And look, I mean, that's the one thing he didn't want to talk about, right? Because it's so obviously terrible. It's so obviously terrible that even he didn't want to get into it, even though that's obviously his position. The one thing I'd say, just building on what you said, Rob, is like, I have a lot of problems with Trump. I'm going to be candid. I have a ton of problems with Trump. I think, Rob, you have problems with Trump.
Yeah.
Right? I know a lot of you in the audience have problems with Trump. Like maybe you're mad about the war in Iran. Maybe you're mad about immigration. Maybe you think the SAVE Act should have been passed. Like there's people who are mad. I get it. Like I totally get it. But like, is being mad about Trump worth letting the courts get packed by these lunatics? Like that just does it. Like just do the calculation. Like your life will become specifically worse in specific ways. And the laws that govern you will become tyrannical in the ways that Destiny said that he would prefer they be.
I just want to highlight just the stupidity of sort of so many of these people that Destiny had and those following. Video Only Fool says the most depressing part was Ryan trying to bring up conviction in relation to insurrection, even though the Constitution clearly didn't require it. He kept pivoting and sweating like a bitch. No, let me repeat what happened. Destiny said there is no law that would allow them to do that. Ryan was like, there clearly is a law, right? There's clearly a federal offense for insurrection. That exists. Ryan specifically said over and over, by the way, I'm not saying that you must convict in order to remove someone from, that's not my argument. But to Destiny's point, it's impossible to ever enact this. Well, let's start with this. Clearly that's not true, because here's the easiest way to prove it. There's a fucking law. Now next, that's not all that could be required. There are other things, but Destiny kept saying, where is the law required? It's not that the law is required. It's like saying there are no apples out there, right? And you're like, yeah, there are apples. Look, there's some right there rotten. Those are apples. But how could you eat those? Well, no, I wouldn't eat those. Of course, that's not my point. I'm just saying, you said there's no apples. There are clearly apples. You fucking idiot. You think we should eat rotten apples? No, I didn't say that. I'm merely pointing out what you just said is factually incorrect. And of course, his audience, as is always the case, I don't know if they're bad faith. I don't think they are. I think it's just Dunning-Kruger, and they think that their guy knows all, so they just repeat what he says ad nauseum like it's a point. No, just because Ryan brought up that there's a law doesn't mean that he was saying that that's what's necessary to remove under Section 3. He said it over and over. No, that's not what I'm saying is necessary. I merely bring that up as a starting point for, clearly you're wrong. There is a law. There is a way to execute this. Here's way number one. Yeah, that's it. And you people can't understand it.
It's
It's
a
so
wild,
dumb.
it's a wild straw man. It's a wild straw man that's coupled with him filibustering for like a really long time and emoting to his audience. And then he comes back and tries to change because he made a mistake. Right. And to your point, Rob, that's like the easiest thing in the world. Like if I said like, oh, because he said, I made the point. He said Congress can cure by 2/3. And I said, in today's day and age, you'd never get a
Correct.
2/3 vote on anything. And he said, well, if you're never going to get a 2/3 vote on anything, how could they ever say that someone had been an insurrectionist in the first place? And I said, by using the law that already exists. 10 minutes of yelling later, he's like, and that's why I said that back in the day, in the 1800s, it was a different legal system. It's like, no, man, that's not what we were talking about. You said there are no apples. I said a good argument to the contrary is here's an apple. Now you've yelled for a while, but anybody with half a brain who's paying attention will be able to point out that, like, it's the same argument I made to Pisco in the birthright citizenship debate. He said, well, Congress could just, under your theory, Congress could just do X. And I said, I agree. Congress has already done that. Same argument. He's like, well, this is impossible. And I was like, well, good evidence to the contrary is that Congress has actually done it.
Right. If someone says it's impossible and you're like, but here's the law, so it's clearly, and they've used it, and you're like, oh, so you're saying they must use that? No, I'm just showing you to start with. It's clearly not impossible. It's just nonsense. And again, look, let me defend Destiny a little here. Sometimes in the heat of debate, things get lost in translation. I get that. But after 10 minutes, you don't, like, you're making the point over and over. Destiny, let me explain it again. And he's arrogantly fucking not listening or playing the piano or some shit. You know, whatever he's doing at that time. I don't know if that's when he was playing the piano. It's clear that you're intentionally not getting the point now, right? It's not that, oh, I made a mistake. I get what you're saying now. That's just one way to prove that it's not possible. By the way, you could disagree or whatever. But to say, oh, you're saying that's the only way. No, I'm not saying that's the only way. Or we can talk about other possible ways. You know, and basically, you know, he kept bringing up, I didn't bring this up, the concurrent opinions from Barrett and then from Kagan, Sotomayor, and Jackson, I think it was. I don't know if Jackson was the fourth. I can't remember.
I don't recall, to be honest.
But nonetheless, it couldn't have been, I don't think. The concurrent opinions were talking about saying that, like, basically that a law had to be passed.
Yeah.
And they were like, no. Now, they agreed that it was the purview of the feds, right? But they were just saying, we disagree with the majority that it must entail a law being passed. Right? That's the difference. That's what they're saying. So he, again, fucks up. And if you go back and listen what he says. The first thing he says is, oh, I think it's a bullshit opinion because of the patchwork nature of it. Literally, all 9 justices said the patchwork nature of it is reason enough to say that this shouldn't be allowed. So then he changes it and he's like, no, actually, I'm saying like the Section 5 shit. So let's read Super Chats.
Yeah. I mean, look, by the way, just to give you an update, according to chat, Destiny complained that I was condescending, which is rich from a guy who would leave screen to play piano when he didn't want to listen to what I was going to say, and has ended stream. I think we tuckered him out, Rob. I think he's, you know,
I've been there.
I think he's a little tired.
Yeah.
You know,
oh, Mr. Rage quit. I've been there. So, all right. Super chats. Jefferson on your channel, $2 says UK judges have taken away native British recourse.
They sure have. They sure have.
Sala for $10 says, sadly, I've heard a lot of Zoomers over the last 5 years say the motive of January 6th was unjustified, but the riot was justified because the government should be overthrown and that it's American. Yeah, I mean, I think that both me and you are on this position, right? They'll refresh the, tree of tyranny, all this tough guy talk, shit like that's absurd. It's absurd. And look, if you get punished because you decide to act violently, I'm of a different opinion than Destiny on this. Destiny supports. In fact, he has said rioting is the other side of the coin to voting, is his claim. I'm against that. I say no. We shouldn't be using political violence, including directed at political centers or government centers, like law enforcement offices or the halls of Congress, etc. Destiny disagrees. He says it's perfectly fine as long as it's on his side. By the way, Destiny's argument now is, of course, there are insurrections occurring from the left against ICE. He just agrees with those insurrections. Insurrections aren't inherently good or bad. He likes this insurrection, therefore it's okay. That's his point. Sulla, $10 says, I showed the relevant section of the Declaration, but they disagree and say it's justified to overthrow the government when they don't follow the public interest.
Well, they also said that it had to be like basically an unresolvable and long-standing disagreement, and that minor disagreements did not rise to that level. And I think, by the way, Rob, you and I have been really consistent on this point. You know, like you don't invoke the Declaration over petty nonsense, right? Like, you know, there's disagreement amongst people. It happens.
Definitely. And it's like, you know, I don't know. Where are we at? Naughty Germ, $5. Thank you as always, my friend. James on your channel becomes a member, says
3 months. Nice.
Oh my goodness. And up the number of reps to 1 for 30,000 and repeal the 17th. Yeah.
This is the government we deserve. The Star Wars Council, right? Like 30,000.
Listen, James, I know you made this argument the other day. Democrats are on board with your first argument. They think that helps them immensely, right? Because they think that that'll enable them to have strongholds in these cities and have way more. So I think it's a terrible idea. Repeal the 17th, I'm on board. Jefferson, $2 says, Tiny favored StarCraft Zerg, infect creep control. I remember StarCraft. I remember the Zerg slightly, but I couldn't tell you StarCraft strategy. Solo, $2 over on your channel says, to be fair, it's about congressional representation. Flair Riot for $2, thank you. Living with Stugs, $2 says Stug is a separate person. I have a witness. Solo, $2 says, do you think court packing
fucking kills me, man?
Do you think court packing was Goddle's loophole?
Oh, do you think court pack? I think court packing is a bad loophole. And we didn't get into this, Rob, because we didn't go down in the weeds on this. But one of the arguments you're going to hear lefties make is that it's constitutional, and Congress has changed the size of the court before. And that's true. That's true. Now, I don't think there's precedent for a massive expansion of 9 to 13 historically. And the loophole that Sulo's talking about is that when Congress did that in the past, that was before Bork. That was before political nominations of judges. That was before substantive due process, where judges just started making up rights that don't exist, like the right to abortion or the right to homosexual marriage, which are just nowhere listed in the Constitution. So court packing is pretty different in a world where judges just make things up, right? Like in a world where all the judges act like judges, court packing doesn't quite have the same threatening and ominous undertones. And now you add to that Ms. Harris's line about making them accountable to the legislature, and you start seeing the different gravity of this situation.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that what you can see is, even without Harris's line there, it's evident that what the end game here would be. Like, court packing because you're pissed off in this sense about these rulings. Right now, from a Democratic Party that's pushing all of this other stuff as well, you can clearly see that the design is the end of this all. And it shows that they were full of shit when they talked about the importance of norms and all of this shit forever. They just were happy with the status quo of them maintaining power. And now that they see foreseeably that they're losing it, they're pissed off. World Radio, $20 says splash the pot, open the 805 and enjoy the show.
Word Radio, thank you for the 20, buddy.
Daddy Diz, $5 says the Colorado Supreme Court tried to usurp federal power and punish Trump for a crime with no due process. That's highly illegal, and his argument for illegals. Yeah, I mean, I think we both agree the Colorado case was absurd. I mean, there's things that we didn't even get into. By the way, because it was sort of a procedural issue that the Supreme Court decided on, they never decided whether or not Trump engaged in an insurrection in the first place. It was never something that they warranted. When you look at the evidence that the Colorado court introduced, like, well, he engaged in an insurrection because of the following tweets that he liked. He liked a tweet saying that was calling for violence, for fighting. For example, one of the menacing tweets that he liked, it was something he said. You ready for this, Ryan? Mm-hmm. He said, Mitch McConnell doesn't fight. We need more people like Jim Jordan that'll fight. Clearly a call for violence. He was literally calling for Mitch McConnell to strap on brass knuckles, and that's the sort of absurd shit that they were doing.
Yeah. Did all those senators or Congress people who charged the ICE agents and ICE facilities and got into physical altercations with them, were they all disqualified by their states, I assume?
Of course not. Because that would be equal treatment, which we're not for. Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, again, imagine that, like, it would not have been hard if, for example, if Kamala Harris runs again, to say she promoted a bail fund for Black Lives Matter, We think BLM was an insurrectionist. They were attacking a police station, right? She's disqualified. And all these like purple states that are slightly red, like Pennsylvania, or a state that's more red like Ohio, are like, yeah, she's not allowed in the ballot, right? Oh, and by the way, popular vote matters, right? The popular vote matters. She's not allowed on the ballot.
Well, but
people like Destiny would lose their fucking minds.
Of course they would. Of course they would. And also just think about the facts that, I mean, Destiny didn't want to engage with this, but like Jack Smith wrote a long multiple 100-page legal memo where he evaluated all the possible claims against Trump. He analyzed whether or not he could bring insurrection claims under federal law. And he decided that the law did not support what Trump's actions were as an insurrection, right? So you have a situation where the federal prosecutor admits that under federal law, there was no insurrection. There was not a chargeable insurrection for Trump, right?
Yep.
Yet a state is going to look at tweets and say, okay, you're off the federal ballot. This is why the patchwork thing is so important. The federal government itself admitted that this is not a thing that they could do, yet the states are trying to invent a lesser standard and then do the same thing. There's an obvious problem there. And this is why I kept harping on the 9-0 point, because like even Justice Jackson or like, all the most liberal justice you could think of would see that and go, oh my God, that's obviously a problem.
And remember, what we're talking about here is Democrats rightfully fearing that they would lose to Trump, right? So, instead of like, let's push for better policies, let's win a campaign. It's always, let's use procedurals. Let's keep Trump off the ballot. Oh, we don't like the way the Virginia court ruled? Let's pass a rule that says that all 7 justices need to be removed. Let's pack the Supreme Court. Let's give the legislator punishing powers over the Supreme Court. You see, it's never, oh shit. Let's go back. For a party that constantly talks about, we concede elections. We admit when we lost. All of their solutions are always, we should have more procedural power to rig the game more in our favor. That's the real problem, that we can't rig the game enough. We're pissed off. Destiny's argument was in effect this. The Supreme Court, in a 9-0 decision, proves themselves to be incompetent or corrupt because they wouldn't leave an individual state keep the Republican candidate off the ballot. That's his argument. That's a bridge too far, my friends. That's corruption.
It's a wild corruption, Rob, and you can tell how corrupt it is because they all agreed. But you know what's even more corrupt when they all agree? When they don't all agree. Right. Like that's the only thing worse.
Yep, totally true. All right, next. World Radio, $5 says Destiny's cooked. He knows it. Overcooked and salty. Someone's a salty boy, and he doesn't exchange in good faith often. Salty boy. And then Jefferson for $2 says full faith and credit covers the birth certificate.
Good point, Jefferson.
Yep. Yeah. Blasterbot, $10 says Destiny convinced me that talking to lefties is impossible, and no effort to debate or discuss anything will yield anything of value. There's still merit. There is things of value, right? Because here's the thing, right? By me, and this was something I wanted to talk about today if Destiny had come on, all of us have a small part to play, whether it be us as streamers that have somewhat of a voice, albeit we're small streamers in the grand scheme of things, but even on the individual level, to sort of use our voices to help drive this country in the direction we want in elections. And talking to them illustrates, not to Destiny, not to the vast majority of his audience, but when we are able to present these conversations over and over to normie voters that see just how radical things have become. You're corrupt if you don't allow us to keep your president off the ballot, your candidate off the ballot. We need to pack the court. We need to make new states. We need to do all this to ensure we're in perpetual power. I think that helps turn the case for a lot of normies that are like, wow, that's fucked up. That sounds like the fascist authoritarianism that we keep being told Trump is. And here it is, the Democrats announcing it in the open. So I do think these conversations have utility, if not for convincing the person that you talk to, convincing people that may be watching. So I think that it is still worthwhile.
Yeah, you have to show them what this is really all about. Like, and again, this is why I keep highlighting. Destiny said that in his mind, the problem with some of these decisions is that they did not give special privileges to some citizens on the basis of race that are unavailable to other citizens. That was his problem, right? And if that strikes you as racist, if that strikes you as contrary to a colorblind constitution, and that bothers you, then get used to it because that's the court they're trying to create.
Yep. Intel Wild, $5 says, can we just whip Steven? No song. I'm not into fetish shit. Sean Sandwich Sundry, what a name. And
Oh
a
my
sandwich.
God.
They're nice. Gives 1 membership over to Ryan.
This
Thank you.
is like an all-time great meme account. This is my friend, potentially criminal Sean, is moving to Florida, and Sean Sandwich Sundry is gonna make sure he gets those good footlongs when he arrives.
Dude, I got a clip for you here. Now, your legal takes I think are amazing. I think Sean's are amazing. I have my opinions, but they're less usually sometimes political, but mostly my opinions have to do with the political nature as opposed to the actual. But when I hear a good friend like our friend Sean here back me up, give me a second.
Oh,
I told you I was going to do this. So.
Be careful what you do with Sean, because he's got some spicy takes.
Yeah. Well, I don't think this violates TOS, but here we go. Here we go. Oh, it's up there. Okay.
And the funny thing is, though, this guy Matthew Seligman, you're like, I think there's something we need to do here, because what this guy did, like, if he's pushing this, I think based on what's good for the goose and what's good for the gander here, I need to find out where this guy, where is this guy barred, Matthew Seligman? Because looks like he's barred in California, and it's kind of funny because you know what Matthew Seligman did? He was the expert against John Eastman.
Oh.
So it's like, I guess you're getting disbarred, motherfucker. It's not going to happen, though. That was my point. That's my point. Now, unlike fucking the nuclear option like pack the court, I have no problem with tit for tat at that level. If you want to disbar right-wing attorneys because you think they've engaged in sort of legal theorizing with their clients that you think are egregious, okay. What about these left-wing attorneys suggesting, let's pack all the courts, let's do this, let's do that? Fuck it, disbar them as well, right?
Well, I would say amongst the differences between me and Sean is that when I talk to Sean about packing the court, I hear this distinct chamber slide and loading sound. There's a click, 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 click when I talk to him about court packing.
Oh yeah,
Sean's temperament's a bit more fiery than mine.
Yes,
when it comes to these things.
But Sean's a great dude. So nice to hear from you, Sean.
I love streaming with Sean. He's a buddy.
Blasterbot $2 says, weren't senator appointed, not elected back then?
Correct.
Yes.
And the 17th Amendment was a horrible, horrible mistake.
5-6, $2. Tiny is learning that court isn't debate bro crap. That's right.
I mean, and by the way, like, we didn't trap him. He was begging to come on the show, right? To talk about like whatever he wanted to talk about. So like, it's not like we entrapped him and like used some like clever tactic. We had a perfectly reasonable show planned out for y'all. This is not what we thought we were doing with our evening.
I don't mind. Like, I'm always game for debate. There are certain people. My feeling is this: I'm open to debate. Let's have other things planned. Like, so for example, someone wanted to debate flat Earth with me tonight, and I'd be like, dude, I'm doing a show with Ryan. Not happening. But if it's germane to what we're talking about and we both have the time available, I don't think either of us are running from many debates. Destiny was in real time watching our show because he was upset because a video Ryan previously made that sort of went through Destiny's legal takes on some of this stuff and said, look, it's pretty kind of, I don't know what the word, not very, sophisticated legal theory to be like, what's vibes? And that's sort of a bad method to go about this. So he had plenty of opportunity to formulate the arguments he wanted. And he came in and did not do a good job, in my opinion. And he sort of came in with an arrogance where it's like, I'm going to play the piano. He did that early. That's not something that happened late. He did that early, went over and started playing the piano and shit. And so, hey, he just want to rage quit. That's on him. Collector Eibel, $20 says, where are the donos, Crucible Crew? Yeah. Where are the donos?
Yeah, where's the grift? Now, I do say that there's like 50 donos. So, but still, where's the donos?
Yes,
the grift
we're
happen.
not that good at grifting. We're trying our best.
I know. I feel like we need to like copy Andrew's game. I feel like there's like a level of grifting that I have not.
I can't do it. I got the whip song thing. That's it. That's all I got in me anymore. Like the like shut down. Fuck yeah. I'm gonna sit here silently. I can't do it. We're just too likable. Damn it. We're too likable.
I don't like. I've seen Andrew look at the camera and just be like, "There will be no show until you pay me to eat lobster."
I can't do it.
And I'm like, "What is happening?" And then people pay him. Unbelievable.
LL Cooley, $5 says, Destiny doesn't care about the law. He advocates creating crimes to convict Republicans, act as if he cares about the rule of law to uphold. That's an excellent point. And I really want to debate him on that sort of stuff, right? Like, did you see the clip where he actually advocates making shit up? Did you see this?
Yeah. No,
Here, in case the audience doesn't, it's Warren Smith, the great Warren Smith. I actually very much like Warren Smith. He highlights this. 1 second. Somewhere. Yeah. This is Destiny talking to his mod, and his mod is saying, hey man, like, why are you suggesting making shit up? Making shit up to get Republicans. Listen, we'll just play like a minute and a half.
Like, why do we need to jail people without bringing up a trial? Versus,
Because I think they kind of are, right?
Destiny is asked by his lead moderator, why are we making things up in order to jail our political opponents?
why do you think that we need to like make stuff up?
Destiny responds, because technically what they're doing is not illegal. Therefore, we have to make something up.
Like, why can't we just use
They do it because most of what they're doing
Okay, but
probably
we
isn't.
have to.
Most
We
of what
don't
they're doing, no, we do, because most of what they're doing is, strictly speaking, probably not illegal.
If it meets the legal standard, you should be able to prosecute it. If you can't prosecute it, don't fabricate evidence. What you're about to see is Destiny make the argument for why it is necessary to fabricate investigations in order to dig until we can find something to jail these people for. In the meantime, his audience is calling for their hanging. You can't make this up. You have to see it to believe it.
So if we wanted to do something similar to what they do with Hunter Biden, we would have to act in a way that is not in adherence with the good faith, that is not with good faith adherence to the law.
They admit what we're doing is not.
I mean, we don't have to play anymore. So this whole song, and that's what I'm saying here, you know, obviously the nature of this particular conversation, I would take things in a little different direction than Ryan in a debate with Destiny, but that's because Ryan actually has a legal background and more of a deep dive understanding of the specific cases. My point would be, look, I'll admit I didn't research these cases a lot. I looked at them probably more than the average person. I read decisions, but I skimmed through them. I'm not going to bullshit and act like I sit there like scholarly reading them. I have my arguments as to why they're good, but this is all red herring anyways, Destiny. You want to pack the court and admit it. You don't give a shit about the law at all. It's all about power for you. So once more, what we see is just pretending by Destiny to try to pretend to make some sort of legal argument when his motivation is clear. It doesn't matter if it's legal or not. We'll make shit up to get power. We don't give a fuck. That's his point. And so all of this, you could believe the man if you want. Trust me, bro. One of the reasons I think we need to do all this shit is because the court is just so bad because of this 9-0 decision. It's laughable.
And look, he's been very open about this, right? Like he said at one point when he was comparing Trump and Trump supporters to a certain Austrian painter and the supporters of that Austrian painter, he said the worst part about it, the thing that makes it worse than the fans of Austrian paintings, is that they were democratically elected and got their power legitimately. That's what makes it worse. That's the thing that needs to be fixed, Rob. You know, like, and he's openly saying that we need to rig democracy in order to avoid these people having power and to rig the system against them. Which, by the way, if you're really upset about January 6th and the false slate of electors, isn't that the reason why you would be? Isn't that the criticism, right? Like, oh shit, they were trying to cheat, but now we're trying to cheat, but we're into cheating. Like,
Well, I mean,
it's hypocrisy at the highest level.
This argument he gives with Warren Smith, it's like, well, they started it, right? Hunter Biden shit. But Destiny admitted in his debate with me that actually it started with the FBI and the Russiagate investigation into Trump. Of course it was corrupt, he says. Well, that would be the start of it. And so that given Destiny's rationale here, hasn't he just given the rationale for Trump? Well, fuck it. I could just make shit up and go after my opponents. That's Destiny's rationale. We could do whatever the fuck they want because they started it. But then Destiny admits actually when it comes to Trump, the FBI started it against him. So I know you probably have to go, so I'm trying to get through these super chats.
No. It's a special event, Rob. It's a special event.
Other than the new account, $5 says, Rob, I thought you were done with Destiny after Charlie Kirk. Can't forgive his statements for Corey or Kirk. He's another lefty who wants instead. It's true. I said that when I debate him, I'm going to bring that shit up if I can. Wasn't really me debating him tonight. And I'll be honest, I guess as time goes by, you see the utility in shattering some of these bigger streamers and their arguments. and the utility in having these conversations so that you could show other people just how radical they are for the purpose of pragmatically winning elections and winning the argument. So I guess, but maybe you're right. Maybe people shouldn't have interactions based on rhetoric. Jabroni Big Time, $5 says, Rob, please ask Destiny why he's a pub sick. I didn't get to that.
I should have done that. That would have been good.
Lord of the Nerds on your side says, Destiny's legal analysis is, ain't no rule that says a dog can't play basketball, levels of slut. So dumb a Disney movie's being made about it as we speak.
Air Bud.
Yeah.
Air Bud did nothing wrong, Lord of the Nerds.
Left-handed Assassin, $5. Thank you, my friend. We both thank you. Another new account, $5 says, Destiny, if you could read this, understand that you're in the same category as Hassan and Vosh. Just another streaming dog whistling your audience to kill. Look, there are different levels of things, but I'll just say this, right? I hesitate to blame creators for the terrible actions of their audience, and I try to give everyone the benefit of the doubt. But when your own moderator is like, Destiny, you're saying your audience now has, quote, school shooter vibes. And then you go back and, we could do it if you want, but I could play a litany of fucking claims that Destiny's made calling for violence. And then later being like, oh, it was out of context. All I'll say is this, you got to be careful. You should have, if you're a streamer or you're someone with any sort of public voice, you ought to make it clear that no matter how depressing or corrupt or whatever the things you're talking about, that it does not warrant violence. It does not warrant throwing your life away or harming other people. You could win with information. You could win at the ballot box. And even if you can't win at the ballot box, you could win culturally. I try to make sure I do that in my stream. I think Ryan does as well. Other people choose not to do that and go the other direction. That's all I have to say about it, I guess. Scorpio, $20. Thank you. Hey, don't worry, Ryan. We're getting yours, right?
Hey, man, we deserve to get paid having to put up with that.
That's right. Lord of the Nerds, $2 on your side says Destiny ran. Ooh. And then 2 on your side says, look, bro's going to play his piano so angrily. That's good. And then a good friend of both of our shows, the great Mr. Ubercross. $50. Also an attorney. $50 on your side says, if you read the case, they specify that black people who were Democrats had been disenfranchised within their own party. So black people had their votes robbed due to their race, and the VRA protected them. The new decision doesn't change that. Correct.
Yeah, and this is Ubercross base as hell, and we were getting so scattershot at the end that I didn't have time to make that point. But Ubercross is completely right, because Destiny was arguing that there would never be a VRA case if were it not for partisan gerrymandering. But in the historical record that Ubercross is referencing, it was actually the case within Louisiana that there was only one party, and they were still gerrymandering to avoid black people ever getting seats, even though there was only one party that could ever win. Right?
That's right.
It wasn't just partisan. It was overtly racist.
Correct. Because, for example, even within the Democratic Party, you could say, well, here's the guy we want. We want this black man. As black people, we'd like a black man to represent us in the Democratic Party. And the rest of the Democrats could be like, no, we don't want that. Right? Destiny's point's nonsensical. He disproves it himself by saying even he would. The problem is he's conflating the VRA only or almost entirely, if not only, with gerrymandering, which it's clear that the key, there's a question as to gerrymandering was ever part of it whatsoever. I don't think it should have been, but certainly even if it was, the vast thrust of it was poll taxes, literacy tests. It was not gerrymandering. That's not what inspired the need for the VRA. So
no, clear. I agree with you, and I agree with Justice Gorsuch and Thomas on that point.
Yeah, Adam at $5 says, "Am I missing something? Didn't Southern states have Confederate representatives back in Congress after the Civil War? Weren't they insurrectionists?" Well, yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
But most of them were paroled or pardoned or had their disabilities were cured in a variety of ways.
It's very weird. I was having this debate with Destiny and Pisco and some other folks that wanted to have this debate with me of the legal, not the common parlance, but the legal definition of the term insurrection, right? And part of my argument is we basically don't have one because we haven't utilized it in over 100 years.
Yeah.
It's just sat there. And basically, the way this was interpreted immediately preceding the Civil War was very harsh. And you can understand why, because we just had a fucking civil war. Nowadays, if you interpret it in the ways they're suggesting, there are literally hundreds of insurrections a year. Yeah. Anytime 2 people for a public purpose come to protest a specific law and use violence or intimidation, that means pretty much every Black Lives Matter rally, insurrection, if there were clashes with the police. Now, I think the fact that we haven't tried any of those, or the Vietnam protest, et cetera, like, it shows that that's sort of a bygone thing, that, we don't really look at it that way. We were looking. So that was my argument. Like, even if there was a legal interpretation of this word back in the day, clearly the legal interpretation has changed, seeing as how nothing's been brought using that legal interpretation for like 100 years. So clearly, or there was like one case, but it was like a dude literally using a firearm inside the Capitol building. A little different, I think we could all agree. That's exactly the point. So what happened was this amnesty was given, and it was kind of like, okay, we're sort of moving on from this. We're healing as a country, so we're not aggressively utilizing this anymore. And the problem is the Democrats want to bring it back just in this one particular circumstance. By the way, you know how many times I messaged William Bode on X? Like, anything to say about these ICE riots or these insurrections? Sir, you wrote the definitive paper on the definition of care to comment? No? All of a sudden insurrections aren't a big deal? William Bode, Mr. Impressive Constitutional Scholar? That's what I thought. And that's, to me, oftentimes what happens is people better than Destiny, but there's legal equivalents of Destiny that would give Ryan a run for his money as far as legal ins and outs. There certainly is, right? The problem I always have is the unequal application thereof, right? Like, if we're going to say we have this hyper-specific definition of insurrection and we're going to utilize it to go after Trump and his supporters, then we'd have to equally apply that when it happens on the other side, which is far more often. And the fact that they won't even broach the subject, wow, it's different. Nah, forget that. Gives away the game.
Well,
that's what it is.
What's really funny about it is that even with that kind of broad articulation of what an insurrection is, it does require an act of violence.
Or intimidation.
And that's why Jack Smith said that he couldn't charge Trump. Because even with that broad definition, he didn't think he could make criminal charges stick. Which is kind of the hilarious point after all this, is that, like, they, you know.
This is verbatim Destiny's definition of insurrection. An assemblage of people that are united for a common purpose, resisting, I guess, the implementation or execution of a particular law, or interfering with the course of government proceedings. So let's start. Number one, a group of people that are there for a reason. Gay rights rally. Yeah. That fits number one. Everything, every protest fits number one. Number two, resisting the implementation and execution of a particular law or interfering with the course of government proceeding. That could be you're against deportations. You're against the police trying to grab a participant,
Renee Good, Alex Preddy.
Correct. By way of force or intimidation. You're shoving the police. You're spitting at them.
You're hitting them with a car.
Hitting them with the cart, whatever, for a public purpose. All that means is it can't be because me and Ryan's friend Sean, he got arrested for not having a license to open his sandwich shop, and we really like Sean. That wouldn't be a public purpose. But if we're protesting against license in general for a sandwich shop, that's a public purpose. By Destiny's definition, every single ICE protest that you saw that resulted in pushing and shoving with police is a fucking insurrection. Every single one. Every one meets the criteria. He doesn't give a fuck. He was forced to admit it at one point. I got the fucking clip somewhere. I could play it. He's forced to admit it. His point and Pisco's point and all of them became, well, we never said insurrections were bad. Okay, but even if that's true, the law is the law. Section 3 says they can't be members of Congress anymore if they've held office, right?
They said we never said insurrections were bad?
That is absolutely correct. In fact, Destiny said, wasn't the founding of this nation an insurrection? So, of course, insurrections can't be bad. That's their argument. So after all the fucking insurrection, now it's like, well, who cares? Insurrections
are fine. Yeah.
Yes, that's the argument. Blasterbot, $100.
Whoa!
On your side, you run. No, thank you so much.
You're like, you rat fuck bastard with your fucking dinosaurs.
I was going to say, are we going to get a dinosaur quote? Blasterbot says, for absolutely wrecking the plop stinky who doesn't like dinosaurs. What a jerk. He probably is skilled at cleaning carpets as he was debating with Meth John. All that overtaking and interrupting was really bad to see. He didn't do well. He didn't.
Blasterbot, let us know if there's a carpet cleaning dinosaur. Carpetosaurus.
Jefferson, $2 says Destiny had to ask Constantine what a lot meant. Yeah, I mean, you get a lot of the Bill Clinton. Well, that depends on the definition of the word is.
That's why that's why that meme is eternal. Like, a lot of leftist discourse is just pretending they don't know what words mean, thus making communication impossible. Yeah. It's like sometimes it's just like I don't know how much more clear we can make a point.
Murder, I don't know. If you're convicted of murder, does that make you a murderer? Oh, I don't know.
I couldn't believe he was fighting me on that, because he was saying, like, how do we know that this law is going to qualify you as an insurrectionist under Section 3? And I was like, well, if you get convicted of murder, you're a murderer. And he fought me on that. He fought me on, are you a murderer if you're convicted? He's like, it depends on jurisdiction. How could you know if they're a murderer if they're convicted of murder? And I was like, okay, well, if you're convicted of insurrection, are you an insurrectionist? And he's like, oh, let's move on.
Yeah,
it's like, what the fuck?
And that's
like,
what I'm saying. So
that
much
was the craziest shit I've ever heard. Like honestly, the second I asked that question, he should have been like, oh, I see your point.
This is my frustration with him and Pisco. And in many ways, I'll be straight up with you. I think Pisco's a better debater, particularly on the legal topics. Far better than Destiny.
Far better. For sure, yeah.
You know, but one of the things that both of them do is, like, they're just debating to win, like, every point to the point of absurdity, right? Where it's like I'll concede something. I'll be like, yeah, no, I see your point there, but I don't think in the overall scheme of things it matters because of X, right? They'll fight you for like 20 minutes on one fucking point like that. Well, what do you mean murder? What does that mean? And it's like, dude, you know what we fucking mean, man. You know. And this isn't like, well, other people do that. We're not talking about like abstract concepts like evil, right? Where it's like, well, what do you mean by evil? Okay, I get that, right? Those are abstract. We're talking about like, the law says a murderer can't do X, can't run for office. You've been convicted of murder. Does that mean you can't run for office? Well, I don't know. It depends on what you mean by murder. It's like, come on, dude. The answer is just yeah, and your point. That would be the answer, right? So what? So what's that prove? And then let Ryan make his argument. But instead, it's like, no, it's like pulling teeth that we have to fucking painstakingly go through every little fucking point in these things. It's just. Even if you're making good points elsewhere, it just makes you look like a total buffoon. Like you're being difficult just for the sake of being difficult. That's all it looks like. I'll never understand that strategy. And I know for the people that are already preconditioned to agree with you, maybe that's impressive. Oh yeah, boy, he really ran Ryan through the ringer there on like what murderer means. Like, I don't know.
But seriously, like, could you imagine? Like, take aside internet debate. Could you imagine going into the real world and someone's like, it's totally unfair that they're calling me a jaywalker. And it's like, well, why are they doing that? Like, oh, because I was cited for jaywalking. It's like, well, then you kind of seem like you might be a jaywalker.
You can be like, I'm innocent, but the law treats you like a jaywalker.
But also, like, the more serious the claim gets, the more ridiculous it becomes. It's like, how about this one? Oh my God, it's fucking crazy that people are calling Destiny a sexual deviant. Then he gets convicted of sexual deviancy. It's like, oh, well, that does seem like a good reason to call you a sexual deviant if you got convicted of a crime of sexual deviancy. Like, what else would someone call you? It's like that joke, it's like, you fuck a sheep one time, Rob, and they call you sheep fucker.
Yeah,
like, I don't know what he wants.
Yep. El Tipo Diablo. Thank you so much for the $5. It's on your side, by the way. Absolute masterclass. I'm pretty sure you managed to generally win almost every single one of the points he brought off the cuff too. Good job. I agree. I did. I thought, objectively listening, I thought that was the case, right? I guess I will say I kind of saw his frustration at the beginning of you saying a 9-0. I knew exactly what you were saying, right? But he was like, that's an appeal to authorities, basically what he's saying. Okay, it's a 9-0. That doesn't mean they're right, which is true. You could have 9-0s that later we would overturn, but you were giving specifics to it, right? You're like, well, here's specifically what they said. And the problem is, like, in an effect, the argumentation that he's giving, it's like, it doesn't really apply. I mean, I guess it all hinges on, well, what about this like handful of people that were elected to Congress in like 1870 that weren't appointed and then won the next year? I mean, it's very flimsy. And what I would say is, well, here's one argument you didn't make that I think, you tell me if you think this is fair. Well, did they appeal to the courts? Right? Did he file suit and say, hey, federal court, I was not convicted? It doesn't seem like the answer was yes. If there is a case that's like, look, this dude was kept off of his seat of Congress because he was accused by the state of being an insurrectionist, and he appealed it to the federal court, and the federal court said, yeah, the state's allowed to do that. It doesn't mean that this court was wrong, but it's certainly an argument that there was at least some level of precedent, but it doesn't appear that there's any. And so that's, the fact that it's like, well, this happened once, but it wasn't brought in front of the court. Therefore, that proves that the court's like, destroying precedent. I don't see it that way.
Well, that's why I brought up the birthright citizenship point, where it's like, because it's funny, because whenever you argue with someone, people switch positions. In birthright citizenship, I bring up in that context, I bring up a lot of cases where it's like, well, the executive branch did X, Y, and Z that's contrary to modern birthright citizenship practices. And the counterpoint which actually oddly Pisco didn't get in the debate, but Wick made when I debated Wick on this point, was like, yeah, it's like, well, but that's not a court decision. That's just executive practice, right? Which is a fair point. It's not. And it does have less evidentiary weight because of that, right? Like it, and then you have to make the argument, well, I still think it's important because, and that you know, that's what it is. Like, okay, there's maybe some examples of some states disqualifying people in the past, but the Supreme Court didn't bless it, right? So like it has some weight, but it's not dispositive weight.
Now, just because I see this in the chat and like, it's so terrible. I think sometimes I make the mistake of talking to the least common denominator, like the dumbest person. Alishness. Ryan did not say Destiny was convicted of some sort of sexual offense. He said if Destiny was convicted of a sexual offense and people was accusing him as such, it would be a good explanation that because you've been convicted. Would you like to clear up right now, Ryan? You are not suggesting that Destiny is a sexual criminal or that a court has convicted him as such. You're merely making the point. If a court did convict him, you would understand if Destiny was like, why are people calling me that? Because the court convicted you. It was a hypothetical.
I also don't say that Destiny's a murderer or an insurrectionist. You know, like that's what we were doing. We're saying if you were convicted of a crime, people might say that you are that thing. If you're convicted of murder, you might be a murderer. If you're convicted of insurrection, you might be an insurrectionist.
I don't particularly care for Destiny. I don't know that Ryan does. I don't know if he's prepared to say that. But I will say, you have not heard me weigh in very much on like the allegations of Destiny, this. And I don't want rumors to go around like, Ryan Mullally said that Destiny's guilty, that a court found him guilty. That is not what happened. It was merely a hypothetical. I would assume the reason you brought that specific one up is because people make allegations about Destiny like that. And if inevitably he's found guilty, then one of the defenses of making those allegations was because he's been found guilty of that crime. Like, that's the point. And it's just, you know, I don't know if you're just stupid or if you're intentionally trying to imply that, like, Ryan's slandering people, but that's clearly, he was clear as day and everyone understood it except you, apparently. So, living with Stugs, again, $2 on your side, says 99% frame control by volume.
I mean, that's
great
a tactic.
The great Zach Gilpy, $5 on my side, says, but don't vote for the Republicans because of the J. Yeah,
Holy
I mean,
shit.
Zach, well, I mean,
I know he's joking. I know he's joking, but like, if we get a packed Supreme Court because of people juiceburging, I'm gonna lose my mind, Rob. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Can I play this clip?
Go ahead.
Jews. Now I'm good. Now I'm speaking the truth. There you go. That's my response to anymore. It's like, oh,
yeah. I mean, that God, of all the reasons to give the countries to the communists, like
in all seriousness, no, I think. Look, I'm not trying to spill any tea here, but Ryan and me do talk behind the scenes about like the show and like political opinions and things like that. And I think we're both in agreement that our mission is to win as best as we can against these people that we feel are irreparably trying to damage the country. And the specific case is the court packet. To both of us, we think that is a damage beyond the pale. And so we are I'm trying to reach out to all groups, including maybe those groups that have a problem with Israel. Sure, I'll reach out to you and say why I think maybe you have your reasons to believe what you do, but do you understand what we're talking about here? Do you understand that this could be irreparable? The mere fact that you criticize Israel, right, may be something that you're not even allowed to do 6 years from now if Democrats pack the courts. We could end up like the United Kingdom, where we have 15, 20,000 people a year being arrested for hate speech online. So for me, it is imperative, whatever your issue is, I'll come to people that like are leaning libertarian, that are leaning left-wing and say, do you understand why it's important at this point to reject this Democrat message? Even if you don't like Trump, even if you don't like the Republicans, that's how serious this is. And this isn't because some left-wing think tank and a couple of crazy out there Hassan Piker streamers have said this. That's why I opened the stream if you missed it. This is the heart of the official Democrat policy. This is Ro Khanna. This is Kamala Harris. This is James Carville. This is Gavin Newsom. These are the people, and this is what they're telling you they're going to do.
Well, and Rob, just to like say this, just because I'm going to go crazy if I don't. back in my like centrist days, when you and I first met, I was doing the centrist thing, right? And I was, like the nonpartisan thing. And there was a series of articles that came out where the left was embracing overt socialism. And I started saying, like, what is happening? It seems to me like they're rallying around their hatred of Trump to coalesce around some really dark ideas. And that's what pushed me right. Because I was like, I see this on the walls. I think that the left is about to do something that it's going to be hard to recover from. And now, a year later, they're doing it. They're openly saying that they're going to do it. And I take very little pleasure in being right about this. But like if you don't see this coming, you are going to be broadsided by how much this impacts your life in the future and the life of your children. This is a big, big deal. We cannot let court packing happen.
Yep, totally agree. And for me, it is the biggest issue of this election. Easily. I put it this way. I used to talk about it with corruption in general. Let's say me and you, Ryan, robustly disagree on climate change. You're like, I think it's a hoax. I'm like, oh my God, it's the most serious thing ever. Well, you better hope that the corrupt people in charge agree with you, because our difference means nothing. If we allow them to authoritarianly pack the court and do whatever they want, our voices literally become meaningless. So any disagreement we have on any issue, it just becomes better hope the people that are in charge of the court and who gets to pack it and who gets to punish them agree with you. That's literally all politics are. Hope that person, what are you going to do, vote them out when they could just utilize the court to say, nah, the challenger to me is not legitimate. Nope, sorry. You're screwed at that point.
Let's be real, Rob. Like, you and I have disagreed and debated certain topics from time to time. So let's go through some points of like general disagreement. I'm very pro the conflict in Iran, right? Yep. I've been on the record about that. I'm very pro. I'm against political prosecutions, even if there's a legitimate case for this is a justified reprisal, right? If you said to me, Ryan, you have to take a fat L on Iran, America's going to lose and it's going to be embarrassing, and they're going to prosecute James Comey in an overtly partisan way that's going to make you super uncomfortable, and that's what the next 4 years is going to look like, just you eating L's and Rob gloating at you about this, but they don't pack the court. I would take that deal in a fucking heartbeat.
Same with me in the inverse.
Heartbeat.
Yep.
Like, it wouldn't even be close.
Yep.
Like because there are some issues that actually matter more than other issues, right? And it's just crazy to me because the right, they all coalesced around abortion, for example, right? Well, what do you think happens if they pack the court? You think that Dobbs is going to stay the law if they pack the court?
Yep.
Fuck no. Roe v. Wade comes back. This is why this is such a wedge issue. It has to be a wedge issue, because if you let them do this, nothing else matters.
Yeah, and for me, you may get tired of us talking about this by the time of the election, but that's also part of the strategy. Part of what happens with these Democrats is they float something out, and then they allow their sort of, media bubble that just operates for them to just keep repeating it as if it's some benign thing. Oh, it's no big deal here. And they're going to push that so that by the election, they're hoping that normies have accepted. It's just a normal thing. It's no big deal. And, people like Rob, it's the same shit the left did to me for years, right? Like when I would be bitching about the Black Lives Matter riots. They'd make fun of me for that. Oh, Rob's going to talk about Black Lives Matter. Yeah, because of how damaging. The point is, if you just mock your opponent, oh, you're focusing on this. How ridiculous. Or with COVID restrictions. We're just going to laugh at you because you're protesting against this. That's what they plan to do. So I assure you that we're both going to heavily focus on debating other people on this issue and using this issue. I'll tell you this much. Later this month, I'm going to a Republican event to talk to, or next month, early next month, I'm going to a Republican event to talk to Republicans here in Pennsylvania, including probably the candidate for governor. I'm telling them straight up, this is the number one issue. This is what you should run on. This is how insane. And in Pennsylvania, you're like, well, what's this have to do with the state legislator? You don't think they'll pack the state court? You don't think they will? Right now in Pennsylvania, they're considering redrawing the map in lieu of the VRA case, right? You don't think the Democrats aren't going to do the same types of thing they're suggesting in Virginia? Well, fuck that. When we get to... So that is the argument as far as I'm concerned. Daz DM over on your side.
Thank you, Daz.
What is this? 5 gobbledygook? No, thank you so much for 5 pounds. Thank you. Says Destiny didn't like the answers you gave so much. It caused him to crash out in a tame disagreement to hide from the fact he got blown out in every point. That's one of the most frustrating things about me with Destiny. It was the same thing when he crashed out on me over the insurrection debate. Like, it's just like a benign point that it's like, fuck you. And just it's like an excuse to leave so that he could tell his audience tomorrow. He'll formulate something. Right now, all of his audience are in the Discord, and they're trying to nitpick any little thing you did that seemed rude, or at one point, Ryan looked off screen. He was probably looking at AI, which Destiny all but admitted he was doing, right? And that's why you can't trust Ryan. Ryan pretends to have read this shit. That's what it'll be. In fact, here it is. You ready? Destiny's going to be like, I left because that motherfucking Ryan didn't even read these court cases and had no fucking idea what he was talking about.
Oh, yeah,
and I'm not going to waste my time talking to some fucking guy that didn't even read the fucking court case. He's blacklisted. Fuck him. I'm not talking to people. That'll be it. Trust me. That's the game. Just spurg out over some fucking, I just didn't like something that was going because I'm losing, so I'll feign that I've been horribly harmed and morally can't talk to that person anymore.
I was surprised he came by. And by the way, like, I know we're talking shit, and like, that's part of the game, and I'm happy to talk some shit. I was surprised he came by.
Me too.
I thought that this was going to be a blacklist forever thing. So, who knew? So yeah, and look, I'll offer the olive branch to this extent. I'm glad he came by, and if he wants to debate again, I'll debate him again. But, like, look, this was a no prep debate.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
Like when Rob goes on no prep, I mean, like, obviously these are issues I've thought about before, but like, I didn't know this was happening. This was me debating the most prominent debater on the internet on a topic of his choosing with no prep. I can do better. Like, give me a week to prep. I can do better. So I mean, like, if he wants to go again, I'll go again. I don't give a fuck.
Well, and the other thing is, I will say this, despite my feelings on Destiny, kudos to coming over, for real. Yeah, that's one thing. Look, I'll say this, and I'll give other people, like, we could talk about this if you want, but like, some of these people on the left, they'll run from you, right? Yeah. They'll make sure they only debate you if it's a 2-on-2 or something like this. I think that, like, here's the following people that I think I have confidence in, unless there's some sort of personal shit going on that'll debate you. When he hasn't blacklisted, Destiny will debate from here and there. He gets pissed and blacklisted when he gets frustrated. I think part of it today, to be honest, there's this. This is another thing about Destiny that I'm not talking shit on him about. It's just the truth. There's always some drama involving him. So I think sometimes it's probably like, let's go yell at Rob and fucking Ryan over politics, and it's not really going to be about the drama in my life. It's probably a bit refreshing from time to time, right? Like, if everybody's constantly talking about your personal life, he knows that someone like me and you probably aren't going to bring that up as much.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Who is this person? Irritigan Euler 9016. You didn't prep for the debate. You got removed from Ryan. Okay. The debate that I was going to have was about court packing. Now, when Destiny came over, what did he want to debate? He wanted to debate Trump being removed from the ballot in Colorado, an old case about whether or not states can use the language of insurrection to get the president off the ballot. Is that the same thing?
He knows.
Is that the same goddamn thing? Like, obviously not. I'm not going to get one guide. Sorry, I'm going to move past it. But it's like This is what I mean. It's so ridiculous. It's like, obviously, I prepped for court packing. We were doing a show on court packing. Destiny didn't come here to talk about court packing. He came here to talk about...
In fact, you tried to get him to, and he was like, I probably did say that vibes. That's what he said. That was... So, I mean, whatever. Living in Stug's walls again. $5 says, observing chat behavior was fun. Aggressive group affirmation, ad hom. Even a sloppy false flag. It was like being at the zoo, but for cults. I didn't read much of the chat, to be honest. I can't speak to it, but...
That's the internet for you, baby. It's it is what it is.
On your side again, the great unforced ego. Thank you, sir. $5 says, I used to get mad because Destiny pretends to not understand thing is his primary debate technique, but I'm realizing he was never pretending. That's pretty good.
No, I mean, that's the thing. If that is your debate technique, you can master it by just not knowing anything.
Well, I say this all the time. One of the hardest people to debate are just the dumbest, right? Because like you're just like. You don't know what to do. Like, it's like did you ever see the SpongeBob meme with Patrick and Man Ray? It's like, I found this wallet at your feet. It's got your ID in it. It has a label on it that says property of Patrick. So it's your wallet. No, it's not. And you're just like, It's hard to debate the person that's either so bad faith or so stupid that you can't make a simple point. And that's what I'm saying. I really try. I'm not saying, look, I know that I have my detractors, don't get me wrong, but I try as best as possible to give my honest opinions and not like run people through the ringer of like some semantic bullshit pretending to be ignorant or something. It doesn't mean I'm always right, but I don't understand the utility of that. Who the fuck wants to have some 40-minute discussion to just get to the simple point that you were trying to make? Zach,
it was a big thing for me when I switched to the internet space and started doing this stuff, because you have to deal with that. Like in court, if you start doing that, the judge is going to be like, "What are you doing? Counsel, what are you doing?"
Yep.
Like you're going to be held in contempt if you keep doing this. Answer the question.
And in politics,
it's just not possible. But
policy debate, it was the same thing, right? Because you had a judge that usually was qualified, and so you have limited time. So much so that everyone's talking like an auctioneer anyways. That's how limited time you have. So if someone wants to spend 4 minutes feigning ignorance, you're just like, yeah, that's not responsive to what I'm saying. Next argument, right? So it's like you just pissed away 4 minutes because you have a time. Here, there's no time limit. So it's like you could keep obfuscating the entire time, and it's like at the end of 2 hours, it's like, well, fuck, what did we really get through? It's like every step forward we took, we had to take 3 steps back. Well, wait a minute, and so
you really want to spend 10 minutes on whether people convicted of murder are murderers?
Right.
That's what we're doing. All right.
That's how it goes. The great Zach Gilby, again, $10 says, the leftist arguments always seem to support crazy ideas and procedures when it serves them. But when the same procedures gores their ox, they're all up in arms. Classic hypocrisy. Exactly.
Yep.
I'm telling you, wait for Destiny, etc., to start recommending court packing alternate electors in 2028. Wait for it. It'll happen the next time Democrats lose. It'll fucking happen. I'm almost guaranteeing it. And they'll be like, whoa, it's different this time. Uh-huh.
They opened the door to it.
That's right. Daz DM on your side for 20 pounds says Destiny crashed out Ryan because he didn't remember part of a case. But he got irate when Ryan called him out not on remembering a case where a person was barred from political office using Section 3 of the VRA. Yeah, I mean,
well, he was looking for an exit by that point. He was done with the conversation, and he was trying to find some reason to quit in a huff, right? Which is kind of like, I mean, I get the showmanship angle, I guess, but like, wouldn't it be possible for us to have a debate and then at the end be like, all right, well, at least I understand your position now.
I mean,
we'll do it again. Like, you don't have to be that
right.
way.
So, or I gotta go. I'm not running. I gotta go. You want to have this debate again? Fine. Right? That's when I did the debate in insurrection with him, where he blacklisted me, he rage quit, and I was like, whatever. And people in my chat are like, he's gonna blacklist you, and I was like, no, I fully expect he'll DM me like tomorrow and be like, look, man, sorry, we went for 5 hours. I know I promised you we'd talk about this other half of the debate.
Yeah.
Give me a week or two. I'm busy. That's what I expected. But no, he came out and was like, Rob's blacklisted. And I was shocked because I was giving him the benefit of the doubt. Like, oh, yeah, it's late. Look, we all have lives. There are times this shit will happen. Debate me right now. And it's like, I do have shit going on. I can't hit the drop of that. Sometimes, yes, but many times, no. You got real job,
And I want to give credit to Pisco here. Like, Pisco and I have had some really, really heated debates. Pisco's never done that. Like, we've never had a debate and then afterwards it's like, I'm rage quitting and fuck you and you're blacklisted. Like, he bitches to his chat. He calls me bad faith. They have the cope set. Like, all that happens. I'm not saying that doesn't
That's
happen.
all in bounds. I don't mind any of that. Perfectly fine.
That's not like that. That's the nature of the beast, right?
Yep.
Like, it's a different thing. Like, there's no need. You don't have to behave that way. It's a choice.
Yep. So, all right. Where were we? We did that one. Yeah. On your side, Devil's Raspberry $2 says, happy mail time to Steve and his band of
Zex.
Okay.
Zex.
I'll be honest. My interest in the allegations against Destiny were primarily with his orbiters, because what I find, hey, look, things are alleged. They're alleged. I don't really give a shit, when it comes to personal lives. I focused on the shit Destiny said that I find completely egregious that he's publicly said, right? Like things alluding to violence, etc. The orbiter doesn't interest me around that shit because, unfortunately, I think a lot of people don't have deeply held convictions, and it's more, well, what benefits me in this scenario? So you had a lot of people I thought that were humorously like, is it more harmful to my career to still have Destiny's back after these allegations, but then be accused of like not caring about women? Or is it more harmful to go against this guy where a lot of my audience comes from? You know, and so to me, I found that humorous because it's like all these people with these supposed deeply held convictions, but all of a sudden when it might hurt the bottom line of money or views, well, maybe I'll, be forced to think about it a little more liberally here. So, but as far as like, look, audience entitled to your opinion, I have never really brought up those allegations in the sense of, I just don't care. Your political takes are what I'm focused on. They're dog shit. That's what I focus on.
That's good enough. Yeah.
Lesson Cell on your side again, $20 says,
Ooh, thanks, buddy.
Used to be a Destiny watcher. Even if I disagree with a lot of his positions, he was rational with important topics like Rittenhouse and the BLM riots, transgenderism in sports. He had a different opinion of January 6th, and Pisco convinced him. That is true.
This is worth talking about, by the way. Back in that era, like in the Kyle, and I told him this, so this is not out of pocket or anything. During the Kyle Rittenhouse BLM era, I watched Destiny and I was like, oh shit. Like I actually, when I watched him, I was like, oh, there are people on the left who aren't totally insane, because he understood that Rittenhouse was innocent and he understood the BLM riots were getting it. Like there was a time when he felt like a sane person. Maybe he's just gone crazy since then, or maybe he was hiding his power level and I didn't, he tricked me. I don't know. But like there was a time period where I felt the exact same way, but that was a long time ago.
Well, I even had a debate with Destiny on the same side. Only one time it's ever happened. I was on the same side on a panel about Rittenhouse. We were debating, oh man, what was this chick's name? Like, it was something ridiculous, like fucking, like, I can't, like, Moody Liberal or some shit. Like, it was some name like that. And we just, this poor chick did not know what hit her. Heem was the moderator, and he kept stepping in to defend her because it's brutal. It just absolutely was brutal. It was some chick's first debate, and she wasn't ready for people.
Oh, that's a rough first debate.
Yeah, it was
Jesus
not
Christ.
good. It was not
That's
good.
rough.
Blasterpot, $20 on your side.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Says, I believe Nigersaurus would be the closest, but it was really more of a lawnmower dinosaur. But since carpets weren't a thing back there, I'm willing to call that enough. I had a funny smile with 500-ish teeth.
All right,
Thank
are you screwing with us? Is it really called Nigersaurus?
Yes, he showed me this the other day.
Oh, okay.
Now he's trying to get me banned, but
Yeah,
that was raspberry.
I thought he was having a little fun there.
Again, thank you so much. Another $2 to say Mealtime Panels, Sex Pest, Coping, and Rents. Just funny. Intel Wob, $5 says Destiny and his meth walkers were brutally defeated tonight.
Fighting the good fight, you guys. That's what we're here for.
On your side, Scylla, $5 says, in regards to my last $10 super chat, would using the term totalitarianism be a good paraphrase of what the TJ government or said government overthrow is okay?
Yeah, if the government is tyrannizing you to the extent that it denies your natural God-given rights, that's what TJ was saying. TJ was saying in the Declaration of Independence. But he also said that the bonds between men should not be lightly torn asunder, and that if you have a long history of good governments, you should weigh that against tyrannical impositions against you. So you have to look at the whole context is the answer. But yes, I agree with you.
And then we got Zach Yelpy, $5. Mine says, Brian, I was joking, I'm part of the tribe. I think you know that Zach's Jewish, right? He's pulling our leg a little with the.
I know. If you watch, by the way, I did that silly conversation I had with PF Young. He just posted a video where I think he calls me a Zionist lawyer as in the title. So that I'll have some fun with that later.
Nice. Jason Mulgren, I assume your check will be in the mail. I assume $10 says PF Young just posted Brian's debate with him today. So I rewatched it and then went after all the Jew haters in the comment section. That debate was nuttier the second time. PM is obsessed with Jews.
Yeah.
I mean,
Zero Fucks made me a really funny intro, so I'll have an edit of just the Jew-spurging section of the debate coming out soon.
Well, look, I know we were doing I should for our good friend Zero Fucks, because I did get this from his exchange with Pisco. He's now blocked, I believe, by Pisco.
Yeah, I can't believe Pisco blocked him.
It's weak. It's weak. But I will share, this is the clip that I think is relevant that we are going to play. Now, I think I could have predicted that Pisco would have went from years of, no, don't pack the court, that's too much, to pack the court. But his statement at the end of this is chef's kiss, right? Like it is one of the most absurd things I've ever heard. Let's hear it in Pisco's own words.
If we undid the norm violations in recent memory, or we oscillate back and forth. The worst possibility, the worst outcome is we just let that continue and persist without any oscillation or neutral response. That's the worst of all possible worlds, which we're living in. And people are like, oh, you're going to destroy the legitimacy of the court. Have you looked at the polling for people's confidence in the court? It's the lowest it's ever been. So how can you make an argument that this will be the thing that kills it? The American people don't have the confidence of the Supreme Court anymore. And when you accept all these propositions, when you accept the truth I'm telling you right now, it leads you to the ultimate conclusion.
Here we go. You ready?
And the ultimate conclusion is it's not radical to expand the court. It's radical to keep it the way it is.
Oh, boy.
That's what's radical. That's what's extreme. That's the worst of all possible worlds.
So there you have it. The radical position is not expanding the court. Not, look, the court is something that regrettably we have to pick.
I know like the phrase cultural Marxism is like somewhat overused, but like that's what that is, right? Where they're like, oh, well, the legitimacy of the court, that doesn't matter. The legitimacy is at a all-time low. Well, why is it an all-time low? Well, we've been putting out a lot of propaganda about how bad the court is and convincing everybody it's illegitimate. So now that we've caused this problem, we'd like to give you the power to rig the government to solve the problem in a way that we prefer. Right? It's like that's the classic Marxist move. Like, we caused this problem and now we would like the power to control the government to solve it. Thank you very much.
And it's like, just to see the rhetoric, to Pisco's credit, he was someone who used to push back against court passing. As far as I know, 6 months ago, he was pushing back. And now he's gone, again, not to, look, okay, regrettably, it's radical to not. That's the radical position. That's like saying the radical thing would be to not beat the shit out of conservatives on campus. That's the radical position, to not use violence. By the way, I see in Ryan's chat, Alishness, you are correct. I did block you. And so commenting on Pisco being blocked, there are legitimate reasons to block people, such as saying that we need to use violence against federal authorities, including lethal violence. So yes, Fed posting will get you banned. All right, next.
Yeah, also, by the way, spamming Spurgy stuff will get you at least banned or timed out. So
yeah, and so that's a little different than Fucks was just having like a conversation with Pisco about how popular the court is, which, by the way, is an absolute insane rationale for packing the court. Well, I've read some polling that shows that some people don't trust the court now. That's it? That's the metric? So because people like Pisco and all the lefties that make everything political, that have been constantly bashing the court anytime they say something we don't agree, which has led to Democrats being like, we're unhappy with this, now they get to fucking pack the court because public approval's gone down? Okay, if that's the case, right, do we now get to push through the SAVE Act because 80% of people approve that? Is that how that works? No. We don't just get to magically have that, do we? So fuck you with this like polling nonsense.
I know my propaganda has affected the poll, so now I get what I want.
Right.
Get out.
By the way, you'll be debating him, right, on Modern Day Debate on.
Oh my God, my schedule's so crazy. I don't know why I booked myself like this, but I actually do know why. It's because I really want to do like a court packing tour. But I have so much stuff coming up. We can talk about that as we get to the end.
Yeah. And then. Living in Stugg's walls again. $2 says, I also see writing on the walls.
Thank you, buddy.
I assume you're sane, but thanks for the $2. And then Megamax over on your side for $2 says, no Muslim called me Gulam. Nick can't believe Fuentes. And then $20 on your side, Megamax says, R's voting Dem will just give them win with a mandate. It's either vote for your R, try to get a different one, or don't vote. Unlike Britain, which is sovereign parliament, USA does not have an easy fix everything government.
Yeah, you're entirely right. Voting Dem is insane at this point, and I'm warming up to saying, even though it's hypocritical, so I'm gonna have to eat a huge bullet when I say this, that sitting it out, like if you're inclined to sit it out, I'd weigh that decision really carefully. I'm not really positioned to say don't sit elections out because I've openly said that I've done it in the past, so I get it. But this is going to be an important one. This is going to be a real important one.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I don't know. I've talked about this a lot. I'll leave it stand there. Our good friend Sean again, another gifted membership.
That's where the sandwiches come from. Thanks, buddy.
Intel Wild $5 says Robin Ryan took down and dismantled the entire DGG internet crime syndicate. Great work, boys. It's always a pleasure. Mega Max $10 says, Rob, if they are too derpy or bad faith, you just cut them off and put your foot down. Mr. Shapiro, are you too low IQ bad faith for the discussion? Let's move on. No, I will not take up my shirt or pants. I suppose just one time for Ryan's audience that probably doesn't get to hear this much. Brian Shapiro, you said.
He harasses women in messages, has a weird infatuation with men's organs. He's a syndicated radio host, and it's all about respect. He's Brian Shapiro.
Yes, Brian, the great Brian Shapiro. No matter how bad any of these discussions have with any lefty, he's another level.
Oh, you've got to watch the conversation he and Destiny had yesterday.
Yesterday again?
Oh no, maybe I'm getting the dates wrong. Maybe I think it was yesterday when Destiny called into Brian's radio show.
I think that was a couple days ago, but yeah, fair enough. It doesn't matter.
It's all about respect, Rob. Don't worry about it.
It's respect. Let me tell you something. By the way, I hate to talk about it, but he always gives me a sign. This fucking crazy fucker like texts me on my phone. So like, guess what I'm doing? I'm at an event with Michael Knowles. How about that? He invites me to parties. He's talking shit on X the other day on a post about the Daily Wire and Michael Knowles. And Michael Knowles responded publicly, was like, yeah, man, sorry I never responded to your text you sent me where you've bugged me to come on the show like 10 times in the past 5 months. It's like, wait a minute, I thought you guys were best friends. What happened?
Yeah. You ever watch the Sunday Conversation? It's that series on YouTube.
Yeah.
You know the one. There's one where he's like, "Yeah, I'm great friends with Aaron Rodgers. I text him all the time." It's like, what does he say? It's like, "Oh, I don't know. He never texts me back." It's just like scrolling. Yeah, it's like that's what it is with him and Knowles. It's just like, yeah, I text him all the time.
Living with Stugs Walls again, or living in Stugs Wall. $2 says at least we saw his position on Iran.
Nice, well done. I see what you did there.
What a pun! I like that pun. Intel Wild $2 says tonight was Monday night's main event. Hey man, I'll take it. I wouldn't mind having more debates on Law and Order. I like it. So
it's kind of. I mean, on some level, I almost think they don't. He doesn't know what the content is, because it would be kind of like. We have a Monday night show where we talk about legal issues, and then you crash in to be like, let's talk about legal issues. And you're like, oh, this debate's not going super well. That's odd.
Yeah. It's exactly. And then Zach Gelpy, another 10, says they're going to use the same argument for Congress to expand Senate seats.
Yes, they will.
They're using the argument right now that to change the way voting's done in California. We played that clip where if it's two Republicans running off against each other, they're like, we'll just change it. They're going to use it to make D.C. and Puerto Rico states. They're going to use it to put judicial laws in all these different states, right? Kamala Harris, I think, said that. We have a mandate or to ask questions about judicial reform all across the country. Yeah, that's it. And then Intel Wild $5 says Rob and Ryan are base bros. Thank you, man. And then real quick over on my Rumble, I don't know if you have anything on your Rumble. Unique Breakfast Taco, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. We appreciate that as well.
Well, Rob, this was not the show we planned, but no. I would say I think this was a hell of a show. And by the way, Rob was generous to let me take most of the speaking time when Destiny was on here, because that's what Destiny wanted to do. He was mad about, the things I said about him. He came in with an axe to grind. Rob would have had absolutely no problem with these arguments.
Well, I think it would have been slightly different. Like, for example, the VRA case, you're far more knowledgeable than me, right? I knew the basics, right? But yeah, here's the thing though, right? Like, we both argue from different perspectives, but we're making basically the same argument. So no, it was only fair. He was watching a video of you discussing his legal take. So I thought for both of your sake, it was fair for me to stay out most of the time. Maybe he's pissed that I chimed in once or twice, but I really was more than happy just to let you two go after it. Devil's Raspberry real quick, $2 says child-minded leftist spurging in Ryan's chat is crazy. And then Jefferson on your side, $2 says Michael Knowles learned what are the oranges for. So
every interaction with Brian Shapiro is a treasure.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, Rob, you've had a smile on your face ever since he asked to see your penis. You just been lighter somehow. It's for joy.
In many ways, I smile through the pain. Penis gate still negatively influencing me, but yeah, this was I like the way the show turned out. Look, expect us to. There were other things we were going to talk about. For example, there was a woman who just pled guilty, I believe, to paying homeless people to vote in California.
Oh my God, I can't believe we didn't even get to that.
Yeah.
That's crazy. She was like, because we've been talking about these NGOs, and people like Elon Musk and other people have been saying, like, isn't it kind of a problem where you get money to solve the homelessness problem? Because then if you solve the homelessness problem, they stop giving you money. So what's going on here? And they never seem to solve it. They always make it worse. What's happening? And now I just had this thought the other night before this happened, where I was like, do homeless people vote? And if so, how? And it turns out there's all kinds of NGOs that register people to vote, that help them vote, et cetera, et cetera. Now, Rob, do you think that homeless people vote for or against welfare?
Well, it's not. Yes, they vote for it, but it's worse than that.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them don't give a shit, right? And what you see when you combine the voting, and you'll see a lot of them register to vote at like homeless shelters. Okay, fine, but then combine that with ballot harvesting, right? So now these people are showing up. There's 30 ballots. It's not that hard to be like, hey man, want a bottle of booze? Quick, fill this out.
Mm-hmm.
Here's how you fill it out. Thanks so much. See you later. Bam, you just got 40 votes. It's not hard to do that shit. And that's sort of what this woman, the idea of paying homeless people, right? Register them to vote, do the ballot harvesting. Here, real quick, let's show you how to do this. Fill this out, this out, this out. Thank you very much. Here's your money. See you later. And like, we know ballot harvesting's so fucking damaging for that. There's other things shady to compete, but yeah.
No, actually, just to get one more thing on that, it's actually a little worse than even that, because she was using her address for the registration. She was registering them, but that's illegal. You can't register someone else's address. So she was just filling in her address so that she could take care of it for them. But like at this point, you're really voting for the person in all but name, right? Like you're doing all this process. You're illegally filling out federal paperwork incorrectly in order to get a vote for a partisan reason. That's pretty crazy. And by the way, I thought, Rob, this never happens.
Yeah, never happens.
I was told this never happens.
By the way, how isn't that, like, fair enough, I understand the importance of not wanting to disenfranchise someone who's eligible to vote. I get that. I still think we should have voter ID, etc. But it's equally disenfranchising to allow someone to pay for a vote. That basically is taking away the vote of someone who legitimately voted, right? It's canceling out. That's also, people don't think of it that way. They'd have 5 million people illegally vote and say, as long as one legitimate voter didn't get to vote, then it's all copacetic. No, because you take away that voter's voice by allowing cheating for these other voters that shouldn't have been allowed to vote or cheated in their vote. Chris, go real quick, $10 says, how did Destiny go? Can you redo the stream? I like the live aspect.
We'll call him. We'll see for $10. We'll see.
No, let me get my piano. Fuck you. There, did we get it?
I should put a piano in here for the next. I didn't. This was a no prep thing, so I couldn't do that. But I should have my own piano. That'd be funny.
Well, we've been here late, so let's end on this. We'll be talking about this subject more in the future. I know you'll be doing debates. I'll be doing debates on this. With any, I'll talk to you here behind the scene here coming up for some things that may be coming up where we could sort of help people understand the importance of this argument, including, like, I was seeing if we could put something together mutually so it's easy for like a state level politician to be like, hey, here's some quick points of the dangers of court packing and shit. So we'll be working on stuff like that. You'll be hearing this. But specifically, I know you have some debates coming up. So what's on your schedule that you got coming up in the near future?
This week is crazy. This week is very crazy. And for the Crucible fans in the audience, send my thanks to Andrew, because part of the reason that all this crazy stuff happened is that Andrew raided over to me, which made my metrics go fucking crazy. So all of a sudden, I'm knocking on doors and people are answering. So
good.
Thank you, Crucible crew. Very much appreciate you. So this week, tomorrow, I am talking to conservative pundit and author Wilfred Riley, who's one of my favorite accounts on X about the dangers of court packing. So you're probably going to want to watch that conversation. And Wilfred has a radio show, so that he's a great person to spread the message. So don't miss that. On Wednesday, I'm helping Kai Schwemmer prep for a debate on Friday about whether Dem or Republican policies are better. Court packing will again be on the agenda, so you'll hear me articulating that. debate night on Thursday, and debate on Admiral Gibbs' channel, and debate night on Friday on the Horseradish Patch. So I have content every night this week. I will get no sleep, and I'll be a zombie by the weekend. But it's all for you, good people. It's all for you.
I hate to pry too much, but you do have a real job as well.
Yeah.
It makes it a little more difficult, right?
I have a real job. I've got 2 kids. I am over scheduled this week. But the thing about this is, and this is why I was saying thank you to the Crucible crew, is it's like, you know, my channel went from like 40 viewers to 1,300 viewers, and suddenly the algorithm is doing what it does, and I can schedule all these things. You're a fool not to strike when the iron is hot.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So, no, you deserve it, man. And I think that good things coming in the future. And listen, once you're huge, then I'll be like, Ryan, have me on your show. I have an important message on how the left could go fuck themselves. So bring me on the show. But no, I think also,
honestly, man, I think that there's something there. Like I know we didn't get to do it because when we were doing, Andrew was doing debate prep, he wanted to have both of us on there.
Yeah.
I think that if we can set up like a, you know, you're doing politics, I'm doing law, Andrew's doing philosophy, religion, and then we like triangulate talking points and turn that into like the right-wing version of Live and Learn, we're gonna kill people. Like, it's gonna be rough out there in the streets. Like that tag team is not something I would want to trifle with. So
and I think that, like, here's the thing: all of us are on the same page, right? Where, of course, you do this as content. You're in the position I was, right? Where I wasn't. I'm doing this as a job now, but I did it for years, not as that. And the reason was, I'm assuming, I'm going to speak for you. One, you have fun doing it. That's one. And second, because you really believe in what you're saying and you want to drive the conversation in our political system in a positive direction that you agree with, right? And so when you look at it from that perspective, and we could all agree on like a central issue, which is rare, I think that the importance of approaching it from different foundational perspectives really helps hit home the point. And not a lot of people do that. Not a lot of people like try to focus on one issue, highlight why it's the most important, and then approach it from multiple perspectives. But that's really what we're trying to do. And I think that, you know, hopefully in our own little way, that helps drive the political discussion in this midterms. And even if we lose that, going into 2028.
Yeah.
Because it might be the last battle if we lose it, you know.
And for those in chat, I just want to stress this point. Like, there needs to be some tolerance for differences of opinion in service of a larger goal, right? I was trying to explain this to somebody from the Crucible who's in my chat last night, where it's like, if you look at like the broad spectrum of issues, you, me, and Andrew probably agree on like 80% of them. But in the 20%, we have really serious points of disagreement. Like, I don't agree with Andrew on everything. I don't agree with you on everything. That's not the point. The point is, you know, we're aligned because we have a common goal. And if we can get to a place where we can defend ourselves against this threat of court packing and all that comes with it, and then afterwards, you, me, and Andrew can have some fights about like policy, fine. You know,
that's
like,
where
awesome.
I've always been. We
Awesome.
can have those discussions, right? And now, look, should make the other side of the argument. I understand. If you are big tent enough, you dilute yourself, right? I'm not suggesting that, though. What I'm suggesting is it's not that you have to change your opinions on what you think are the most important issues. We're merely making the case that all of those are subsidiary by the very nature of they're trying to control and rig the levers of power so that you never have a voice. You having a voice to discuss those issues is a prima facie concern to winning those issues. And if you don't, well, then you must fight back against the people trying to take that from you. That's why you may vehemently disagree on Ryan or me, for example, on gay marriage or abortion or any number of issues and say, but to me, that's the most important issue. And I'm not going to try to talk you out of that. What I will say, though, is you won't have an opportunity for that to be an issue that your voice matters on if we pack the court.
Yeah.
That's it. It's that simple. And so there's certainly, you know, the way I always put it there is like, we're here, or let's do left. I have to do it back. We're here right now, right? And we need to go this way. Now, at some point, it's going to be like this. And we all start to fracture off, right? But we need to go this way. We absolutely do. And so it's like we have to start moving right, in this case, against the Democrats. And then we'll have those arguments later, which I'll win, which is fine.
Yeah,
You know,
we look, like I said, if I had to eat a fat L on some of my stated positions to avoid this threat, I would happily do it.
I don't like the Iran shit. I'm eating that L.
Yeah,
That's just the way it is. So, all right, Ryan. Well, hey, look forward to seeing more of you this week. I'm sure we'll have more to talk about too.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, what a show, guys! If you are you not entertained? I mean, you came here for some sober analysis, and then you got this. This is must-watch TV. So, if you're not watching Law and Order, who the hell are you, Rob? I think it was your new introduction. I think that's what
I'll
did
play
it.
it in the way out here.
Rob, good seeing you, buddy.
Take it easy, man. We'll talk soon. Have a good one. I have to remove him. Here is the new introduction. Look at that. Oh man. Yeah, with the song. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's pretty badass, isn't it? Hell yeah. All right. Now look, I have to go to the restroom. We are going to proceed to then do more of a show here. First off, I just have to say to the Norons out there, thank you so much for your support during that stream. Really, really enjoyed doing that stream with Ryan. It was fun to have Destiny call in. It really was. However, what's up with Ryan crushing me in the super chat department? Is he that much better than me? No, I'm just kidding. He was doing a great job debating. Sometimes that happens. Dude, for me, one of the most frustrating things ever is to moderate or to judge a debate because I like debating and I want to jump in. I thought Ryan was doing fine. There was no need for me to really jump in. I just said a couple of key things. But I'm more than happy that seeing as how that conversation started with Destiny and Ryan analyzing each other's videos, I thought it made sense for them two to hash it out. And so I'm happy that Ryan got support for it because 98% of that's all Ryan. I just was basically made a point or two and was trying to help both Destiny and Ryan bring up sources when they wanted. That was it. So that was the role that I was trying to have primarily in that till we got closer to the end there. But kudos to Ryan. I really think Ryan is really, really, really going to achieve having a really nice size audience and be one of the premier sort of legal voices that you see. Did Destiny re-block me on Twitter? Not that I know of. Maybe, but I don't think so. Let's check. No, it doesn't say he did. So I don't know. But no, kudos to Ryan. He did a fantastic job. I'm going to the restroom, and then I'll be back. I don't know how much longer I'll stream, but I will. We've already gone 4.5 hours. But I do have some things to say about the interaction with Ryan and Destiny and then some other issues and then kind of explain what I'll be doing the rest of the week and other stuff like that. So I will be right back. We'll just play some of my intro video while I'm gone. Be right back. All right, here we are. Oh, I got a super chat. I could tell. Intel Wild $5 says Destiny's butt hurt over there, and it has nothing to do with tonight's rage quit. You know, I talked up there last night. Thank you, Intel Wild. The Great Blast brought $100. Says, no, Chair, I'm sorry, I donated to the other guy. Please leave my dino models alone. Thank you, Blasterbot. Incredibly generous, thank you. And Clayton Gordon, thanks for the $1. Thank you so much. Over on Rumble. Mangozi, thanks for the $10. Says, shh, no spoilers on the debate. Fine. Take my late text. Of course. We'll do whip songs tonight, Hidachi, of course. But some more things to talk about here in the meantime. I think for me, I mentioned this here, but the point that I think is most important with this conversation with Ryan and Destiny is as follows. I think that one, it's key. It's easy to understand what's happening is Destiny's reading like one legal scholar that disagreed, or a handful of legal scholars that disagreed with the case, and they're like, clearly then, right? But there's not substantive reasons. If you go back and you listen to what Destiny said, his first argument, in fact, I could even try to bring this up, and you can see Destiny's first argument, and I'll try to re-explain, just so you can get an idea of what's going on, because I think this interaction itself will say so much about not just this interaction with Ryan and Destiny, but in general, what it's like to debate Destiny. All right? So let's bring this up. I'll try my best to make it as painless as possible. And maybe I misremembered, so it's a good way to... All right, well, listen.
It's been so long. We used to hang out.
Legal analysis. It was surprising.
What, Destiny? It turns out that the law's all vibes. So if it's all vibes, like
Analysis demonstrating how my opinion is incorrect.
Destiny, your opinion is so transparently incorrect that the entire Supreme Court unanimously voted against you. What is it that you want me to say that wasn't written down in the unanimous court's verdict? And why do you think it is that...
I want you to listen what Destiny says, his initial objection to this court's decision. Remember, just in case you're late, what they're going to talk about here is Destiny was talking about the Colorado court case that tried to keep Trump off the ballot in 2024, which was reversed on a 9-0 decision by the Supreme Court. So Ryan apparently had mentioned this in a video he was covering, saying that Destiny's just running off of vibes, right? Saying that this was a bad decision. And the fact that it was a 9-0 sort of speaks to just how wrong Destiny is. So that's the context leading in, that Colorado case. Now listen to what Destiny's objection is, because eventually here, I forget how long it takes, but Ryan's going to say, give me what your objection is. Why do you think this was wrong? What's your reasoning?
You know, a random legal scholar that you read at some point and your own personal opinions would be given any weight in comparison to a unanimous court decision.
So if that's the argument, why am I here? You're just saying 9-0 over and over and over again. But you said that you had a...
Destiny, I have no idea why you're here. You wanted to be here.
Okay, so...
We had a lovely scheduled broadcast. You wanted to pop on.
Is the only point here, is the only thing you're capable of saying is 9-0 over and over and over again? Is that...
No, Destiny. The point that I would make is that when you have a 9-0 decision, the justices need to vote on is that the court has different, somewhat streamlined opinions. Like Justice Jackson, justices won't sign on to an originalist opinion. They're also won't use it. Like Justice
this
Jackson.
is important to hear, I guess. Here, he's going to explain, Ryan's going to explain the importance of a 9-0 decision. Listen what he says.
That everybody agrees on. One of the things that happens when that happens, Destiny, is that the court has different judicial philosophies. So they end up on a lot of 9-0 decisions, writing somewhat streamlined opinions because they have to have something that everyone's going to vote on. Just certain justices, like Justice Jackson, love to use legislative history. The originalists won't use it. The liberal justices won't sign on to an originalist opinion. So 9-0s are compromise positions by necessity, but they're also binding and should be transparently, obviously binding, because they are 9-0 decisions. It does matter quite a bit, Destiny. So yeah, I do think the burden is on you to articulate a reason other than vibes that the Supreme Court was wrong when it was a unanimous verdict. And if you haven't...
It's fair. Okay, if you're going to say it's wrong, give me a reason, articulate. The fact that it's a 9-0 proves that even the liberal justices were like, So that's it. Let's give Destiny, let's hear what his claim is, why this was a wrong decision other than vibes.
An argument for why the Supreme Court was wrong. I'd be delighted to hear you make it, but I can't believe you would think that you actually could carry that burden of proof.
Well, one, I mean, I could just quote the other people that wrote in that decision if I really wanted to.
Okay, he could quote the others that wrote concurrences. Remember, those people voted in a 9-0, but I could quote the concurrences as his first argument, okay?
But I also gave Well, I also gave some arguments for why I felt like it was not a good decision, and I didn't hear you contend with any of those.
Okay, so
Now Ryan's going to say what he thought Destiny's argument was. Here we go.
if I recall correctly, you thought it was a bad decision because they took into account the fact that if states could remove the president from the ballot, that there would be mass chaos and that elections would become a joke and it would be a quote unquote patchwork. You think that it was problematic that they used that reasoning?
Yes, that would be one
Okay,
part.
why?
Okay. We're all in agreement. That was his argument. The patchwork argument. With the patchwork argument, it's basically what Ryan just explained there. That in effect, if we allowed Colorado to do this, we'd have 50 states making 50 judgments on their own without any federal oversight about perceived criminal exposure of all the candidates and whether or not that justified them being on a ballot. It'd be patchwork. Different rules in different states to see who could be on the ballots like that. It'd be terrible. We all agree? That's what he said. Yes, that was my argument. He also said he could quote the other justices. Then he proceeds, and I'm not going to play it all, he proceeds to talk about Barrett's concurrence. He proceeds to talk about the other justices' concurrences, implying that the majority went too far. They went too far. Now I invite you. Here is the left-wingers' concurrence. So this is Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson. If it is not necessary to decide more to dispose of a case, then it is necessary not to decide more. In the Dobbs decision, that fundamental principle of judicial restraint is practically as old as our republic. This court authorized to say what the law is only because those who apply a rule to particular cases must of necessity expound or interpret that rule. Marbury Madison. Today, the court departs from that vital principle. Okay, so it's saying there was part of this we didn't like. Remember, Destiny's problem is the patchwork nature. The patchwork nature of this, right? Here's what the left-wing justices say in their concurrence. Today's court departs from the vital principle deciding not just this case, but challenges that might arise in the future. In this case, the court must decide whether the Colorado may keep presidential candidate off the ballot on the ground that he is an oath-breaking insurrectionist and thus disqualified him from holding office under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Allowing Colorado to do so would, we agree, create a chaotic state-by-state patchwork at odds with our nation's federalism principles. That is enough to resolve the case. So Destiny's initial argument was, well, we should just look to the other justices and what they put. And the fact that they used this patchwork, that's what was... The liberal justices literally say, the patchwork alone is enough to get us to say, yep, Colorado can't do this. But you'd be forgiven for not remembering that was Destiny's original argument, because on every little meta point, it's, well, I got to pretend I don't know what that is. What is murder? What is this? What is that? What is this? What is that? What is this? What is that? And then 40 minutes later, you get to like, well, you know, when I finally point out, like, Destiny's is literally what the justices say. Well, yeah. And then we quickly move on from that point. That's the problem. The concurrences that had a problem said their problem wasn't the patchwork. Their problem was that the majority was like, the only way that you could, and if you go, this is what he showed. He showed Barrett. By the way, this is the extent of Barrett's entire concurrence, that 2 paragraphs. Justice Barrett concurring, I join parts 1 and 2B of the court's opinion. I agree the states lack the power to enforce this. That principle is sufficient to resolve, in part because of the patchwork argument. Yep. This suit was brought by Colorado voters under state law and state court. It does not require us to address the complicated question of whether federal legislation is the exclusive vehicle which Section 3 could be enforced. In other words, what it's saying is the states can't decide this. It has to be the federal government, but not necessarily through federal legislation. That's the argument. Not this patchwork argument. Again, the patchwork argument's just, we can't leave the states do this or it'll create 50 different rules with all these states rushing to keep people they don't like off the ballot. That's where Destiny says he has a problem. 9-0 on that. 9-0 on that being sufficient to be like, yep. That's it. And he keeps conflating. He's like, well, Barrett is complaining about the patchwork. No, she's not. Barrett's saying the states do not have this right. However, there's disagreement on if the only remedy is through legislation at the federal level, or if there are other federal remedies. You see the difference? That's the point. So, again, what happens is there's this, you get lost in the meta. That, oh, we're going back and forth with this. And what it allows Destiny to do to his audience at the end of the day, it's like each point, it's like pulling teeth. And then at the end of the day, he could just claim like that he's just baffled. He's threw enough bullshit out there that it's like, there we go. When the central claim is nothing remotely what he was saying. So once he realizes he's losing that argument, bam, he moves on to the VRA case. Let's move on to that. So that's point one. I hope you see how that was handled. Secondly, and I stress this point, and to me this is the most important point. Have you ever heard me call for packing the courts? I've called for shit that people consider extreme. I've called for and still will call for the disbanding of the FBI. I've said that the same tactics that were used against Trump and his supporters legally should be used against people that are breaking. Remember, the bar for starting an investigation is very low. No one's above the law. But I wouldn't call for any illegality. Don't just make shit up like Destiny says he wants to do to investigate people. Find something that's probable cause that meets the bar, which is very low, admittedly, by the Democrats, to start an investigation and investigate. But I've never suggested packing the court. Even when all my life I thought there were terrible, terrible court decisions, such as Roe v. Wade. Never suggested packing the court. It's a non-starter. It's the end of the country. If we allow the party in charge to pack the court to a number that they find sufficient, it's antithetical to everything that the Founding Fathers were talking about. That's not to suggest that the number of people in the court can never increase. It is when that increase is happening because partisan reasons, in order to make sure any legislation they want be enshrined into law, you've effectively mitigated the judicial branch to nothing. Anytime they disagree with you in Congress, you just put more people in the court until they agree with you, which defeats the whole purpose of a separate judiciary. In the past, when we've added court members, it wasn't this bad. They didn't just make up rules like they do now. You need only look at district court justices or judges that are currently fucking with Trump on everything. The dude can't use his own money for a ballroom. He can't end temporary protected status for all these groups. Can't do any of it. Every little thing Trump does, there's some judge. Now imagine appointing all those people to the Supreme Court until we had more of them that outweighed. What would that look like? It's literally the end. They would say, yes, we can't keep Trump off the ballot, and we will. And then why not say, and we're also going to keep the people that worked with Trump and his administration off the ballot? J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio. That's the issue here. All of this talk and this particular case, I didn't like this decision. It's the end result. It's their, okay, what ought we do? That's the problem. You disagree with the 9-0 decision? Fine. You think it makes the court shitty? Okay, fine. The radical decision of, therefore we get to pack the court and do whatever the fuck we want, is naked power grab of the most extreme that you could ever imagine. That's the truth. And unfortunately, as you debate more of these meta positions, well, what about this particular case we didn't like? And what about in Utah, they added 2 new justices? And what about alternate electors? And what about et cetera, all the bad things Trump is? What about all that? Therefore, we get to pack the court. They're going to want to focus on, well, let's talk about January 6th again. Let's hyper-focus on January 6th, therefore pack the court. That's the problem. And so Destiny, well, yeah, I don't remember if I've ever suggested packing court. Maybe I said it flippantly. Destiny, I don't really give a shit if you disagree with the court on the, what the hell was the name of the case? The Colorado keeping Trump off the ballot. Trump v. Anderson. I don't give a shit that you disagree on that. Fine, whatever. Courts have spoken. That's that. Election over. It's the fact that you use that in part to justify, therefore we get to pack the court. Now, Destiny was watching our show live on his channel, and I was blocked by him on X, and I said, someone tell, because people from his channel were coming over watching our show. I said, tell him to unblock me. I'll send him a link. That was it. Hunter Killer, $5 says, I came in late. Repeat everything you said so I can get caught up. There. Thank you. Now, I certainly have other arguments that I'd like to make with Destiny. I want to talk about his calls to violence that he claims he's never had. I want to talk about his calls to illegally investigate Trump and people make shit up to be illegal and do it. That's shit I'd like to talk about. The overall strategy that Destiny wants to employ. Make shit up, lie, break the law to investigate, pack the courts, dog whistles to violence. But it wasn't my debate. It was Ryan's debate. And it was on specific court cases. So that's the direction it went. So, but no, I thought Ryan did an amazing job. Now, it is late. I've been going for 5 hours now. So we'll start to get to the end portion of the show. But what I would like to say is, thank you so much, everyone. That was our most well-watched episode of Law & Order. If you just tuned in because of the debate with Destiny, allow me to advertise a little. I think the Law & Order show is amazing. The reason that I think there's a good back and forth is I am approaching things from more of a layman's perspective. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a judge. I'm not involved in that field. And I think most people watching, that's the case. I know we have Mr. Ubercross and Sean and others that are lawyers that watch, but most of us aren't. But I'm reasonably intelligent and I have an interest in these things. And so I have questions that maybe laymen would have. And Ryan, being an attorney, I think does a hell of a job articulating his points in a way that maybe someone who's not an attorney understands. See, the whole packing the court thing isn't that deep. It's similar to expanding the Congress. It's something the Founding Fathers intended us to keep growing as the country grows. Cool, then Trump could pack the court right now? Let's say he adds 9 justices. Fair enough, that's what the founders intended, correct? That's all the Democrats are. Hey, it's just the numbers. That's the problem. It's just the numbers. Okay. Well, we'll have at least 2.5 years until there's a Democrat president. So let's leave Trump pack the court, right? Fair enough. That's what the founders would have intended. Right? It's not a question of can. Is that the argument that the left's going to make? Of course not. There's no argument that the founders intended there to be more than 9 justices. The founders certainly didn't intend what the Democrats are suggesting, that we enforce rules on the justices to make them less independent, that we allow one partisan party to appoint justices because they don't like the way recent court decisions have gone. That's antithetical to everything that they believed. if you really wanted to grow for the sake of growing, you would say, hey, during the next census, we're going to add a justice. And then the census after that, we'll add a justice. That way, both sides get a chance to win the election and do so. So anyways, you should watch Law and Order. It's a great show. It's every other Monday. And you should also follow Ryan Mullally if you're not. And I'll put his link up. I'm telling you, man, Ryan's going to grow. He really is. He suffered from the same thing that I was suffering from, which is it's hard to get off the ground. It really is. So there's his YouTube channel. But I think once people start to see him, they're going to really start to enjoy him. Hidaki, thanks so much. $10. And Rebel says, didn't Kamala say they should, since the right is cheating, they need to play ball then? That is what she said. And Dirty Sippy Cup for $1. Thank you. Appreciate you both. But no, I think Ryan's going to be big. By the way, Zero Fucks, when you can talk to your boys, Adam and Sitch, and get me and or Ryan on the show to talk about court packing and such. Love to do it. Well, I think you're going to see me and Ryan and Andrew working together more. I think Ryan's absolutely right there. We all approach things from a different perspective. Andrew, the more philosophical, me, the more political, and Ryan, the more legal. I think that those are a good, areas to be broaching these subjects. They're doing less midweek. I'm just joking. We always appreciate you, Zero Fucks. We really do. It's nice to see, too. I like the cross-application of the people that watch me and Ryan. Because there's definitely people that don't like me that watch Ryan. And there's people that don't like Ryan that watch me. So it's interesting. And then I think the majority of people that watch one of us would like the other, though. There's a lot to talk about tomorrow's show. First off, let me say I will be doing a call-in show tomorrow. So that's at noon Eastern time. You can talk to me about anything you want as long as it follows terms of service. I've made some changes to the call-in show. It's going to be noon tomorrow. I will attempt to keep this call-in show on YouTube as well as Rumble. I'm going to attempt to leave it on YouTube as well. It's a risk because there are people trying to intentionally sabotage my channel. So, what I'm going to need for you all is, if I'm taking that risk, I hope I'm getting super chats to match that risk. High risk, high reward. So, that's going to be, we're going to try it tomorrow. We are. No, I don't have that many whip songs to play tonight. Only the ones on my channel. I think just Blasterbot. Only one. Now, Ryan had some whip songs on his end to play, but I don't know if he does that. So, but that's the plan tomorrow. Then tomorrow night, I also will not be doing the extravaganza until maybe Friday. I actually have something very exciting to do tomorrow. No one gives a shit, but I'm going to tell you anyways. Tomorrow is the first day of T-ball practice. And it's not really just practice. All the little 5 and 6 year olds, right? 4, 5, and 6 year olds that are in T-ball. This is when they finally go over and meet their teammates. And they have a big, I don't know how to put it other than a big, all the coaches are there teaching all of the kids, here's how you field a grounder, here's how you throw a ball, here's how you swing. I'm not officially an assistant yet. I volunteered for it and then pulled my name because I never know the nature of what I'll be doing. So I won't be an official assistant this year, but I will be an assistant in name. So I'm trying to go to as many games and practices as I can. I'm very excited. I love I love my son deeply, and watching him play t-ball is a pure joy. But it's also cool to work with the other kids. They're funny, man. There's basically t-ball's just playing in the dirt in the infield, and then having to remind them like, the ball, get the ball. It's actually quite funny. So that's what I'll be doing tomorrow. I'll still be doing the show tomorrow evening, my show. So John Rock, thanks. Remember 20 months. Says hit the like. 20 months. Thanks, Rob, for winning. I like winning. Thank you. So I can't wait. I can't wait to do that tomorrow. Today, I took my son to Red Lobster today, which for me is a fancy restaurant. I like me some Red Lobster. And my son, we were like, what do you want for dinner? We went grocery shopping, so we have stuff. Here's things that were on the table for potential dinner tonight. He likes tacos, so that was a potential, right? We have like Shapiro and Destiny pizza we were going to make. That's a potential. He likes that. We had hamburgers. We had hot dogs. Or sometimes he likes to do breakfast for dinner. So like waffle, he likes Eggo waffles, like Eggo waffles and some scrambled eggs and like breakfast sausage or bacon. And he said he wanted fish, which my wife doesn't eat fish and my son doesn't really eat fish. So we usually don't get fish, even though I like it. And we don't really have any restaurants around here that serve fish. A couple that, nothing special. So the closest would be Red Lobster. It's like 50 minutes away from us. So I said, do you want to try this place? He said, yeah. And we went out, and I was shocked because he's sort of in a rut. He likes only those certain things to eat. And we got him to try a shrimp. If you've ever been to Red Lobster, Walt's favorite shrimp, which is just like a big fried shrimp. And he loved it. He absolutely loved it. Loved the shrimp. So he got fish, and then me and my wife got like lobster and shrimp. And he basically ate all of our shrimp. Loved it. So there you go. I was very excited. I was like, oh, Hank, you could buy like shrimp at the store. We can make our own shrimp, like popcorn shrimp or fried shrimp. And then I hope I could get him into like cocktail shrimp. I think that would be cool. So, yeah, Friday night dive bar fish is very good. I agree. So, but yeah, there's a lot of political stories that we could talk about tomorrow that I'll get into. We're a little late into the night tonight. So during the call-in show, I'll bring up some of those, such as this woman that was arrested, paying homeless people. Mark Cuban did an event with Trump here, praising him for his drug company, which is cool. There's more Thomas Massey news out there, which is kind of crazy. What other stories did I have to talk about? The pee-pee poo-poo man in Ontario. I don't know if you guys heard about him. Apparently, Boy Meets World, which I never really watched. Mr. Feeney's 99 years old and a swinger. Who would have thought? He's in an open marriage. Mr. Feeney! What are you doing? Nick Shirley's out there again. People that received a press pass from Mamdani cheering on the murder of Brian Thompson by Luigi Mangione. So there's a lot of things to talk about. Yeah, it's the pee-pee poo-poo man in Ontario. That's right. Watch yourself, Crisco. He's out there. So, but tonight, we're going to try to raise a little more money here. We haven't received our goal yet. Now's the time of the night where I play these stupid whip songs. Let me explain the rules. Yeah, Ontario, Canada. Yeah. Tune in tomorrow. So before I get to this, remember, next time you'll see me live, all of these channels, noon tomorrow, Eastern time. Noon Eastern time for a call-in show. So you'll have your opportunity to call in, agree, disagree with me, talk about whatever you want, as long as it's within terms of service. Now, I thought it was funny this one time I found this song from an old Lord of the Rings cartoon called Where There's a Whip, There's a Way. And it's basically telling people, hey, you got to do this. So I played it to make people donate. They've since maybe make a bunch of different versions of the song. So now there's this constant battle where people force me to play these annoying ass songs every night. So the rule is if you donate $100 anytime during the stream, such as here, then I have to play one of these whip songs. If you donate $150, you can play a specific song. $200, you could create a song in a new version. Also, every time at this point onward that we go over an even $100, the next would be $300. That also is a whip song. So $22 would give us one whip song because we go over $300. $100 would give us two whip songs because we go over $300, and $100 is a whip song. So play the dumbass song so you can see what we're talking about. I owe one. That's it. Fuck. This is one of the worst ones. For all of you leaving, totally get it. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow during the call-in show or tomorrow evening at 10 p.m. Eastern. For all of you staying, what the hell is wrong? Oh, chop. $100 says Blaster Butt will not stand alone. I hope Lavin isn't here. Yeah, I forgot the other rule is if you donate $200 and request it, you could end all whip songs after the ones I already owe. So that's two more after this. Thank you, Chop. Here we go. 8-bit. This is one of the worst. Enjoy this earworm. It sucks.
A crack on the back says we're not gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night. We are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. We are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Apologies to everyone. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Truth Revolt TV, $5 says, what would be your personal hell? Listening to every version of the Whip song you have every day, or having to debate Brian Shapiro every day? I actually like debating Brian Shapiro. I'm sure it would get old, but it's fun now. It all sucks, though. That it just sucks. I don't know what to say. The Whip shit's the fucking worst. I don't know why it's so long, that one. 2 more, IO. The donut bar's at $382. That one doesn't count. It's a mess. It's only like 20 seconds. I gotta get that one off. The donut bar, $382. All right. Big band.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where's a whip, there's a way. Where's a whip, there's a way, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the land says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 There's a whip, there's a way. There's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. There's a left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. There's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, 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 there's a way.
Yay! Oh, wow. Chop, chop. Thank you so much, you bastard, for putting us over 400 in another Whip song. Thank you. All right. I have 2 more. 2 more of these rotten. We'll get through it. We're going to make this together. Thank you. We're going to do this thing. Oh, everyone's favorite. Man, I was driving with my wife today. We like to drive just sometimes, like back through the woods and stuff. I love it. And I saw several amazing gazebos. I was very impressed. Someday I'll have one.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip,
left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Yeah, I think one more. Yeah, we done 4. We owe 5. One more. I'm sorry to everyone. This is miserable. Epic theme song. Wow. The Law and Order song's an epic theme song.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's
Intel Wild, thanks for the $5. Says, Rob, can we see your dono bar tonight, sir? Of course. What a night, right? You got a Destiny called in, got to debate Ryan Mullally. What a show. Yeah? I had fun. I hope you guys did. I had a great time. I got unblocked by Destiny. Whoa. Call-in show tomorrow. Now, I'm telling you, I'm going to try the call-in show on Rumble. We have to make our goal of $357, though, or I'm going to keep it Rumble exclusive because, you know, it's a risk. Plus, I'm grifting a little, let's be honest. I am grifting a little. It's true. I do it from time to time. Did I write this song? Are you a bot? You write like you're a bot. No, I explained. It's a song from Rankin Bass, Lord of the Rings song in the 70s about Sauron sending the orcs to war. I don't even know how to give a thumbs up. I mean, I do that with my weird half thumb. That's true. I'm a mutant. I have a half thumb. What can I do? Born with half a thumb. It's a terrible tragedy. I am. I'm living with a disability. What can I say? I try my best. I just showed you my thumb. So, Marcellery Shapiro, is it? All right. We're going to wrap up here. If anyone has more money to donate, I'm totally game. Otherwise, I have no problem. No problem ending here. That's fine as well. Everyone's always incredibly generous. How could I ever be upset at this audience? The greatest audience out there. Tremendous, folks. Tremendous. Can't even get upset. Ever. Individuals I could get upset about, but not as the whole. That's right. Half a thumb still played video games. It's actually bowling that's been the hardest. Because my thumb's also fat. See, it looks like a toe. So it's fat. You see this? So it's hard to find a bowling ball that my fat thumb would fit. You know? I've managed. I've got through life this far. I'm going to keep on rolling. Oh, you get it? Bowling, rolling? What a pun! Mm-hmm. For a specific donor, will I target a particular individual in chat? Well, it depends. I'll comment on them. I don't know that I'll really let loose. Joe Rogan has thumbs like that? I know that allegedly Megan Fox does. Has a weird toe thumb. Yeah, us toe thumb people, we have to stick together. Ben Franklin wrote an essay on farts. I did not know that. Yeah, oh my goodness, Dream. I'm so sorry. I forgot it. Yeah, I wanted to talk about that. It's time to vote. In Pennsylvania, today it's Tuesday. It's voting day. Get out there and vote. Look into I don't have any primaries that matter in my district. None. But you should vote. You should get out there. Educate yourself on who's running in these primaries. Go vote tomorrow in Pennsylvania. Yeah, it's very important. I'm glad you reminded me. I will be voting. My mom usually works the election down in her town. I'll have to ask her where she's doing it. Makes your brain hurt when you hear Destiny's nonsense. I feel you. All right. Well, that's going to be it. You can vote them in the primary. I don't give a shit. But in the general, then we'll yell at you. Thank you to my editor, Black Elk. Thank you to my friend Avarice. Really appreciate you all. Thank you so much to all of my moderators. Thank you to everyone who donated tonight. Thank you to my co-host Ryan Mullally there on Law and Order. Thanks, Destiny, for calling in. Made the show interesting, I guess. We are going to raid over to Cool Vic, I think. Really appreciate you all. I really do. You guys are the best. So take a moment. I know we had Destiny come on. You've heard vile things he said, alluding to violence, etc. Take a moment. Just think about the life of Charlie Kirk, how they assassinated him, and how those daughters will grow up without a father now, and how many people cheered it on. Never forget that. Ever. And never forget what the stakes are. It's not just packing the court. It's about the levels they'll go to maintain power and to take people out that they think are effective. So never forget that. Say a prayer for Charlie and his family. Thanks so much, everyone. Enjoy the Radio Cool Vic. I'll see you all at noon tomorrow for the call-in show. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things, for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.